Chapter 115, Trigger Happy Boy. Akira just followed Elena and Sarah as they took him into a cafeteria near the Hunter office branch. They parked their vehicles outside the parking lot. Although it was outside the parking lot, some guards would patrol and guard the area when asked, like how they guarded the parking lot. And just as the case with the parking lot, the patrol was also charged based on duration. Elena and Sarah sat facing Akira. All of them ordered some light meals before taking their seats. Both Elena and Sarah were smiling, but there was something strange behind their smiles. Sarah seemed to be bothered by Akira's new friend while Elena was looking at him as if she was inquiring about something that she did not know. Elena then spoke. "So, what is your relationship with Carol? It doesn't have any deeper meaning than that, okay? It's just that we'll be working with her after this, so I want to know more about her, that's all." For some reason, Elena was making excuses for her question. She herself did not know for sure why she did that. Akira then answered Elena's question. "Well, even if you ask me, there's nothing special, we're just fellow hunters. And about her, I just met her not too long ago. So, honestly, I don't really know much about her. But it seems that Carol and Shikarabi know each other, so it might be better to ask that question to Shikarabi." Elena did not get any valuable information about Carol and it did not seem that Akira was trying to hide anything. Sarah then asked a question. "In that case, is it okay if we ask you some questions? You can just tell us if you don't want to answer. But if you do answer, please don't lie since it might cause trouble later. Is that okay?" "Okay. Thank you. So, first, since when did you know Carol?" "I just met her yesterday." Elena frowned and asked, "Yesterday?" "Yes." Elena and Sarah seemed rather troubled. Sarah seemed hesitant as she said, "Akira. If that's true, then it means that you're bringing someone you don't really know, someone you just met yesterday, to work on this request, you know." "Ah. That does sound. That's indeed the case, huh?" Akira sounded disheartened as he replied back with broken words. Elena and Sarah looked even more troubled than before. Although it was already obvious, working together with other hunters in a team meant that they had to really trust each other. After all, there were cases where they had to leave their back or might even trust their lives on the hand of their teammates. That was the exact reason why the arbitrator agencies with a good reputation would prosper. Akira once told Elena and Sarah that he once got attacked by other hunters in the same team. That was why Elena and Sarah thought he well understood the importance of that problem. Even this situation was also caused by the fact that he could not contact Elena and Sarah earlier. It was still a rather unexpected situation for them. Akira sounded apologetic as he said to Elena, "I'm really sorry. As I thought, is it better if we don't move in the same team this time?" Hearing how Akira suddenly sounded so apologetic, Elena flusteredly replied. You don't have to go that far. We're also happy to get more helping hands, and if she's really a troublesome hunter, Shikarabi would have stopped us too." And also, as you said, you'll take responsibility if Carol tries to do anything funny, right?" Akira replied back with a serious face. "Of course, I'm the one who brought her here after all." Sarah suddenly asked Akira a question. "When you say you'll take responsibility, how far are you actually planning to go?" Akira thought for a bit before answering back. "Well, let's see. If it's a problem that can be solved with money, I'll pay. If it's an amount that I can pay right away, I'll immediately pay. If it's not, either I pay it in form of a request or I'll ask to wait until I get enough money." After listening to Akira's answer, Elena and Sarah thought for a bit. Although he straightforwardly replied with a serious face, it somehow felt lacking. Akira did not say any exact amount of money that he was willing to pay. Even if he said that he would pay no matter how much he would be asked, it was not like he would pay just any amount. There were many people who would take back what they said when an exact amount of money was specified. Moreover, there were many problems in this world that could not be solved with money. Sarah then continued. "Is that all? If Carol causes anything that puts Elena-san or Sarah-san in danger, I'll take the responsibility and kill her myself. Akira replied casually, there was no trace of resolve or determination in his words. But that was the exact reason why Elena and Sarah knew that he was being serious. Akira was the type of person who could just casually kill others. He did not fear or hate or feel excited about that act, he did not need faith or determination or resolve to execute the act, he did not hesitate, he did not let himself get carried away by it, he did not let it affect him at all, he was simply absolutely impartial on the act of murder. In the eyes of people from the inner wall, his openness toward murder was extremely unethical and abnormal. Of course, Elena and Sarah would also kill people when needed. As a matter of fact, they did murder people a few times in the past. But in the end, it was because those people tried to attack them, it was for the sake of self-defense. Elena made a serious face as she said to Akira. Alright, but is it okay if we ask you for one thing? If she does put us in danger, can you just leave how to deal with it to us? If it's possible, I want to avoid any kind of infighting. We have a reputation to uphold too after all. I understand, please feel free to ask for me if I'm needed. Akira replied without showing any hesitation. Sarah was staring at Akira, she seemed a bit troubled as she thought. It's true that it's rather weird for Akira to bring with him someone that he just met yesterday, but more than that, I'm more interested about that reason. I don't want to believe it, but don't tell me he. Sarah then asked Akira a question to confirm her guess. So then, what exactly happened yesterday? Can you please tell us everything including when you met Carol? Okay. Akira then told Elena and Sarah all the information that he thought they would want to know. He told them that he went to Mihazono Ruin yesterday, he then entered the Saranthal building and met Carol inside that building. All of a sudden they were swarmed by monsters and somehow was able to escape the building. He then lost his relics for protecting Carol. But she compensated for his lost relics and treated him for lunch. Of course, Akira did not say anything about Carol's side job. The information that Carol had really helped us escape the Saranthal building. Moreover, with someone who knows well about this ruin, I thought that we would be able to safely complete today's request. That's why I hired Carol. That must have been hard. To be more precise, is it okay if I ask you how you escaped Saranthal building? When Sarah asked that question, Akira hesitated to answer back. Do I really need to answer that question no matter what? I won't force you. If you don't want to answer, you can just say it. That's not exactly the problem. Although I came to know about it because of an emergency, it's information that I paid money to get, so. Elena sounded convinced as she said. I see, so basically we just need to pay you money, right? Akira flusteredly shook his head and said. No, I don't really mind telling Elena-san and Sarah-san for free, but I was just thinking if it's okay for me as a hunter to give such information for free to another hunter. What should I do about such information normally? Since I already paid for it, I wonder if it's okay if I spread it around without permission. What do you think, Elena-san? Elena was taken aback when Akira asked her that question. It was because she did not expect him to be that careful about dealing with such information. After all, in the past, he did share information about an unexplored ruin to her and Sarah casually. Sarah was also surprised by that unexpected change. Elena thought that it was a good thing if Akira had changed because he had that talk with her. She then happily told him about her own opinion. It depends, if you agreed beforehand not to spread it when you bought it, then, you shouldn't spread it. But if you don't have such an agreement, I think it's okay for you to tell other people. With that being said, you still need to have some kind of implicit agreement with the person from whom you got that information. After all, there's a chance that person will sell the next piece of information at a higher price since the last one spread widely among the hunters. For that one, well, you can only learn that from experience, that this is really difficult. If you don't know what to decide, it's safer if you keep it a secret. There's no need to leak it out just because we asked you. Which in that case, is it okay if we ask you how much it cost and whether it was worth paying that money? It was 5 million orum and I think it was worth that money. Although, I can only say that since I was able to escape the building thanks to that information. Sarah pondered, 5 million orum, huh? If you say it is really worth that much, I have no plans to refute it but just because you were able to escape danger because of that, I don't think that's enough of a reason to blow it out of the proportion that much. Are you sure it was really worth it? Yes. Although, in the end, I didn't pay even a single orum for that information since I accepted her request to escort her back. Either way, I was in a situation where it was bad if Carol got killed, so the timing was good too. Elena smiled confidently. You're pretty good. Sarah also smiled, she seemed a bit surprised. Akira blushed as he got flustered. After Elena and Sarah asked a lot of questions about Carol to Akira, they decided that there should be no problem adding Carol to the team. Although she did ask Akira to escort her to escape the Saranthal building, it was not like she did not fight at all. Moreover, it seemed that she did change her equipment into something more suitable for fighting this time. And in the first place, if Shikarabi thought that she would only slow them down, he would have rejected that suggestion. It might be true that Carol knew a lot of things about Mihazono ruin, or at least, it was true that she had information that helped Akira to survive and return back alive from the ruin. Thus, Akira thought that it would be helpful to have her around if they wanted to explore Mihazono ruin. Sarah felt relieved that her fear was proven to be wrong. She then apologetically said to Akira, "Let me apologize to you first, I'm really sorry. To be honest, I thought that Carol seduced you and is tricking you right now. I just thought that. Well, I'm sorry to put it this way, I just thought that Carol is cajoling and manipulating you for her own benefit, you see." Elena also apologized to Akira. Sorry, I actually thought so too. You did tell us that you basically work alone, remember? That's why I was so surprised when you suddenly brought with you another hunter, it just somehow bothered me. At first, Akira did not understand what exactly Elena and Sarah were talking about. He just sat there with a confused face. But after a few seconds, he realized what it was all about. It was true that it would not be strange for Elena and Sarah to think like that after seeing Carol's attire. He then smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry to make you worry. But it's all right. I think I'm the type who doesn't get baited by something like that. Sarah smiled mischievously. Is that so? Then I might as well test you. Sarah stood up from her seat and moved next to Akira. She then leaned her face close to his while smiling and staring at him. Akira obviously started getting flustered. "W.O., Sarah-san." Sarah kept staring at Akira's face while moving her face closer and closer. The closer she got, the more flustered Akira became. Akira then turned to Elena, asking for help. But Elena just smiled bitterly at him and said, "Looking at you now, I don't think you're okay at all though. Maybe you want to get used to it while you still have the chance." Sarah then pulled back her face. Akira sighed, he was still blushing as he said, "Give me a break." Sarah smiled teasingly at Akira. "If you want to get used to it, I can help you, you know." "No, thanks." "Oh my, you don't like it? Please just stop." Akira replied back in a strong tone to hide his embarrassment. Looking at him, Elena and Sarah just smiled. Alpha was also smiling, although, deep inside, she was a little bit disappointed since it seemed that bringing Carol along did not disrupt Akira's relationship with Elena and Sarah. Akira, Elena, and Sarah went back to their meeting point. Not too long after that, Shikarabi's APC arrived right on time. Shikarabi and Carol then stepped out from the APC. Shikarabi seemed a little irritated while Carol looked somehow in a good mood. According to Elena's experience as a hunter, she thought that Shikarabi was the type of person who preferred to come early and wait for other people to arrive, but since this time he came just right on time, Elena found that weird and asked them a question. "You're cutting it pretty close this time, was there any problem?" Carol smiled and answered Elena's question. Nope, we did replenish the supply and had a good rest before coming here. Shikarabi did not say anything. The other hunters there directed their gazes on Shikarabi. He noticed that tried to calm himself down before opening his mouth, thought there's no problem with the resupply. If I have to say anything, well, the cost of the armor plating and the ammo was more expensive than I expected. If the negotiation took most of your time and you didn't get much rest, I don't mind waiting for some more time for you to get adequate rest. When Elena said that, Carol immediately replied in place of Shikarabi. It's fine, we did have a good rest after all, right? Or was that not enough? Carol glanced at Shikarabi. Shikarabi averted his gaze from her as he said, It's all right. So then, how about you guys? Did something happen? Nothing. By the way, I've picked our next request. In that case, let's get working. With the sun already up, it's much safer than during the night. With that being said, there should be more people competing for the rescue requests now though. You're right, everyone, let's go. They then returned back to their respective vehicles. Carol returned back to Akira's vehicle and sat on the driver assistant's seat. She then looked at Akira in a good mood. Since it was not like she was glaring at him, Akira just ignored her and started his vehicle. They were heading to the building in the Miyazono ruin where the hunters who sent the rescue request barricaded themselves inside. Elena and Sarah were in the front, Shikarabi's APC in the middle, and finally Akira and Carol in the rear. They intentionally took a wide road as they drove through the ruin. After all, there was a good chance that if they picked a narrow road, it might be blocked by the wreckages of the dead mechanical monsters. But even on that wide road, there were wreckages of huge mechanical monsters that almost blocked the whole road. There was a huge tank-like object with multiple legs lying on the side of the road with countless holes on its torsos. Around it, there were pieces of humanoid weapons that must have fought that huge tank assorted with huge empty ammo cartridges scattered around. Akira frowned when he saw that. Say, Alpha, correct me if I'm wrong, but these huge monsters don't really roam the city district of Miyazono ruin normally, right? Alpha, who was sitting on Akira's vehicle's door with her leg extended outside the vehicle, turned her face to Akira. Well, that's indeed the case, at least until yesterday. If this is a normal thing in Miyazono ruin, I wouldn't have suggested you to come here. Thought so. What exactly happened for it to change all of a sudden? I'm sure it's because the security drones increased their alert level for some reason. Judging by the fact that they're dispatching the A-24 type drones inside the city district, I'm sure it's not just for simply driving out common robbers. Common robbers? Ah, the hunters, huh? Well, if it's about them, there is always a lot of hunters coming to this ruin every day after all. It was as Akira said, a lot of hunters came to the Miyazono ruin every day, at least, enough for the hunter office to decide to build a branch in that ruin. Honestly speaking, he thought that must not be the reason, but Alpha suddenly said something that refuted his guess. There's a limit for everything. There might be a limit set on the drones, which proactively try to reduce the number of hunters inside the city ruin. That limit must have surpassed yesterday, so there are a ton more. I see. Moreover, leaving that aside, if that amount of money is enough to keep the ruin that's already under the control of the hunter office to the point that they built a branch office in that ruin, then I bet they would have no complaint paying that amount of money. Depending on the quality of the information and how the negotiation goes, it might even cost even more than that. Akira sounded amazed as he said. So there's something like that too, huh? I never thought that kind of work is also available for hunters. Wait, does that mean that you're actually that kind of hunter? After all, there were not many hunters who knew about the invisible transport drones in the landing pads of some buildings in the Miyazono ruin. So, if Carol was one of those hunters who worked as a map dealer, then it was not surprising for her to know about those transport drones. Carol then smiled smugly and answered Akira's question. My main hunter job is hunting relics and selling them, while I also work as an information dealer on the side. Akira looked at Carol with wide eyes. He seemed to be honestly amazed by her. A question suddenly popped up inside his brain. Wait for a sec, you did tell me that some hunters intentionally opened only a few doors in between floors in the Saranthal building so that the other hunters who explore that building would easily get lost inside that building. And it was done in order to increase the price of the map of the Saranthal building, right? Oh, yep, I did tell you that. But no, I don't do something like that. Really? Yep. Carol answered back with a bright smile. Akira could not read whether she was lying or not. Elena's voice suddenly came out from Akira's information terminal. Akira, we'll enter an area where a lot of monsters are roaming around. We'll basically try to pierce through the swarm, so make sure not to get left behind, okay? I'll leave the monsters on the flank to you. If it's too hard for you, we'll temporarily withdraw. So make sure to contact us beforehand, okay? Understood. Elena-san and Sarah-san too, if things get dicey, please immediately withdraw. Elena then replied as if she was provoking Akira. Oh my, if we immediately head back because of something like that, we won't be able to get money from the request that we could originally complete, you know? Are you okay with that? If they got too reckless, they would get killed and that would be the end of them. But if they were too careful, they would not be able to get money and would eventually die out of starvation. Being hunters meant that they should be able to decide whether they could get enough money to justify the danger that they would face. Elena thought that Akira's words just now sounded too pessimistic, that was why she tried to lightly poke at Akira. I don't mind. Elena-san and Sarah-san's safety is much more important than money. Akira answered back in a straightforward and casual manner. There were a few seconds of silence before Elena replied, Don't worry, I have no plans to die here. So I don't think I would make a blunder about that. Thank you for worrying about us, good luck, Akira. Right at the end of her sentence, Elena sounded like she was in a good mood. After that, she cut the call. Alpha, can I leave the driving to you again? Sure. There's no need to be in such a hurry, I'll tell you if I detect any monsters. There's nothing to lose for getting myself ready sooner. It seemed that Akira got a bit excited. Alpha thought that it might be because of that reply from Elena just now. She then suddenly pointed her finger. Akira, use the A4WM grenade launcher this time. I want to gather some data first while we still have the chance. Roger that. Akira returned to the back seat and grabbed his A4WM grenade launcher. It was a gun that he had not tried to shoot even once before. Although he was planning to get used to it by testing it in the wasteland, he did not expect that he would have to use it right on the next day after he bought it. At the moment, he was in a rather safe situation, so it was a good chance for him to get used to his new gun. Carol looked around and asked Akira a question. Akira, did you find a monster somewhere? Nope, my information gathering device didn't detect anything in particular. How about yours? There's nothing in mine too. Geez, stop scaring me like that. Carol thought that Akira somehow found monsters that she could not detect. Although with the sun up right now, it was far easier to check the surroundings compared to when it was during the night. There were a lot of rubbles and wreckage around where monsters could hide. Even if you tell me so. It's not like I'm trying to scare you or anything. You also heard that order from Elena-san just now, right? I'm just getting myself ready for the upcoming battle. Well, it's fine if that's the case. By the way, since I left it to you to take care of all of the monsters last time, can you leave the next ones to me? I'll show you that I'm different from yesterday. Carol was smiling smugly, filled with confidence when she said that. The frontmost vehicle in that group was Elena and Sarah's. Elena was driving the vehicle. She was also the one operating the vehicle's information-gathering device and its machine gun. As for Sarah, who was sitting next to Elena, her job was to take care of the monsters that the machine gun could not take out. There, Sarah was looking in Elena's direction while smiling teasingly at her. Elena's face turned stern for a bit as she said, What? Sarah then amusedly said. It's nothing. It's just that it seemed Akira is worried about us. Elena's stern face was basically her trying to hide her embarrassment. She fully understood that Sarah knew that too, but if she did not do that, she knew that Sarah would start teasing her. That was why she could not relax her expression. In their team, Elena was the one who was responsible for negotiation. Because of that, she learned a lot of skills used for negotiating, such as probing for ulterior motives, reading behind words, detecting lies, digging for real motives, or judging for cost and benefit of a deal. Elena had the experience of negotiating with problematic and dangerous people, like those who were so prideful that they had no ulterior motives at all, or those who would casually make a bad suggestion with a smile, or those people who tried to strike a deal while also planning to betray that deal right from the start. Thanks to that, Elena was able to more or less read the real intention behind people's words. And of course, Akira's words were not an exception. Elena unconsciously tried to probe what was behind those words, and she came up with the conclusion that Akira was not lying at all. He was not trying to act cool nor trying to woo her. He was only simply stating his real feelings. Elena knew that very well as she tried to look even deeper for the reason why he said that. If it was true that Akira felt Elena and Sarah's safety was more important than money, then he would not complain at all and just follow her if she told the team to withdraw right now, which at that point, Akira would not get even a single orum. Or more like, he would be already in red since he had to pay for Carol's reward. If he would really do that, it meant that Akira did not take Elena's invitation to work on this request for the sake of money. To top it off, Akira knew that Mihazono ruin was a dangerous ruin. As a matter of fact, he even went as far as hiring Carol as insurance, so there should be no mistaking it. Which then, the real question would be why Akira would accept Elena and Sarah's invitation. At least, it was not for money. Although he still needed money, it was not his first priority. In order for Elena to pull out the answer, she did not immediately reply to Akira back there. Akira was there to help out Elena and Sarah. He knew that Mihazono ruin, or at least the Saranthal building, was a very dangerous place. As such, he was there to make sure that Elena and Sarah would not need to go through what he had gotten through. He must have decided to accept their invitation, thinking that if he was around, he would be able to at least be of some help to Elena and Sarah. If Elena and Sarah were able to contact Akira, it might have been the end of it once she told him the details of their current situation. He might have decided to come exactly because he could not contact Elena and Sarah back then. Having a young hunter who just started working not too long ago worrying about her, it could even be said that she was having a hunter below her worrying about her. So there was no way Elena did not feel anything about it. Even she had her pride as a hunter. But even so, Elena was delighted that Akira came there to help her. She was so happy that it betrayed her pride as a hunter. As a matter of fact, Akira had been saving her life and Sarah's life ever since their first meeting. If Akira had not saved her back then, she would have been raped and then killed. So, it might be too late for her to be saying anything about her pride as a hunter. The feeling that Akira and Elena had for each other was basically a form of love for close friends, and as fellow hunters, they felt indebted to each other for saving each other's life. Or at least, for Elena, she did not look at Akira as a target for her romantic feeling. She thought that should also be the case for Akira too. After all, their age gap was simply too big. But even so, when someone whom she considered as a close friend came to help her disregarding profit and loss and even risked his life to help her, it was only natural for her to feel happy. There was nothing strange about it. Elena herself knew that she was in a very good mood, while on the other hand, she also understood very well that getting too happy would affect her ability to judge and make decisions. That was why she was making a stern face. Moreover, with the person who knew her inner feelings sitting next to her while smiling at her, Elena could not afford to relax her expression. She then warned Sarah with a serious face. "If you know that he's worried about us, you should be extra careful too. Don't forget that you got saved by him back then in Yonezuka Station ruin, okay? I'm sure you're not thinking of making him save you again, right?" Sarah replied in a serious voice. "I know. I've vowed that I won't ever make the same mistake again." "That's good then." Right at that moment, the sensor installed in their vehicle suddenly showed a reaction. It was showing that there were a lot of monsters ahead. Elena checked the display of the radar while saying to Sarah, "It would take forever to kill all of them. We'll try to force our way through." "Sarah, are you ready?" "Ready when you are." Elena accelerated her vehicle to open up a road for the other vehicles behind her. The machine gun on their vehicle and Sarah's gun started shooting almost at the same time as they were laying waste to the monsters ahead of them. Chapter 116, Rescue Operation. Akira's vehicle suddenly accelerated. Due to that sudden acceleration, the inertia hit Akira and Carol. Akira was able to keep his balance thanks to alpha support via his augmented suit, while Carol was also able to keep her balance thanks to her own skill and her augmented suit. Carol kept her eyes on Akira to watch his movements closely. Right at that time, Alpha explained the current situation to Akira. "Akira, there are multiple monsters ahead and Elena is planning to just focus their firepower on the front to create a way forward. Since it'll leave the other monsters on the left and right untouched, be extra careful. If those monsters decide to attack us, they would surround us from both sides, so let's take them out first before they can do that." "Roger that." Akira then said to Carol. "Carol, we have incoming monsters." "Got it, just leave it to me." Carol had already got some incoming enemy signals in her information-gathering device. She then smiled and readied her gun. Suddenly Akira said to her, "I'll be joining in too." Carol sounded a little bit offended as she replied, "You really don't trust me, do you?" "It'll be fine, just leave it to me." "That's not the problem. Or more like, I hired you as a guide in the first place. Of course, I'm thankful if you help me in fighting the monsters too, but there's no need for you to proactively fight them." Carol just giggled and said, "Oh my, I won't be able to ask for a reward from you if I don't contribute during the fight too. Now that I'm here, I don't plan to be just content with my reward as a guide alone, you know." Akira smiled back. "Got it. That also means if I can take out most of the monsters alone, then I only need to give you a small reward, right? No worry, I'll squeeze you dry." Akira and Carol smiled confidently at each other. At the moment, the road inside the Miyazono ruin was filled with mechanical monsters. Their sizes and strength greatly varied from one and another. Elena's team blazed through that ocean of monsters, focusing their firepower only on the monsters blocking their way forward, while some of the monsters were slammed by their vehicles before getting crushed under the wheels. If they slowed down even for a bit, there was a good chance that the monsters would immediately swarm them. Thus, they had no other choice but to keep pushing forward even if it meant that it would damage their vehicles. The destroyed mechanical monsters left piles of metallic wreckages on the road. It would be really hard to drive through that road if they were using a normal vehicle. But of course, it did not pose any problem at all against the powerful vehicles designed to be used in the wasteland. As long as the pile of wreckages did not fully block the road, their vehicles should be able to forcefully push the way forward. For those mechanical monsters, no matter how much the other monsters were destroyed, and no matter how damaged their bodies were, that would not stop them from fighting back. At most, it would only change their priority target. But if the hunters got away far enough from them, those mechanical monsters would stop attacking and instead search for other targets closer to them. And of course, for those mechanical monsters with high mobility, they might as well decide to keep pursuing the hunters in that case. Some of the monsters that they passed were monsters with a lot of legs equipped with wheels. Those wheels suddenly spun so fast that it raised a cloud of dust before it started accelerating to chase for Akira and the other hunters. Of course, compared to Elena and Sarah who were carving their way forward, those wheeled monsters were way faster since they were chasing Akira through an already cleared road. It would be incredibly difficult to lose them without shooting at them. Akira aimed his A4WM automatic grenade launcher at the enemies behind. He took an aim through the aiming device and was about to pull the trigger. But before he could completely pull the trigger, the monster that he was aiming at suddenly got blown away and rolled over the ground. The impact left a big dent on that monster's body as it then collided with another monster and exploded. Every time a gunshot echoed from beside Akira, one of those strong-looking monsters would get blown away and then destroyed. It was Carol's handiwork. She was carrying 2 pistols, one in each hand. The size of the pistol was huge compared to its grip. It seemed to be completely impossible to carry those pistols with one hand. But even so, Carol was carrying one in each of her hands as she kept shooting at 2 different targets. Amazingly enough, all of her shots hit their targets. Akira looked at Carol. He was obviously surprised. Carol turned to him and smiled confidently before returning back to shooting. Alpha seemed pretty amazed as she said, "I see, she's indeed as strong as she said she is." "You can say that again. I need to hurry up or all of my shares will be taken. Carol is taking out all the monsters starting from the ones in the front, so you should focus on the monsters on the behind." "Roger that." Akira's target priorities that were shown in his enhanced vision suddenly changed. He followed that indicator and took another aim before pulling the trigger. But the launched grenade did not hit his target. Instead, it landed just in front of his target, but even so, that was enough to blow away the monsters around the impact area. Akira frowned. "A miss, huh? I guess I need to aim a little bit higher. As long as I don't have enough data for shooting with that A4WM automatic grenade launcher, I can't give you my usual support. And since you're shooting out grenades, at least keep in mind not to damage your own vehicle, okay? Got it, just stop me if it gets dangerous." Akira took another aim and pulled the trigger. Some of the launched grenades landed just right next to his target, some of them landed on the wall of the buildings on the side of the road, some of them hit the other monsters that he was not targeting at. Although it was to be expected that it would be really difficult to aim accurately from a moving vehicle, Akira's accuracy there was even worse. "I just can't get any clean hit." "It's not surprising at all. It's your first time using that gun after all. But even if you miss, it at least slows down the monsters chasing us, so just keep on shooting. I guess that's just how important training is, huh?" Although Akira's accuracy was pretty bad, it at least would not cause any trouble thanks to Carol. His accuracy was completely different compared to when he was using CWH anti-material rifle. It was as if he was a completely different person, and he kept shooting with that accuracy until the situation calmed down. Inside a certain building among all the buildings in the Miyazono Ruin City District, a lot of hunters barricaded themselves. Those hunters gathered in a hall near the entrance and they barricaded the pathways leading to other rooms. As for the entrance to that building, they used their own vehicles to block the way in. Their vehicles were already destroyed by the monsters, so those vehicles were basically useless except as a barricade, preventing monsters from flooding in. The building itself was pretty strong. Thanks to that, as long as the entrance was properly barricaded, the building itself could handle the monsters' attacks. Though due to the exact same reason it was also difficult for those hunters to escape from that room. The hunters in that building were taking turns to rest, but even so, all of them looked exhausted. The monsters were roaming just outside of the buildings and some of them already filled the halls and the rooms inside that building. If they were unlucky, the barricade might get destroyed, which would result in those monsters immediately flooding into the room. They were not in a situation where they could relax at all. With no means to get extra ammo or medicines, their lifespan only extended as far as how long their current ammo reserve would hold. No one there tried to escape from that building. Some of them did try, but they were quickly killed by the monsters that were roaming just outside the building. Their only hope was for someone to come and rescue them, but of course, chances for that was really slim. One of the hunters who were on guard duty asked one of his friends who was operating his information terminal while taking a rest. "Is there any change?" The other guy did not say anything, he just shook his head. "I see." The hunter who asked that question actually knew well enough that there was no need to ask that question. After all, if there was a change in their situation, the other guy would definitely show some reaction. The only reason why he ended up asking that question even though he understood that very well was simply because he was still clinging to that slim hope. The hunters had been barricading themselves inside that building for half a day. They went inside right before the sunset. At that time, they already lost half of their team members. They were attacked when they were running into that building, they were attacked when they were putting up barricades, some of them got fatally wounded during those fights, and some of them tried to get out from that building only to get killed. Some of them died during the battle, some of them died while screaming in pain and agony, some of them went on a suicidal rampage before getting killed. The leftover survivors were already in extreme stress. Even if one of them decided to try to get out of that building, they already had no strength nor spirit to stop that person. But even so, they still had some hopes to return back alive from there. After all, after they completely exhausted their options, they decided to send an emergency SOS request. So someone might come to rescue them. If they kept buying more time, someone might eventually come to rescue them. All the surviving hunters did not have the courage nor spirit to try challenging the monsters outside. As their ammo reserve got shaved bit by bit, their already exhausted morale clinging to that slim hope of returning back alive also got shaved bit by bit. They could only cling on that slim hope while waiting. Every single second felt so long to the point that it could drive them mad. That guy kept his eyes on the information terminal in front of him. Suddenly a call came into his information terminal. He immediately pulled himself together and checked his information terminal to reconfirm if it was only an illusion, since something like that had happened multiple times before. There was a sudden call through a local connection. That man then checked the location of where that call came from and started laughing. He had no idea whether it was a dream or an illusion or reality. But, whichever the case, his next action was the same. He operated his information terminal to accept that call, and when he did that, a girl's voice could be heard from his information terminal. "We're hunters that accepted the SOS request from Al-Hain Insurance Company. Are you Coquelin-san?" That guy was flabbergasted. Although he heard everything that girl said very well, he was in no position to process that information. "Can you hear me? This call should be connected to Coquelin-san, who is in contract with Al-Hain Insurance Company, though? Or am I mistaken?" That guy started panicking. He was still so confused if this was only a dream or an illusion. "Are you wounded to the point that you can't talk? In that case, can you give the information terminal to someone that we can talk with? I want to confirm the situation over there." That guy could not say anything back. The girl then continued. "Can you hear me? If you can't talk and there's no one around, can you at least send me a text message? Or is it that this information terminal is set so that it automatically accepts local calls even if the owner is already dead? Hello? Anyone there?" That guy finally snapped back to reality. He realized that the girl's voice was real. Right in the next moment, that guy used all his leftover voice to scream at his information terminal. "Save us." That guy's voice echoed through the hall. All the hunters in that hall turned to that guy. The girl's voice from that guy's information terminal was Elena's voice. She was heading to where that guy was. Elena and her team kept pushing their way forward inside the Mihazono ruin. The road was wide, but it was filled with monsters. If they stopped even for a few seconds to fight those monsters, they would be surrounded by so many wreckages from the monsters that they would kill to the point that they would not be able to drive their vehicles through those wreckages. Akira and Carol were shooting at the small tank monsters, chasing them from behind as if they were competing against each other. Number-wise, Carol was leading Akira. But even so, there were still enough monsters for Akira to be able to shoot enough grenades to get a good feel of his A4WM automatic grenade launcher, so Alpha should have gotten enough data during that battle. Akira suddenly complained. "Aren't there too many of them? There's just no end to these monsters." Carol answered Akira's question. "It seems that the Hunter office is building up a defense line around its branch using their influence. So that might be the reason why the monster density outside the defense line is so high." "So, the Hunter office is doing something like that, huh? How did you get a hold of such information?" "I heard from Shikarabi when we were taking a break." It seems that during the night, they dispatched humanoid weapons inside the predetermined line of defense to clean up all of those powerful autonomous weapons behind the line of defense. It seems that they're focusing on barricading the main road and securing the safety around the area at the moment. I also heard that the squads dispatched by Drankum are participating in that operation. Akira remembered the wreckage of a huge monster surrounded by humanoid soldiers that he saw not too long ago. That might be the leftover from the battle last night. But at the moment, they were outside the defense line, thus they might encounter that huge monster somewhere. Akira looked a bit annoyed. Is the situation outside the defense line like this no matter where we go? If that's the case, I can see why no one would accept that SOS request without taking any insurance. I really get it now why people are taking insurance. I'm sure those insurance companies did not expect something like this to happen either, so I bet they're losing a lot of money at the moment. Akira was having a conversation with Carol while fighting the monsters. Compared to yesterday when they had to fight a swarm of monsters inside the Saranthal building, their current situation was way better. Normal hunters would be desperately fighting the monsters in that situation. It really showed just how strong Carol and Akira were compared to those common hunters. Elena then gave orders to everyone in the team through the information terminal. Our rescue target this time has barricaded himself inside a building 200 meters ahead. Shikarabi, stop your APC in front of the entrance to that building and carry everyone into your APC regardless if they are still alive or not. The rest of the team will hold the entrance and keep the monsters away from the entrance. Since the rescue target is staying in a room close to the entrance, there's no need to go too deep into the building or securing the escape route leading to the entrance of the building. Shikarabi then asked a question to Elena. How much time do I have for getting them into my APC? 10 minutes. If some of them are taking too long, just leave them behind. Is there any priority target? That would be a hunter by the name of Coco Lens. He's contracted with the insurance company that issued this request. In case if he's already dead, bring his body into the APC, or at least, bring back his information terminal. And in case we can't find his information terminal, you have 5 minutes to look for it. Just give it up if you can't find it in 5 minutes. Can't you get in contact with him? Well, at least I was able to get in contact with someone who claimed to be that person just now. Shikarabi sounded obviously annoyed. Got it. Roger that. Shikarabi had been working as a hunter for a long time, thus he knew what Elena was talking about. That was also the case for Carol and Sarah too. The only person who did not understand what was going on there was Akira. Elena then asked Akira. Akira, are you okay over there? It seems that there are more monsters than I predicted. There's no need to be reckless, okay? Taking that question from the positive point of view, it sounded as if Elena was worried about Akira out of care. But taking that from the opposite point of view, it sounded as if she was worried about Akira who was the weakest in the group, and Carol, who Elena did not know well. If Akira gave a worrying answer, in the worst-case scenario, Elena might stop their rescue operation there. Akira then firmly replied back. I'm good, no problem at all over here. Elena then excitedly said from the other side of the information terminal. I see, in that case, let's go. They headed straight to the building where the hunters were barricading themselves with Elena leading in the front. All the monsters surrounding the building where the hunters were, suddenly shifted their attention to Elena and her team. The monsters with guns and cannons aimed their long-range weapons at Elena and the other hunters, while the monsters only equipped with close-range weapons started running towards them. Then, right as they fixed their aim on Elena and her team and was about to shoot, they were suddenly blown away and turned into a pile of wreckage due to the barrage from Elena and her team. The machine gun fixed on Shikarabi's APC spewed out countless bullets. That machine gun was strong enough to injure even a bounty monster when used from up close. Thus, those bullets could easily pierce through the monster's armored body and blow its innards to pieces. Elena and her team released a barrage of bullets to all the monsters surrounding that building. Sarah readied her automatic grenade launcher and started shooting too. As countless grenades rained down from the sky, they exploded and blew the monsters to smithereens. Akira and Carol shifted their aims to the entrance of the building and started shooting at the monsters who were trying to crawl their way into the building. The monsters tried to force their bodies through the big entrance into the building. There were so many of them that they almost completely blocked the big entrance that was wide enough for few vehicles to pass through at the same time. But Carol's barrage and Akira's grenades made short work of them and blew them to pieces, thus turning them to just metal wreckage. As the other monsters tried to push their way forward while trampling the wreckages leftover of their dead comrades under their feet, Akira used the other rifles fixed in the backside of his vehicle to push those monsters back, leaving them either completely destroyed or half destroyed, thus turning them one by one to just another metal wreckage. The area around that building immediately turned into a battlefield riddled with explosions and gunshots. The hunters inside that building saw the battle happening outside through the small openings of the barricaded entrance. "They're here. Someone actually came to save us. Quickly, open the entrance door. We won't be able to go outside with the barricade there. For those hunters with an augmented suit, help me move away the vehicles blocking the entrance. Leave the wounded near the entrance." The hunters there immediately sprung to action. If they let go of this chance, they would have no other chance to survive. Everyone in that building understood that very well. They squeezed all of their leftover physical power and spirit to start working again. After they cleared the monsters around that building, Shikarabe stopped his APC just right in front of the entrance. The back door of the APC opened and he stepped out from the APC. The entrance was still blocked by the vehicles that the hunters left there. One of the hunters from inside the building was trying to desperately squeeze his way out through a small opening in that entrance. Shikarabe then just stood there and released a powerful kick at those vehicles, blowing them a few meters aside. Shikarabe then shouted, "We'll leave in 10 minutes. Get everyone inside the APC, it doesn't matter if they're alive or not. And also, which one of you is Cocolens?" When one of those hunters passed aside Shikarabe and was about to enter the APC, Shikarabe suddenly grabbed that guy and stopped him. That guy immediately shouted, "WH what? Just let me in already. You guys that can still move are for later. Get those who can't move on their own first." That guy then shook off Shikarabe's grab and went to the APC. "Shut up. I'll definitely return back from here." Shikarabe immediately grabbed that guy and threw him back into the building. That guy landed hard on the floor and lost consciousness as he rolled over on the ground. Shikarabe glared at the other hunters. Few hunters who were about to do the same thing immediately stopped. "I'll say it one more time. Get everyone inside the APC regardless if they're alive or not. Either it's only a corpse, or it has lost its head, or it's nothing but a head, it doesn't matter, just get everyone inside the APC. And also, which one of you is Cocolens? Or at least, which one of you was on a call with us not too long ago?" One of the hunters who was helping a wounded hunter to stand up pointed his finger, "It's that guy over there." Shikarabe then signaled that hunter who just answered his question to get inside the APC. That hunter sighed in relief and boarded the APC. The other hunters started helping the hunters who could not move on their own regardless if they were already dead or not. Shikarabe looked at the hunter who spoke to Elena not too long ago. That hunter looked completely terrified. As Shikarabe was getting their rescue target and the other hunters into the APC, Akira, Carol, Elena, and Sarah were still fighting the monsters outside. The number of monsters just outside the entrance to the building site and around that building already decreased significantly. Akira lightly sighed. "Well, after killing this many monsters, it's not like we'll get another wave of monsters, right?" Carol smiled and said, "Akira, do you think I can get a lot of rewards this time?" Akira just smiled bitterly at Carol, but he sounded a little bit amused as he said, "At this rate, I'll have to pay you a huge amount of money." Carol smiled satisfied. "It seems that I was able to show you that I'm not the same as yesterday. So, it means that I can look forward to my reward, right?" "I can't say anything for now. And also, It's too soon for you to relax, don't drop your guard just yet, okay? Akira and Carol smiled confidently at each other. Alpha then gave Akira an order. So then, to make sure that you won't lose your share of reward, let's go kill some monsters. Akira, change back to CWH anti-material rifle. Roger that. Geez, even after we killed that many, there are still some extra reinforcements, huh? Akira then changed back to his CWH anti-material rifle as ordered. He obviously looked annoyed. Well, to be more precise, it's not like they're new monsters. They're already here right from the start. Alpha then pointed her finger toward the building. When Akira also looked at the building, his vision immediately enhanced. Thanks to that, he was able to see the monsters that were hiding behind the walls of that building. He immediately aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at that building. Carol noticed that and aimed her guns toward the building too, but she did not see anything that resembled a monster. She could only see a strong-looking wall, a pile of dead monsters scattered around it, and Shikarabi and the other hunters carrying wounded hunters into the APC, as well as Sarah and Elena who were standing guard near them. There was nothing suspicious at all. Carol then looked at Akira. He was aiming at the building with a serious look. When she looked back at the building, a monster suddenly jumped out from one of the windows on the 3rd floor. She was a bit surprised by that, but she was surprised even more when Akira immediately sniped that monster. It then just crashed into the ground and stopped moving. The other monsters immediately started jumping out from the other windows too. Akira was able to snipe them down one by one accurately. The sniped monsters then fell off regardless of the damage from the impact of the sniping and crashed into the ground. Some of them crashed into the APC and made a loud banging sound which caused the hunters inside the APC to start screaming. Akira was able to firmly grasp the location of the monsters thanks to Alpha's support, and with her aiming support, he was able to snipe the monsters' weak points only with one shot. He kept shooting down the monsters that jumped out from the building one by one. Elena and Sarah immediately noticed that and started helping out. Carol also did the same. The pieces of the destroyed mechanical monsters rained down from above. Carol then thought as she kept shooting at those monsters. Again, Akira was able to detect enemies faster than anyone else. How exactly did he do that? We didn't notice them at all until those monsters started jumping out from the building. But it doesn't seem like he's carrying a powerful information-gathering device either. I wonder if it's that intuition that those top-ranking hunters have. Although Carol only checked Akira's equipment based on its outlooks, from what she could gather, she did not think he was carrying a powerful information-gathering device, and it did not seem like he was faking the appearance of his equipment either. There were many hunters among the top-ranking hunters who could accurately detect enemies' locations which were not supposed to be detected unless with a powerful information-gathering device. They themselves could not exactly explain why they could do that. Since they could not exactly explain it to the other hunters, people just called it as intuition. There's also that too. During the fight, he fully left the driving to auto drive. Although there were that many monsters and we were in such a situation, did he really trust the auto drive function that much? Or is it that he was driving the car through remote driving? Is that even possible in the first place? There was a limit on how good an auto drive function could be. Unless it was supported by a specially designed control device, it would be almost impossible to traverse the old world ruin fully relying on the auto drive function. Even more so when they were in the middle of a fight. In the worst-case scenario, relying on the auto drive function could throw Akira and Carol off the vehicle. It was not impossible to remotely drive the car with the help of a camera or something else to see what was in front of the vehicle and displaying that video in the goggles. But the real problem was whether Akira was able to do that or not. Watching both in front and behind him, driving the vehicle, and fighting the monsters chasing the vehicle from behind, most hunters would not be able to do all of those things at the same time. Or at least, Carol could not do such a feat. If I trust my intuition, I don't think that's the case though. But I feel like it's a bad idea to poke Akira about that. Seriously, this boy is a real enigma. Carol was smiling confidently while thinking about all of those things in the back of her mind. She had gathered some information about Akira from Shikarabe. She knew that Akira was a hunter who was worth more than 100 million orum. She also knew that he participated during the bounty monster hunt at Shikarabe's invitation, and he did very well during that hunt. She also knew that that information must be true, and she knew well just how strong Akira was, judging from what happened yesterday inside the Saranthal building. That information really pulled up her evaluation of Akira to the point that she was sure he was one of those top-ranking hunters. Hunters risked their lives in order to obtain money. Some of them went to dangerous old world ruins to bring back relics and sell them for money. Some of them obtained money from accomplishing difficult requests. Carol felt pleasure making those hunters spend their hard-earned money just to be able to sleep with her. Carol thought that she gave a pleasure worthy of that money. Even if those hunters, who once slept with her, would try to go to a more dangerous ruin or challenge a more difficult request to be able to sleep with her again just to meet a foul end, she would just laugh it off. Or more like, she might as well feel happy knowing that some hunters would even try to go over their limit and do something reckless just to be able to sleep with her again. As Carol thought how much money Akira would be willing to spend on her if she seduced him, she could not help but smile, but her face suddenly twitched with unpleasantness for a split second. But until now, Akira didn't show any interest in me though. Shikarabe also has no idea about the type of girl that Akira might like. Moreover, it seems that when Shikarabe invited Akira to a pub that was in the same building as a brothel, Akira did not seem to mind at all. Those Elena and Sarah, if Akira is going along with both of them, that means that it's not like he has no interest in girls at all. I don't understand, what about me that he doesn't like? Figure-wise, I think I'm more or less as beautiful as those two though. Is it because he has some kind of particular fetish or something? Carol decided to stop thinking about that and focus on the current battle. The situation that they were in did not allow her to divide her attention any longer. Akira and the other hunters were able to deal with the incoming monsters for a while, but as more and more monsters started to jump out of the building from the higher windows, the wall of that building started to get covered with monsters. Some of them even started to latch their bodies on the wall of that building and shoot at Akira and the other hunters. Although they prioritized the monsters with long-range weapons, the number of bullets raining down from above their heads just kept increasing. Judging from this situation, I'm sure that building is filled with monsters up to the brim. I'm glad we only need to fight the monsters from the outside. Carol focused on the monsters in front of her while smiling and shooting at them. Although she did not have enough leeway to think about something else in that situation, she was not hard-pressed either since she came there with her expensive powerful equipment. Chapter 117, After the Rescue Operation. After the situation suddenly worsened, Elena finally decided to pull out sooner than she planned. She had a grim face as she said to Shikarabe. Shikarabe. We need to withdraw now. Roger that. Shikarabe immediately replied with a firm answer without asking any question to Elena. It was because he understood they were not in a situation where she could leisurely answer his question. Shikarabe then shouted to the other hunters inside the building. We're leaving soon. If you don't get into the APC now, we'll leave you behind. So hurry up. Shikarabe picked up a guy who was lying on the ground. He was the guy that Shikarabe threw not too long ago. Since no one carried him, he was left there lying on the ground until now. Shikarabe just thought that it would leave a bad aftertaste if he just left that guy there since he was the one who knocked that guy unconscious. After Shikarabe gave off that sudden announcement, a hunter said in a panic. Wait for a second. We still have some relics inside. Shikarabe just ignored that hunter and went back to the APC. He then threw the guy that he was carrying inside and quickly got on the driver's seat. The hunters who stood there carrying relics looked sadly at their relics before leaving it behind and running into the APC. It was because they understood well that Shikarabe was serious when he said he would leave them behind. The back door of the APC started closing even before all the hunters in that place were able to get inside, and when Shikarabe immediately started the engine, the remaining hunters started running toward the APC in a frenzy. Shikarabi suddenly accelerated the APC. It blazed as fast as it could out of the building site under the barrage of bullets coming from above. The entrance to the building site was half filled with wreckages of dead monsters. But he just smashed his way through using the momentum of his APC. Elena, Sarah, Akira, and Carol followed behind Shikarabi. Numerous monsters flooded out from the building such that the surrounding area was filled with them, some of them even started chasing Akira. But Akira was way faster than them, and by shooting down the monsters that were leading the pack chasing for Akira, they were turned into obstacles that slowed the monsters behind them even more. Thus it was an easy thing for Akira to get away from those monsters. After they opened up some distance from that building site, Alpha smiled at Akira and said, "It should be fine now, you did well back there." Akira sighed in relief. It seemed that he was able to escape from the dangerous situation for now as he went back to the driver's seat and relaxed for a bit. "Say, Alpha. Is that building also filled with monsters just like the Saranthal building from yesterday? I can't exactly grasp the situation inside that building. But looking at what happened just now, I think that's highly possible. I wonder where all of those monsters came from. I can come up with a lot of theories, but well, I think there's a warehouse somewhere nearby filled with those monsters and they were suddenly dispatched at the same time, and also factories nearby also suddenly started producing those monsters at a high rate. After all, most of those mechanical monsters were all the same type. Then why did something like that suddenly happen? No idea. As a matter of fact, if you know the reason why, you can sell that information for 10 billion aurum. If you're interested, we can try to investigate later, you know? Alpha was smiling confidently at Akira when she made that suggestion. But he instead made a displeased face and replied, "No thanks. That's a wise decision." Carol, who saw Akira relaxed back, also lowered her guard. She then returned to the driver's assistant seat and said to Akira while smiling at him, "That was pretty dangerous. There are just simply too many of them. It's still better than yesterday. This time we could run away using a vehicle after all." "Well, you're right about that. As expected, even I too don't want to get through the same thing as yesterday again." Akira and the rest of the team were driving through the Miyazono ruin. They were in a situation where they had enough leeway to chit-chat. None of them were injured during the rescue and they were able to rescue the hunters inside that building. They just needed to return back to the hunter office now. It seemed that they did well in that rescue operation. They just blazed through the road while crushing the leftover wreckages of dead monsters scattered around under their wheels. In the middle of their way back to the hunter office, Akira checked his information terminal that he put in his vehicle. It was showing that he received an emergency SOS request sent through a local connection. Elena had told him beforehand to just ignore those emergency requests. After all, they had to prioritize finishing the contract that they had taken first and make sure that they would get the reward before thinking about the other requests. That was all there was to it. Even if those hunters who sent the emergency SOS request were barricading themselves somewhere near, Akira could not afford to stop every single time to save them. He had no responsibility to do something like that, nor he had the leeway to do so. But it was not like they completely ignored those requests. Elena at least forwarded that SOS emergency request to the hunter office. If those hunters were lucky, someone would accept that request. Although it was a completely different problem whether anyone would take that request, which had no guarantee of getting paid with the promised reward. Even the person who sent that request might as well already be dead by now. That was why Akira did not even think of checking the details of those emergency SOS requests. It just aroused his interest for a bit, that was all there was to it. Alpha noticed that. She then said to Akira, "If it bothers you, I can just erase those notices." "You're right, please erase them." After he said that, the notices on his information terminal immediately vanished. Alpha erased them. Akira then tried to come up with another subject as if he was trying to forget something that was bothering him. "But well, there are still so many of those requests left, huh? I'm sure it's because most of the hunters thought that it would be safer if they barricaded themselves inside a building. I bet that's why a lot of them decided to do that. I think that's indeed a good option in case they can't return back on their own. I bet some of the hunters who decided to barricade themselves inside the Saranthal building from yesterday are still alive even right now. Well, even if that's true, it's impossible to get out from there in that situation, you know. As I said, it's indeed a good choice only if they have given up returning back on their own. If the situation inside the building gets better later, I guess they still have some hope, huh? Akira had no idea in what situation those monsters would leave the Saranthal building. They might have already left the building since Akira left yesterday, but they might be still there even now. Since Akira had no plans to go there and check it himself, he just decided to forget about it. Elena and her team were able to return back to the hunter office without encountering any trouble. Although they encountered some monsters on their way back, they were only in small packs, so they could handle those monsters just fine. It was either because they killed most of the monsters in that route when they were heading out to save the hunters, or it was simply because those monsters were in the middle of fighting another group of hunters. That was why there were only small packs of monsters. Elena and her team parked their vehicles in front of the hunter office's parking lot. Akira, Carol, Elena, and Sarah stood in front of the back door of Shikarabe's APC. The door itself was still closed. Akira thought that the door would immediately open, but it did not seem that it would open anytime soon. Right when he thought that it was rather strange, an armed group approached them. The guy who was taking command of that squad compared the data in his information terminal with the data in Elena's information terminal. After that, he asked Elena. You guys are the hunters who took the C-32 area rescue request, right? Are the rescued hunters inside that vehicle? Yep, can I just leave the rest to you then? Of course, just leave the rest to us. Shikarabe, open the door. After she said that, the back door of the APC slowly opened up. As the rescued hunters looked around, they realized that they were back in the hunter office. All of them looked really relieved. But in contrast to that, some of those hunters were making a grim face while hanging their heads low. They looked really desperate, as if they were driven to the corner. The squad commander then stood in front of the open door and said to the hunters inside the APC. We're from Alhain Insurance Company. We'll escort you to an emergency clinic to check if any of you need any treatment. I hope that all of you will cooperate and follow our orders. If any of you having trouble moving on your own, please let us know. Those hunters then slowly boarded off the APC one by one, following the instruction from the people from Alhain Insurance Company. Some of them could walk on their own, some of them could only walk with the help of others, some of them could not walk and had to be carried with a stretcher. Among all of those walking hunters, one of them looked extremely pale and worried. He was breathing roughly and his hand that was holding his gun was slightly shaking. He was keeping his distance from the other people around him, especially from the people from Alhain Insurance Company. Another hunter in front of him asked a staff nearby. Excuse me, I want to contact my friend but I can't seem to get any connection from here, can you help me? It depends on the situation of your friend. If it's only a problem caused by the connection line, you might be able to call your friend inside the temporary clinic. You can use Alhain Insurance Company's communication line there after all. That staff shifted his focus from that nervous hunter to another hunter who asked him that question. When that nervous hunter noticed it, he made his resolve and suddenly started running. But when he started running, another Alhain soldier who was standing guard in his blind side immediately held him down. That soldier locked his movements by pushing him down on the ground. He looked like he was in pain on the ground as his weapons were taken away from him. The other guards came and cuffed both of his hands and legs, thus rendering him harmless. The other hunters in that area looked at that guy being secured by Alhain soldiers. One of the Alhain soldiers then turned to the other hunters, smiled, and said, "Please stop trying anything that might cause misunderstanding. Don't try to leave without our permission until you finish all the administration work with us. I hope all of you will cooperate." Akira was watching when that incident happened. He looked pretty surprised by it. But the other hunters looked completely normal, as if they expected something like that to happen. It clearly showed the difference in their experiences as hunters. It did not take long for Shikarabi and Elena to hand over all the hunters that they rescued to Al-Hain Insurance Company. Elena was negotiating with someone from Al-Hain Insurance Company when Shikarabi called Akira to come in from inside the APC. "Akira, come and help me check if any of them left anything behind." "Sure, what should I do if I find something?" "If it's a relic or a piece of equipment, just leave it outside the APC. If it's a body or limbs, gather them all inside a corpse bag and put them outside. You can find the empty corpse bag under the seat." Akira frowned. He did not expect that limbs or torso would be included in the list of things that he might find. Okay. "Thanks, I'm counting on you." Akira used his information-gathering device to help him scan the inside of the APC. He found 2 rifles left under the seat. Fortunately enough, no one forgot to bring their limbs or torsos out with them. It only took a while for them to finish searching the inside of the APC. That was when the commander of the squad from Al-Hain Insurance Company said to Elena, "Thanks for the hard work. If it's okay with you, would you take another request from us? Actually, we lost contact with the hunters who took the rescue request to Area C-47. Since you finished the rescue request to Area C-32 from us, we're willing to give you an extra bonus for the reward if you're willing to take this request. Just leave it in the request list for me, I'll think about it." "I see. Well, if you end up taking it, we'll be counting on you." After that, the squad commander left with the rest of his squad. Elena and his team moved their vehicles to another place first as not to block the way to the hunter office before they grouped up again to discuss what to do next. "First thing first, let's take a 1-hour break to replenish our supplies. So make sure to use this time to properly replenish your ammo and other expendables. And also, can you guys tell me your impression about the last request that we just took?" Although it's kind of weird for me to say it myself since I'm the one who decided to pick that request, that last one was harder than I thought it would be. That's why I'm thinking of picking an easier one for the next request. Akira agreed with Elena's opinion as he said, "It's true that the last request was pretty dangerous, so I think that is a good idea." Shikarabi made a stern face and said, "We did decide to withdraw sooner than we planned. I believe that, including me, we underestimated the difficulty of that request. So I think it's a good idea to take an easier request. It doesn't matter even though it means that we would get less reward out of it." Sarah frowned and seemed slightly worried as she said, "Judging from the number of mechanical monsters that were flooding out from the inside of that building, it means that we really need to think about the escape route in case if our rescue targets barricaded themselves deep inside a building. Honestly speaking, I don't want to fight that many monsters in a closed space." Carol smiled bitterly. "And in case if it's a bigger building, it might be better to just forget the idea of going inside that building right from the start. I don't want those monsters chasing me inside such a building after all." Elena believed that all of the hunters gathered here were relatively successful hunters, and some of them hated the idea of taking a request with low reward. But looking at how they reacted to her idea, it seemed there should be no problem prioritizing safety for now. "Got it then, so for the next request, I'll decide on an easier one." Akira glanced at Carol. She was using a rather expensive augmented suit that regularly used a lot of power. If they kept taking cheap requests, she might end up facing a deficit. So he thought that Carol might not like that idea. But that did not seem to be the case at all, thus he decided to stop worrying about it. Carol noticed that Akira was checking on her. It was true that she had no complaint taking easier requests with relatively small rewards, and she had no reason to fake that. Carol's attention was all focused on Akira, so she had no interest at all about the small reward. Akira was putting the armor plating in one of the supply depots. It was a manual job, a pretty boring and bothersome work. But if he was careless, he would have to pay for it with his life. He knew that very well, thus he spent extra effort focusing on putting on those armor tiles. Akira lost more armor plating than he expected. When he found a part of his vehicle clearly exposed, his expression turned grim. I lost quite a lot of armor plating this time. Alpha casually replied. It's no surprise after taking on those attacks. If you don't want to take them bare, head on, make sure to properly install all the armor plating. You're right. I did buy a pretty expensive type of plating this time, so it should at least be pretty durable. I don't regret it, it's an important expense. Dealing with armor plating was a tricky business. Of course, the more expensive it was, the more durable the plating would be. But if Akira wanted to get even better plating, the cost-value ratio would drop fast. This time, he bought expensive armor plating that Alpha recommended. It was the second most expensive armor plating in that supply depot. The price gap between that armor plating and the most expensive armor plating in that supply depot was huge. Carol was also there helping Akira putting on the armor plating. She then asked Akira a question. Akira, what's your plan after this? I still haven't thought about it at the moment. But I'm planning to just take it easy until the break time is over. Is that so? In that case. Now that I think about it, I guess I'll do some workout. Carol actually was about to invite Akira to a meal or something, but she was cut off midway with that sudden statement from him. She could not help but express her surprise. I'll be done with the armor plating soon, so how about you, Carol, that I'll be done soon too. Carol still had her surprised face when she said that. After they finished putting on all the armor plating, Akira really started working out. Carol just stood there watching him with a flabbergasted face. He seemed a little bit in pain as he slowly stretched his body. Carol then asked Akira a question. Is it okay if I ask you why would you be working out right now? I heard that increasing the flexibility of my joints and my muscles is good for my health and it can help strengthen my body. Actually, I have a pretty stiff body, you see. And also, this works as my augmented suit training too, I see. Carol actually was not asking about the benefit of working out, she was asking why Akira started working out right now. Or at least, according to her experience, there was no guy that would actually start working out during a break time together with her. She then thought that it might be just out of whim and decided not to ask any further. Moreover, it did seem that Akira decided to do that really out of whim. Not to mention, talented individuals usually had a different way of thinking compared to common people, and Akira might be one of those. Well, it was not like it caused her any trouble, and she felt that she would not be able to get along with Akira if she let things like that bother her. Thus, Carol decided to just ignore it. There were a lot of occasions where Akira had to shoot his rifle from a weird position in order to be able to get out of dangerous situations. He often had to injure his own body to continue fighting, sometimes he had to twist his body past the rotation limit of his joints, sometimes he had to keep on shooting while tearing his own muscle with each shot, sometimes he had to hold back the strong kickback that caused microcracks in his bones. He would use medicines to keep his body functioning in those situations while he kept on fighting. In order to minimize those types of injuries, Akira had to increase his body's strength and flexibility. Although he did that out of whim, it was indeed something that would be useful for him in the future. If Carol asked more detail about that, she might be able to understand why Akira did that. But since she started to identify him as a boy with a weird personality, she lost her chance to know more about him. If that quirkiness was able to hide Alpha's existence, if that would cause people to ignore his weird actions, then it might be a good thing both for Akira and Alpha. Carol decided to just forget about it as she said to Akira, who was stretching his body. My body is actually pretty flexible, you know. Want to see? Akira stopped stretching and turned to her. After Carol confirmed that Akira was looking at her, she smiled confidently as she raised her right leg while still standing. She kept raising her right leg until both of her legs almost formed a straight line while keeping her balance standing on one leg. Carol knew very well how to show off her beautiful body to seduce someone. And the augmented suit that she was using had a design that invited gazes from the member of the opposite sex. Carol, who was standing on one leg with her right arm intertwined with her right leg, looked so beautiful and bewitching. Akira, who was watching Carol, looked a bit surprised and praised. "Oh, that's amazing." Akira was simply amazed by Carol's ability to stay in that position. He knew that he could not do something like that. Unfortunately enough, unlike what Carol wanted, he was not getting amazed by the beauty of her body. But even so, Akira was still amazed by her body, so she decided to just accept that compliment. Carol returned back on her right leg and said, "Thank you, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? How exactly did you get your body that flexible?" "Well, I think you have no other choice but to regularly stretch your body every day. Although, in my case, it might be also because of my nanomachine-enhanced body." "Is that so? But now that I think about it, if someone else tries to put on your augmented suit with your data still left in it, I'm sure it would cause a big disaster." Akira remembered about his conversation with Shikarabe the other day and frowned. Carol was interested in that remark, so she inquired about that subject further. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "Well, Shikarabe told me once that if I put on an augmented suit that still contains another person's data, it might cause my body to twist in a strange way that it would tear my muscle." Akira then told Carol what Shikarabe told him in the past. Carol seemed to be listening closely to his story and agreed with what Shikarabe had told him. She then added to that information. "That's not the worst-case scenario yet. There are a lot of cyborgs who also use augmented suits, right? Those cyborgs have joints that are way more flexible than normal humans. So if the past user of a certain augmented suit is one of those cyborgs and a normal person uses that augmented suit and tries to move, his limbs might make 180 degrees turn and it would break his body. In the worst-case scenario, it might completely tear his body to pieces." Akira imagined something like that happening to him. The image of his body turned 180 degrees and just laid there in the middle of the old world ruin unable to move was pretty scary. That would be horrible. Akira could not help but voice out his impression. Carol smiled lightly at him and said, "Well, basically, if you don't want something like that to happen, you better only get all of your equipment, not only your augmented suit, from shops that you really trust. And be extra careful so you don't get any weird equipment from the black market." Akira then thought, "I buy my equipment from Shizuka-san's shop, so it should be alright. Although I buy my medicines from Katsuragi, I'm sure he won't sell me any dangerous drug since he knows what I'll do to him if he does that. It should be alright. Right? Well, I think there's no need for me to worry about it." "Is that so? If you're worried about something, I can introduce you to shops that I recommend, but it seems that I don't need to do that, huh?" "Yeah. It's alright." Akira returned back to stretching his body. He was stretching his body following Alpha, who was in front of him. Alpha sat down on the ground and spread her legs. She was leaning forward to the point that her breast touched the ground while looking at him. Akira seemed to be in pain as he was trying his best to do that too, but his body was not flexible enough and he was barely able to do it properly. Alpha then smiled at Akira. "Want me to help you?" "No thanks." Akira sounded displeased when he said that. He knew that he would be able to stretch his body even more if Alpha controlled his augmented suit. But he got a bit scared after listening to Carol's explanation just now. "Don't worry, the augmented suit that you're using right now is designed so that it can't make 180 degrees twist. Do you really think it would make me feel safe by telling me that? I'll do the stretching myself." Akira did trust Alpha, but this and that were two different things. So he kept stretching with his own ability, which also served as a training for operating his augmented suit on his own. He properly differentiated and felt the movement of his limbs under the augmented suit and the movements of his augmented suit as he tried to match both of those movements. In order to minimize the damage to his limbs while increasing the efficiency of his powerful augmented suit, he tried his best to match the movements of his body with his augmented suit to get the best performance. Even stretching his body like that was already a difficult thing for Akira. There was nothing that he could do to fix it except training. Akira kept on working out until Elena and Sarah came as their break time was about to end. After Elena and Sarah arrived, they were just having a chat with each other while waiting for Shikarabi. As for Akira, he was asking questions to Elena about the detail of the request that they took last time, about why the people from Alhain Insurance Company were waiting for them when they returned, the guy who was trying to run away back then, and the other things that piqued his interest. Elena then offered an explanation to Akira based on her guess. The Coco Lens guy who they had to save back there was someone who was contracted with Alhain Insurance Company. According to that contract, if they lost contact with him after a certain period of time, or if he sent a rescue request, the company would dispatch a squad to escort him to safety. After they arrived at the location based on the information obtained from Alhain's investigation, Elena first tried to look for Coquelin's location based on his information terminal. Fortunately enough, she was able to make a call with that guy. But after she asked him some questions to check the situation over there, she found something weird. The information that Elena obtained beforehand said that there should be only 8 people, but there were more than a dozen survivors and more than 20 dead hunters. It was not strange since he might group up with the other hunters before they barricaded themselves inside that building, but the problem was that he did not say anything about that during his call with her. And then after Elena asked that person some more questions, she started to get suspicious if he was not the real Coco Lens and started to make guesses as to why he would lie there. If she was being optimistic, that guy might be under immense stress, and with the real Coco Lens not around, he thought that the rescue team would not come unless he assumed that name. Thus, he ended up doing that in panic. If that was all there was to it, then it was not a big problem at all. Elena could just simply rescue them and normally escort them back to the hunter office. But if she was being pessimistic, it might have been a perilous situation for Elena and her team. Coco Lens and his team might have been killed, not by the monsters, but by the other hunters who then took their equipment. Which in that case, it would mean the hunters who barricaded themselves inside that building were the ones who killed Coquelin's team and they were trying to call for help using Coquelin's name. They might have been planning to attack Elena and her team and take their vehicles to escape from that building. Although it was only a guess, it would be really bad if that was the case. Although she had to be extremely careful there, she did not have the leeway to wait for confirmation first. There were too many of them to transport in one go, but they might riot if she told them that only half of them would be escorted back to the hunter office first. Thus she pushed dealing with the aftermath, including the confirmation to Alhain Insurance Company. Normally, we would ask them to show their hunter IDs, but I decided not to do that in order not to provoke them too much. Our request is basically saving hunters who can't return back on their own. So we have no obligation to do anything more than that. That was why I left the aftermath to Alhain Insurance Company and they also gave us their approval. Akira nodded and said. So it's not that simple, huh? It's not like we can just go out there and save those hunters. Yep, that's correct. There's no guarantee that the hunters we're going to rescue are good hunters. Moreover, most people tend to make bad decisions when they're pushed to the corner, like offering a big reward that they can't pay when they send out an emergency SOS request. And when they have to pay more than what they have in hand, they'll end up drowning in debt. People like that sometimes immediately try to run away the moment they are escorted to a safe place, and when that happens, in the worst-case scenario a shootout will occur between them and the people who rescued them. That's why you two need to be careful out there, okay, Akira? I understand, I'll be careful. Akira nodded firmly and deeply. Elena was happy to see that since it seemed that, as a senior hunter, she was able to teach something useful to Akira, who was a junior hunter. Chapter 118, Bad Girl. Carol was keeping her eyes on Akira as he was talking with Elena and Sarah. Carol was, objectively and subjectively speaking, a beautiful girl. And even when they were compared to her, both Sarah and Elena were pretty beautiful too. So, looking from the outlook alone, Sarah and Elena were not that much different from Carol. But even so, Akira reacted very differently when he was with Elena or Sarah compared to when he was with her. Carol thought that Akira had no interest in girls at all, but now she had to change her opinion after seeing that. I wonder where this difference comes from. Is it just because he has known both of them for longer? Is it just that he's bad at dealing with people that he doesn't know very well? No, I don't think that's the case. Carol immediately rejected the guess that came up in her mind. Thanks to her long experience dealing with a lot of people, she at least knew that she was heading in the right direction, and that might give her a hint on how to seduce Akira. If it was only because Akira had never experienced the allure of the opposite sex, then she might need to find another way to approach him. As Carol thought so, she decided to keep that in mind, at least for now. Well, there's no need to rush myself. It has only been 2 days since we met. I'll just slowly and carefully approach him to make sure that he won't cut his relation with me. Shikarabe arrived right on time. The other hunters there looked a bit surprised when they saw him step out from his APC with an irritated look. Shikarabe then said, "Sorry, am I late?" Elena replied, "Don't worry, you're not late, you came just on time." "So then, you look pretty annoyed though, what happened?" "Nah, it's nothing." "If it's really nothing, as the team leader, I at least want to know the reason, alright?" Shikarabe frowned and looked at Elena. Elena looked back at Shikarabe without changing her expression. After a few seconds of silence, Shikarabe sighed and said, "Since I'm here in Mihazono Ruin right now, the people in Drankum are telling me to at least join the Drankum team even if it's on name only, and it was not easy refusing them. That's all." It seemed that Shikarabe really did not want to work under Katsuya, even if it was only on paper, to the point that he even hated the idea of explaining it to other people. Elena and Sarah smiled bitterly. Both of them understood Shikarabe's hatred toward Katsuya, and they knew well that he really hated Katsuya's gut. As in matter of fact, there might be a part of them that sympathized with Shikarabe. Carol smiled smugly. She knew very well that Shikarabe was a man who would not allow his personal feelings to get in the way of his job. Getting himself in a Drankum team in name only would not cause him any loss, thus, it was only to be expected if Shikarabe accepted that demand. So, the fact that he did not do that showed that he was prioritizing his personal feeling, which was indeed a very rare thing for him. Carol thought that it was indeed strange and made her wonder who was this Katsuya who caused Shikarabe to even go that far. Akira himself did not show any particular reaction. After all, for him, the infighting in the Drankum was none of his business as long as it did not cause any trouble for him or the other people that he cared for. After they finished a short briefing of their next request, they then headed back into Mihazono Ruin. They did not find any particular trouble from there. Since they decided to lower the difficulty of the rescue requests that they accepted, they did not have to fight a swarm of monsters in narrow places, nor they got to encounter any relatively powerful monsters. They just went back and forth from the Hunter Office branch to the Mihazono Ruin to escort the hunters that they rescued without any trouble. Since they took easier requests, the reward that they received from each request was lowered too. But it was compensated by the number of requests that they took. So, looking at the total rewards that they got that day, considering the difficulty of the request, it could be said that they were making a killing here. There might be some hunters who had to suffer because they started taking easier requests instead, but that was not their fault, since being able to effectively convert risks into profit was one of the essential skills for hunters. As they kept the cycle of taking rescue requests and small breaks, the sun eventually set, and Mihazono Ruin was once again veiled in by the darkness of night. Elena and her team returned and parked their vehicles somewhere near the Hunter Office branch. They then stepped off from the vehicles and discussed what to do next. Everyone there looked tired. Especially Elena, Sarah, and Shikarabe, who had been rescuing hunters since the previous day. They needed to take a proper rest soon. Elena looked obviously tired as she said, "So then, let's break up here and meet up again tomorrow to work together with the same members again. Make sure to let others know if anything comes up." Shikarabe then said, "I have some stuff that I need to do for Drankum, so I won't be returning back to the city. Instead, I'll stay here in Mihazono Ruin tonight." I'll still stay inside the connection range, so there shouldn't be any problem contacting me. Akira, you should really change your connection service from that cheap line soon. Akira thought of something and said. Wait, you'll stay here? Are you still planning to go to the ruin again? Even for me, I have no plans to go to the ruin again for the rest of the day. I'll be staying in a Drankum facility nearby. Drankum actually built a temporary base nearby so their hunters don't have to go back and forth from the city. After all, it'll take quite a lot of time to go on a round trip from the city. Well, it's true that I can just sleep inside the APC, but since there's a bed in that facility, it would be a waste not to use it. Sarah then said. We'll also stay somewhere nearby, to be more precise, in one of those trailer houses. Which means the ones heading back to the city are only Akira and Carol, huh? Elena, Sarah, and Shikarabi turned to Akira and Carol. Elena looked at Akira and thought. If he was alone, I wouldn't mind inviting Akira too, and I'm sure that Sarah isn't against it either, but... Sarah looked at Carol and thought. Of course, there's no way I can invite Carol too since I don't know her that well, and I'm sure that Elena would not want that too. Elena and Sarah glanced at each other, both of them knew each other and had been together for a long time. It did not take much for them to understand what the other person was thinking. Akira suddenly turned to Carol and asked her a question. I'm heading back to the city though, how about you, Carol? Let's see. Carol glanced at Shikarabi. Shikarabi obviously looked alerted and slightly frowned. She then smiled and said. I'll head back to the city too. Akira, can you give me a ride? Sure. Akira was a bit bothered by Shikarabi's reaction. Although he was sure that there must be a reason for that, he simply decided to just forget about it. He then lightly bowed to Elena and Sarah. Well then, I'll be heading back now. I'll be in your care again tomorrow. Elena lightly smiled. Be careful on your way back home, and make sure to get a good rest when you get home. Sarah also smiled lightly and said. Don't drop your guard yet until you reach the city, okay? Akira and Carol returned back to Akira's vehicle. They then waved at the other hunters who would stay behind and left that place. After Akira and Carol left, Elena turned to Shikarabi and asked. Shikarabi, do you have some free time after this? Shikarabi guessed the meaning behind that question as he frowned and said. It depends. I'm really tired so I want to get a good rest as soon as possible. It's about Carol, I want to know more about her. You're acquainted with her, right? Shikarabi's face turned stern, his guess was correct. Elena and Sarah who saw that were a bit surprised. Shikarabi thought to himself without saying anything, some of what he was thinking got leaked on his face. He then carefully chose his words as he said. Well, it's true that it might cause trouble if I try to evade your question about her without giving any good excuse or explanation, but I feel like it'll also cause trouble if I explain everything about her. So I'll only answer questions that won't cause any trouble among us while we're still taking the SOS rescue requests together. To put it simply, she's not a good girl, but it's highly unlikely that her bad personality and habit would cause any bad effects on the current SOS rescue requests that we're taking. Her ability as a hunter is also not something to scoff at, so I don't think she would slow us down either. After hearing that answer, Elena and Sarah made a troubled face. Elena then asked Shikarabi a question. She sounds like nothing but trouble though. I leave it to you how you want to interpret it. And even if it's true that she's a problematic person, that doesn't mean that her problem might cause us any trouble in this short time span when we're working together. It's true that I won't invite her to my own team, but if someone else is bringing her along, I won't kick her out since she's pretty strong herself. That's all that I can say as a team member. If you want to know more about her, I'll tell you, but only after we finish this request. See you tomorrow then. Shikarabi then left Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah looked at each other. It was obvious looking from their face that they had no idea how to treat Carol now. At first, they thought that Carol was someone who would not cause any trouble, but that did not sound to be the case now. Akira gave Carol a ride all the way to where they met up before going to the Miyazono ruin. Carol stepped off the vehicle and stretched her body while facing away from Akira. She then spun around and smiled at him. So then, see you again tomorrow. If you still have some time, you can visit my home, you know? I don't mind even if you want to sleep over too. I can also serve you some simple food while you're at it. That way, we won't have to meet up first before going to the wasteland tomorrow. They were planning to go to Miyazono ruin again tomorrow and they planned to meet up in the same place as before. Akira shook his head. No thanks, I'll go back home. I can't really relax unless I'm in my own home, you see. I see, that's just too bad. Seriously though, you refused even when a beauty like me is inviting you, you're no fun at all. Carol smiled confidently at Akira, which Akira returned back with the same smile, filled with confidence. Sorry, I hope you get a good rest today. Carol saw Akira off and mumbled. No reaction at all even now, huh? Well, let's be patient here. Carol thought it had been quite a while since the last time she felt pleasure in trying to seduce someone as she smiled amusedly. Akira went straight for the bath when he got back home. He enjoyed the warm water as he dipped his body up to his neck inside the bath while letting the warm water heal his tired body. He had already finished cleaning up and taking care of his equipment before taking a bath. So he could just dive into his bed and sleep after the bath. Thus, fully recovering both his body and mind to face tomorrow. Akira was more or less in a daze, or it could even be said that he was in a trance. Although there was a beautiful girl with a body that was adjusted to his preference taking a bath together with him without even a slip of cloth on her body, he barely paid any attention to her. This in itself could be said to be a not healthy situation. Alpha, who dipped her body up until around the cleavage of her chest, suddenly stood up without showing any embarrassment and sat on the edge of the bathtub. Her beautiful figure that was blurred by the shaking of the water surface was in full view right now. The only thing that hit her body above her knees was the steam from the warm water and the water droplets sliding down her skin. Since Alpha suddenly moved, Akira reacted to that and turned to her direction. He locked his gaze on Alpha's extremely enticing body for a few seconds before returning his gaze forward as if he just lost his interest. Alpha, who saw that, smiled at Akira and said, "That reaction even when you're in front of this beautiful body. It seems that it'll take some time until the priority between girls and food in your brain switch places, huh?" Akira was still half-dazed as he jabbed back, "Save that for later, will you?" Akira was in the middle of enjoying his bath, he let the warm water take over his body while relaxing back. Thus, he had no time to react to Alpha's teasing, he seemed pretty irritated to even only tell her to stop. As Alpha thought that Akira might have gotten too used to naked girl's body, she thought to herself that it was a necessary sacrifice. It might have rendered her beauty ineffective, but it was way better than having Akira seduced by someone else. So in order to compensate for that, she decided to improve her support for him. Got it. I'll save it for later. So, putting that aside, I want to ask something though, how long are you planning to work together with Elena and Sarah? Even if you ask me so. I haven't really thought about it. I guess until I find a good point to stop, huh? I'm sure it's not like Elena-san and Sarah-san are going to keep taking the SOS emergency request in the Miyazono ruin forever either. So in short, you're still planning to work with them at the moment, right? Alpha's expression was saying that she did not hate that idea nor she was happy with it. Akira found that a bit weird as he asked her a question. Is there any problem? It's not like I have any problem with it, but honestly speaking, in order to get you to accomplish the request from me, I rather choose for you to polish your skill in exploring ruins rather than saving people. If I can add more, you'll have to be alone when you go to the ruin that I want you to explore. Because of that, I want you to get more skilled in working alone rather than in a team. Oh, I see. Akira understood Alpha's reasoning as he deeply nodded. In the end, Alpha only gave her support to him in order for him to accomplish her request. As a matter of fact, it was an advance payment from that exact request. Akira understood that working together with Elena and Sarah was purely out of his selfishness. Thus he understood that working together with Elena and Sarah did not polish the needed skill for him to complete Alpha's request, so there was no surprise that Alpha would find that displeasing. Akira then replied as if he was trying to make excuses, "Well, I get properly paid and then I can use that money to buy equipment I need to explore the ruins. If you think of it as a period for me to gather money, it's not that bad, yes?" Alpha smiled at Akira, but that smile was giving a vibe as if she was scolding him. "I'll leave it as that then. Your main job as a hunter is exploring ruins, just don't forget about that." "I know." Akira answered back firmly, so Alpha smiled back satisfied. He then stroked down his chest in relief as he dipped himself deeper into the warm bath. The next day, Akira picked up Carol and was heading to the Miyazono ruin as planned. The sun was already up when they reached the Miyazono ruin. It was already well past morning. Akira got a good rest yesterday, thus he was back in his perfect condition. Carol was sleeping in the driver assistant's seat. Before she went to sleep, she smiled and told Akira that he was free to do anything to her while she was sleeping, but he just ignored her. Akira thought that Carol looked so defenseless when she was sleeping, which was different compared to when she was awake. He looked at Carol as if he was interested in her. Seeing that, Alpha smiled at him and said as if she was scolding him. "Just because she's asleep and she agreed to it, it doesn't mean that you should do something to her, you know? If you're okay with only an image, I don't mind helping you. So keep your hands off from her, okay?" Akira frowned. "Like hell, I would do anything to her. I just thought that she looks so different compared to when she's awake." You're right about that. But it's the same for you too, or at least, that's the case lately." "Is that so?" "Well, it's not like I can see my own sleeping face though." "And what about that, lately? When the first time I met you, it seemed like you always kept one eye open to watch for your surroundings, and you never fell too deep to your sleep. But lately, you've been defenselessly sleeping so deeply as long as I don't wake you up. So you two look very different when you sleep compared to when you're awake lately, that I see." Akira sounded as if he was thinking deeply when he said that. Back when he had to sleep in the back alley of the slum city, he always hoped that he would be able to wake up the next morning when he closed his eyes. After all, it was not a strange thing if someone killed him and took all of his belongings in the middle of his sleep. But right now, he could sleep on a comfy bed inside a house with an outer wall. Moreover, Alpha would definitely wake him up if something came up. That was why he could sleep peacefully lately. Now that I think about it, I'm living a pretty luxurious life now. Akira smiled bitterly as he once again realized how much his lifestyle had changed. When Miyazono ruin finally came to his view, Akira shook Carol to wake her up. "Carol, it's time to wake up." Carol immediately woke up. She looked at Akira and mumbled, "We've arrived?" "Yeah, the meeting point is just ahead." I got good sleep, thanks." Carol lightly stretched out her body to wake herself up as she smiled and said. "So then, did you do something to me?" "Nope." "Oh my, that's just too bad." "There's nothing to worry about, even if you do something, I'll at least still pretend to be asleep." "Wait, you were pretending?" "I was asleep. What I'm saying is that of course, I would wake up if you do something to me, but I'll still pretend to be asleep. After all, I sometimes get that kind of request, that I see." Akira replied so indifferently as if he was not interested at all. Carol, who saw that, then thought, "He won't do anything even when I sleep and show him my defenseless side, huh? He's a pretty hard nut to crack." Carol thought that Akira was indeed a difficult person to seduce since he would not do anything to her even when she slept next to him and had already properly given him her permission to mess with her when she was asleep. That was rather unthinkable according to her experience. "It seems that it's faster if I win his trust through doing good work as a hunter, huh? I guess I'll put extra effort than usual this time." Carol thought that it seemed to be highly unlikely for her to be able to seduce Akira with light teasing. It might be faster to try seducing him again once she won his trust. As she thought so, she made the required adjustment in her plan. Akira and Carol finally arrived at the meeting point. They arrived their way sooner than the meeting time, but Elena and the other 3 hunters were already waiting. The extra hunter was a young hunter around the same age as Akira. He was standing next to Shikarabe. Akira and Carol stepped off from Akira's vehicle and met up with Elena and the rest. Elena opened the conversation first. It seems that everyone is here. So yeah, let's work together again today. But before that, Shikarabe has something to say. Shikarabe tried to hide his annoyance as he said. Because of my situation, I had to bring one more person. He's a hunter from Drankum and his hunter rank is. Hey, what is your hunter rank, again? It's 30. My name is Togami, I'll be in your care today. Togami lightly introduced himself. The young hunter boy that Shikarabe brought with him was the one that Akira was together with when they were hunting for the bounty monster. Shikarabe then said in a more perky voice as if he was trying to hide his bad mood. Akira. If you have anything to complain about bringing this guy along, there's no need to hold back. You can say anything you want, I'll take it for consideration, you know? Shikarabe looked at Akira as if he was trying to send some kind of message to him through telepathy. Akira was a bit confused by that. He instead turned to Elena and asked. Elena-san and Sarah-san, are you okay with him joining the team? Sarah answered Akira's question. I'm actually leaving that kind of thing to Elena, and Elena decided that it's not a problem as long as the other hunters have no problem with it too. That's why, in the end, it depends on you. Elena then added to Sarah's explanation. If you don't like having him in the team, feel free to tell us. I have no plans to decide based on majority, so no pressure at all. Even if Shikarabe recommended Togami, Sarah and Elena had no plans to let Togami in the team if Akira had something to complain about him. After all, they confirmed from yesterday that they had no problem accomplishing the requests only with 5 of them. But on the other hand, they also had no plans to reject Togami if Akira was not against it. After all, it was the person that Shikarabe himself brought, and Akira also did bring Carol to the team yesterday. So Elena could not reject Togami using that kind of excuse. If it was someone that Shikarabe brought, even though he did not want to do that, that person would at least be skilled enough as not to slow down the team. Not to mention, they had a hard battle yesterday, thus it was a good thing to get more help. Thus, after a lot of thinking, Elena decided to accept Togami to the team. Akira understood that if he rejected the idea of having Togami in the team, Togami might actually get kicked out of the team. Thus he thought carefully without saying anything. I don't mind having him on the team. After all, I also brought Carol to the team yesterday. Carol then asked. Is there any need to readjust the reward distribution then? Elena answered that question. Nope. Just like how you're paid from Akira's share of reward, Togami will be paid from Shikarabe's share of reward. He'll also prioritize Shikarabe's command just like you to Akira. In that case then, I have no complaint either. After all, since Akira will take responsibility if I mess up, Shikarabe too will take responsibility if he messes up, right? Carol glanced at Shikarabe and smiled at him. Shikarabe frowned, he looked obviously displeased. Well, I guess that's how it goes, huh? Shikarabe looked at Akira as if he was expecting something, but he eventually gave up and sighed. Akira was a bit bothered by how Shikarabe was acting there, so he decided to ask Alpha. Alpha, did I say anything strange here? Nope, I think he was hoping that you would be against having Togami in the team. But he was the one who brought Togami here, right? It's common when a hunter has a different opinion than the people in the organization that hunter is in. Shikarabe actually doesn't want to bring Togami along, but he could not refuse the order from the gang that he's in. That's why he was hoping he could refuse that order with an excuse that most of the other hunters in his team are against it. That does sound plausible. I guess Shikarabe is having it hard, huh? Akira said it so nonchalantly as if he had nothing to do with it at all. Well, strictly speaking, it was indeed none of his business after all. But getting around troublesome things like that while getting the benefits from being in a gang would definitely help as a hunter as well as increasing the survivability chance out in the wasteland. It was indeed one of the many important skills for hunters to reach success. Akira understood that very well, but he had the habit of looking down at such a thing. That was why he thought that Shikarabe's problem had nothing to do with him. That was as far as Akira's skill to get along with other people could go. Elena also noticed Shikarabe's reaction there, but she decided to just ignore that as she continued talking about today's job. That's decided then. Let's go with these 6 people today. She had no plans to get involved in the infighting in the Drankum, and it was not like Shikarabe asked her to reject Togami. Since Shikarabe would be responsible for him and as long as it would not affect the reward distribution, it was a good thing to have another skilled hunter in the team. Thus, as the team leader, she had no reason to reject Togami. Elena tried not to include her personal feelings when she decided that. They then accepted an SOS emergency request and went to the Miyazono ruin again, just like the day before. Chapter 119, Togami's Resolve. Elena and her team went to the city district of the Miyazono ruin again. Akira was driving his vehicle while looking at his surroundings. The area was cleaner than yesterday. Most of the wreckages from yesterday had been cleaned up, or at least, moved to the side of the road. Akira found that a bit strange as he mumbled. The road is already cleaned, but who exactly did that? Carol answered his question. It might be the squad sent by the Hunter office to secure the city district of the Miyazono ruin. I bet they cleaned the road for carrying supplies to the front line. Ah, now that you mention it, they're doing something like that, huh? If they finally completely secure the city district, I wonder if the SOS emergency request would stop coming. It depends on how far they secure the city district. Although it's only my guess, I think that squad would withdraw after they clean up some monsters in the inner area of the city district. I believe they'll just clean up the monsters in the inner area that disrupt the Hunter office from maintaining its branch, and then they'll just check to make sure that no monsters are wandering into the wasteland before withdrawing. I'm pretty sure they won't do anything more than that. Is it okay if I ask you why do you think so? Let's see. It's just simply because Miyazono ruin is too big of a ruin for the corporate government to completely secure and control, not to mention the area around it. After all, it's not an easy thing to keep their guard up all the time against the monsters that keep coming from unknown locations inside the ruin. But well, I'm sure it's possible for the corporate government to do that if they get serious, but I don't think the profit that they can get from doing so is worth the expense. Basically, they would have done that if it might bring them a lot of profit. As a matter of fact, they had done that in the past. The corporate government created Kagomayama City in order to secure Kazusuhara ruin. Carol continued. And even if some monsters from the Miyazono ruin wander into the wasteland, they're highly unlikely to cause any fatal troubles to the nearby cities, so I'm sure they just ignore it too. And even if they do, the cities would also dispatch their defense squad here. Whichever the case, I'm sure that the current squad will pull back after confirming the situation around the ruin. As far as Akira could remember, the monsters had attacked Kagomayama City 3 times. He had no idea if those attacks happened because someone made a miscalculation or something. Although the inner wall was not damaged at all, those attacks did some damage to the lower district, especially to the slum city, but that might as well because it was designed to be so. Akira listened closely to Carol's explanation. Carol's explanation was actually the result of her analyzing the huge amount of information that she had gathered. Akira did not have that information, he did not even have the ability to obtain them, while Carol had both. Akira, who noticed that, felt a bit of admiration toward Carol, and Carol noticed that thanks to her sharp senses toward such things. As Akira showed amazement and interest in a piece of information that any veteran hunters would know. It showed just how he was lacking in the basic knowledge of being a hunter, and judging from his impressive fighting ability, that was a really strange thing. It was one of the downsides from quickly attaining power due to relying on Alpha's support. Carol then thought. Akira is, strangely enough, clueless about the basic common knowledge for hunters given that he's so powerful. I'm honestly curious why that is, but let's put that aside for later, as for now. Carol pretended to smile innocently at Akira. Akira, you're that kind of hunter who doesn't do much research about being a hunter, right? Like the popular ruins at the moment, or what kind of relics that you can sell for more money at the moment, or what kinds of equipment are famous right now, or what the other hunters are doing, right? Well, that's true. If he had to make an excuse, Akira could say that it had not even been that long since he learned how to write his own name. So forget basic common knowledge for hunters, he was not in a situation where he could learn basic common knowledge for the people who live in the Eastern District. Honestly speaking, Akira was interested in that kind of thing too, but since he spent most of his days training and studying, he had no time to gather such information. In that case then, I can help you learn about them. After all, it's better if you know about those kinds of things to some degree. But Akira replied with a rather twisted answer. I'm already paying you 10 million orum now. I have no plans to pay you more, you know. Carol smiled bitterly and said. I won't ask you any money for sharing such kind of basic knowledge with you. I'm just thinking of casually telling you like for a subject in a casual talk. In that case then, it'll be great if you can tell me about some. Although Akira hesitated for a bit, he decided to take that offer since he was indeed interested in it too. Got it. First of all, well, let's see, since we're in Miyazono Ruin, let's start with the basic knowledge about Miyazono Ruin. Carol then started explaining about Miyazono Ruin in a good mood. Akira listened closely to Carol's explanation. Carol thought that it was a good chance for her to gather approval points from Akira as she continued her explanation with a smile on her face. Carol felt conflicted since Akira seemed to react to this far better compared to when she tried to seduce him with her beautiful body that she took pride in. But she decided to put that aside for now and continue to bring in subjects that might grab Akira's interest. Togami was sitting on the long bench inside Shikarabe's APC. Inside that APC with a faint smell of blood and corpse, he was seriously working on his information terminal. Togami was carrying powerful equipment. Although all of them were borrowed from Drankum, they could easily cost more than 100 million orum if he had to buy them himself. Even among the equipment lent to the young hunters of the Drankum, his rifle, augmented suit, information-gathering device, and even the ammo and the medicines that he was carrying were all high quality. Even Katsuya, who had the support of one of the high officers in Drankum, Mizuha, did not get that level of equipment. Togami was recognized as one of the hunters that successfully hunted a bounty monster with a small team headed by Shikarabe. Although some of the high officers inside Drankum knew the truth behind it, as long as Togami was recognized as such outside, they had to give proper rewards to him. As such, Togami was allowed to borrow powerful equipment. If it was the past Togami, he would have been delighted knowing that Drankum finally recognized his skill, or he might even lash back complaining that it took too long for Drankum to finally notice his skill. The past Togami believed that the people around him were underestimating him. The basis of that evaluation was the handful of hunters among the young hunters in the gang who were considered to be strong. As a matter of fact, he still thought so even now, that was why he was the rising star of the anti-Katsuya faction. That belief caused him to tend to overestimate himself, both for the better and for the worse. But that confidence was crushed during the bounty monster hunt. So much to the point that he was suspicious if the high officers in Drankum allowed him to borrow powerful equipment just to spite him. Since Togami finished that bounty monster hunt, he had been thinking if his pride up until now were nothing but empty. He had been thinking about it without being able to share it with anyone as he thought that all of his amazing achievements up until now as well as his pathetic performance during the battle against the tank tarantula were not because of his own skill. After thinking about it for so long, he finally decided to wait for a chance to confirm his real skill. So, his next question was what kind of chance he could use to do so. Even if he tried to work together with another young hunter outside Drankum, he could not exactly use that to confirm his skill. It was because he could not take off his mind from Shikarabe's words when Shikarabe told him that he was just a fool who misunderstood his real skill just because he had a high hunter rank. After some time, Togami regained his composure and realized that Shikarabe's words were actually referring to the people who got ahead of themselves, and not particularly referring to him. But even after he realized that was not enough to get his mind off it. It showed that he actually agreed with what Shikarabe said, albeit only to some degree. After spending a lot of time thinking about it, Togami eventually came to a conclusion. If he could once again get in the same team with Shikarabe and perform as well as him, and produce results as good as him, it might help Togami reconfirm his own skill one more time. Togami was originally scheduled to join the squad dispatched by Drankum to Miyazono Ruin. But due to his request, he was suddenly transferred to Shikarabe's team. After all, he was recognized in public as one of the 4 hunters who defeated the tank tarantula, thus Drankum at least allowed him to do that much. So, in order to once again reconfirm his own real skill, Togami made his resolve and joined Elena's team. Togami then mumbled as if he was saying to himself, "I'll once again reconfirm my skill in this request. I don't care if it turns out that I'm just a weakling who got ahead of myself. I just have to train even more. After all, I don't want to stay as a weakling forever." Togami renewed his resolve there. Togami then thought about the members of the team. It was Shikarabe, himself, Akira, Elena, Sarah, and Carol, 6 people in total. After he thought about each person in the team, he then frowned. It's a good thing that I got to meet Akira again. This is a good chance to look at his skill. But that hunter with an augmented suit that basically invites men. Akira brought her to the team, right? What exactly is going on? Togami was surprised when he saw Akira was there too, but he was more surprised when he saw Carol next to Akira. Togami was moderately used to girls for someone of his age, but even for him, Carol's augmented suit had a design that highlighted the beautiful figure wrapped under it. It was a rather provocative design for men around Togami's age. Even that Katsuya, who everyone calls the leader of the harem squad, won't make the girls wear that kind of attire, right? Does Akira have that kind of fetish or something? People used to say that great people had a particular fondness for pleasure, whether it was Katsuya or Akira. It was still unclear whether that was the case for great hunters too. Togami groaned, thinking that he saw a completely unexpected side of the person that shook his confidence. Elena's team moved deeper and deeper into Miyazono Ruin City District. Right about the time Togami started making slanderous guesses about Akira behind his back, they encountered a group of people. It was the squad that the Hunter Office dispatched to secure Miyazono Ruin City District. Long sharp objects were installed on the side of the road. From there, a thin metallic wire-like object extended out. It was a simple force field armor wall. They were basically easy-to-carry pillars that had strong enough power to bounce back regular-sized warheads and cannons. It was common defensive equipment usually used for temporary bases built in the middle of the wasteland or inside a ruin. There were heavily armed people complete with tanks equipped with huge machine guns standing guard near that simple force field wall. They had enough power to make a quick work of a swarm of mechanical monsters. Elena stopped her vehicle and negotiated with one of the soldiers guarding the wall. That person then told his men to temporarily lower the force field wall. With the narrow metallic object blocking the road removed, Elena could pass through the road again. That person then warned Elena. "Be careful out there. We just got attacked by a huge monster just now, and the smaller monsters also keep popping up from time to time. Since you took that SOS emergency request, I'm sure you're a skilled hunter, but if you think that this is the same Miyazono ruin as before, you'll only get yourself killed." That person pointed in the direction where Elena and her team were heading when he said that. In the direction that he was pointing, there was a wreckage of a huge dead mechanical monster. Empty warheads and missile pods could be seen scattered around that wreckage. It must have been a pretty powerful monster. "Thanks, we'll be careful." Elena said her thanks to that person as she restarted her vehicle and stepped on the gas. Shikarabe and Akira followed behind her. After Akira passed over the force field wall, it immediately erected back up. Akira looked around his surroundings while driving his vehicle after passing through the force field wall. The area around him was filled with rubbles, wreckages, and dead monsters. The situation inside and outside the force field wall differed greatly. Akira scanned his surroundings and said, "There are obviously more monsters than yesterday. Is it because they're pushed out from the inner wall so the area outside becomes more dangerous?" Carol, who was sitting next to Akira, answered that question while also scanning around her surroundings. Well, with all of these monsters dead, the outside area might have become relatively safe though. Maybe. If the monsters get more reinforcement, the same number as the dead here, safety would be a pipe dream. After all, it would come as no surprise if the factories produce as many new monsters to replace all of these dead monsters, you know? I did hear that the cleaning drones of the old world ruin gather the remnants of the dead monsters when no one is looking, and then they use the material gathered to create new monsters. But since these wreckages are still here, it means that they can't use them for material to create new monsters, right? So, I don't think it's that easy for them to produce replacement monsters. There might be a warehouse somewhere filled with mechanical monsters, right? In that case, there's no need to retrieve the dead monsters just to create new monsters. Furthermore, Mihazono Ruin has a factory district, right? It won't be strange if there's a warehouse filled with monsters over there. Carol always gave a more optimistic guess while Akira always gave a pessimistic guess. She found that really weird as she looked in Akira's direction. Akira, who noticed Carol's gaze, then asked, "What?" Akira, for someone who always takes the worst-case scenario in mind to the point that I can easily call you paranoid, it's strange that you tend to act without proper planning. Not only did you come to Mihazono Ruin without first contacting Elena and Sarah where to meet up, back there when we were chased by monsters inside the Saranthal building, you decided to go alone without any plans too. If you're really that careful, you should think before you act. After Carol pointed that out, Akira was lost for words. The reason why Akira was being paranoid was simply because he knew that he had bad luck, or at least, he thought he had bad luck. He got unlucky and got attacked by former hunters that had fallen off grace, he got unlucky and got roped into facing a swarm of monsters, there was also a time when he had to fight powerful relic thieves. In the first place, if he had good luck, he would not be living in the slums of Kagomayama City. In reality, Akira was actually not as unlucky as he thought he was. After all, if he was really that unlucky, he would not have met Alpha and received that sudden power boost in the first place, which was in itself a very lucky encounter. Moreover, he would not have visited Shizuka's shop where Shizuka was so nice to help him with a lot of things. He would not have met Elena and Sarah in Kuzusuhara Ruin, where both of them later saved him from a swarm of monsters. All of them were lucky events, so it was not like Akira always got nothing but unlucky events. Strictly speaking, Akira simply had a twisted personality, or he might have put too much trust in Alpha's words when she said that he had used all of his lifetime worth of luck by meeting her. While on the other hand, Akira also was not as reckless as Carol thought he was. Or at least, Akira thought so of himself. Due to the complicated order of priority that he abided by, he thought that it must be simply because he looked reckless from Carol's point of view. But with that being said, Akira could not tell Carol the reason behind his order of priorities since it included information about Alpha as well as Elena and Sarah. So instead, he tried to evade that subject. Well, it's not that simple for me too. Moreover, it's a good thing to be careful when exploring a ruin, right? It was easy for Carol to notice that Akira was trying to evade the subject, and she also noticed that there was something that he was not willing to share. But she thought that trying to poke for that information would only worsen her relationship with Akira, that was why she tried to follow along with his intention to just let it slide. That's true. But, it'll be bad if you get too careful, and because of that you get to meet monsters when your concentration is significantly lowered, so it's not good to be too careful. Well, that's all I want to say. Ah, I see, got it then. don't worry. Akira agreed with what Carol said and nodded. He looked relieved. It might be because he was able to successfully evade the subject that he did not want to talk about. Carol was staring at Akira's face and thought. Although he had that incident in Saranthal building just the other day, I wonder why he would even come to Mihazono Ruin again to meet up with Elena and Sarah. Is it simply because they are his friends? Or is it that Akira actually has some feeling for them? Or one of them is actually Akira's lover or something? But if that's the case... Carol mumbled, if it's something that they keep secret, then there's no need for me to hold back. Did you say something? It's nothing. Carol smiled amusedly when she said that. Elena and her team continued moving deeper into the city district of Mihazono Ruin and away from the secured area. The situation outside the wall was worse than yesterday. The condition of the road was so bad that it was hard to go through it. Even the vehicles designed to explore the wasteland were only barely able to pass through it. Thanks to that, Elena and her team could only continue forward slowly. Putting that drop in speed aside, they did not encounter any other problems. They did not even get to encounter any dangerous monsters. They only met relatively small monsters and they had no problem taking them out. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question. I don't see that many monsters outside the wall though. Alpha, do you detect any monsters around? Alpha replied casually. Yep, there are some monsters. Akira was a bit surprised when he heard that. There are? You should have told me then, where are they? Akira looked around, but he did not spot any monsters around. Alpha smiled and said. They're scattered around the area. Since they don't seem to be going to attack us, there's nothing to worry about. Alpha then enhanced Akira's vision. He could see mechanical monsters pass through the rubbles and wreckages. Some of them were on the other side of a building, some of them were inside a building, some of them were hiding under the wreckages on the side of the road. They were hiding in all kinds of places around the area. And just like Alpha said, they were not trying to attack Akira. They were just there waiting in silence without moving. Akira was a bit confused by that. Why are they not trying to attack us? I can come up with a lot of guesses. They might be just weak monsters, so they're just observing us from where they're hiding while sharing that information with the other monsters. Or they might decide not to attack us since they know they have a low chance of winning after seeing our armed vehicles. Or they might be waiting for extra reinforcement to gather their strength together before attacking. So we're basically safe for now, right? They're not attacking us, and even if they do, we should be able to easily take them out. So from that point of view, yes, we're safe at the moment. But monsters are basically dangerous beings, that's why people call them monsters in the first place. Well, that's true, but that's not what I meant. Akira felt that he was not fully convinced by Alpha's answer, but he did not know the reason why. Alpha also did tell him that they would not have any trouble fighting those monsters, so it might be okay to just ignore those monsters for now. In the end, he decided not to let those monsters bother him. There was one monster that was outside the detection range of Elena and her team. Although it was damaged, it still had enough strength to fight. It was one of those huge monsters that fought the humanoid soldiers dispatched by the Hunter office, so in short, it was an aggressive and dangerous monster, an enemy. The scanning device installed in its body was showing Akira and the other hunters' positions. The image of Akira moving inside the ruin was transferred from its detection devices that were scattered around the area. That so-called S-101 big-sized multi-legged tank had the main duty of destroying enemies of the same type, i.e. the tanks and the humanoid soldiers. The image displayed in the S-101 control device was Akira's vehicle with Akira and Carol inside it. Alpha was invisible to that monster. The S-101 fixed its aim at Akira. The huge cannon that it was equipped with had enough power to destroy the humanoid weapons used for securing cities. It could launch a warhead at a high speed, it had powerful firepower, and it had a wide explosion radius. If Akira's vehicle got hit by that warhead even once, the people on that vehicle would not be able to get by unscathed. Right before it launched a warhead, Alpha's image suddenly appeared in the control device of S-101. Alpha showed some kind of symbol next to her. She pointed at that symbol while shaking her head. The S-101 confirmed that symbol and stopped from trying to attack Akira. It then immediately returned back to standby mode just like before it discovered Akira. Elena and her team finally reached their destination. It was a 3-story building inside the city district of Miyazono Ruin. They parked their vehicles next to that building, stepped out from their vehicles, and gathered together. Elena made a grim expression as she checked her information-gathering device. She then lightly shook her head and said to the rest of the team, "Nope, no reply at all. Forget signal from local connection, I can't even find any trace of signals at all." Elena tried to contact the rescue target, but sadly enough, she did not get any reply at all. Shikarabe tried to analyze the situation as he said to Elena. "Even if the rescue targets are all dead, I think we should be able to at least get some signals from their information terminals, but does that mean that they got attacked by some powerful monsters and got all of their equipment destroyed? The target location is here, right? If we follow the information from the request, yes, it's this building." They then peeked inside from the entrance of the building. The interior of the building was pitch black, there was no light source at all. There was not even a trace saying that the entrance was barricaded either. If the rescue targets were really in that building, then they should be barricading themselves somewhere inside that building. While on the other hand, there was also a chance that the information of the rescue targets was wrong and they were not in that building. They peeked inside that building while having a conflicted feeling. They saw a lot of monsters flooding out from inside a building just yesterday, so they did not want to explore that building to search for the rescue targets if it could be helped. But it was not like they could just return back without trying to do anything there. They came all the way to that building because they accepted a rescue request from the broker that Elena was contracted with. So in order to properly do their work based on the information given to them, even if the rescue targets were no longer inside that building, they had to at least check the inside of that building and properly confirm that there was no one in that building. If that building was filled with mechanical monsters, they could use that as an excuse to make a guess that the rescue targets were already dead. But if that was not the case, if they had the option to check a bit inside of that building, then they could not afford to just return back without doing anything. Elena sighed, her face turned stern as she said. "It can't be helped then. Let's search the inside of the building. Sarah, Akira, Carol, and I will go and search the building. Shikarabe and Togami will guard the building from the outside. Give us a call if anything comes up. If we don't return back after 1 hour and you can't contact me, then issue an SOS request for us." Shikarabe nodded and said, "Roger that. If that happens, is it okay for me to decide where to issue the request? Since we're here because of the request from Alhain Insurance Company, you should first send the request to them to let them know what happened. Then after that, it's up to you." Shikarabe seemed a bit dissatisfied as he said, "Got it. Is it okay if I set a high reward offer for that SOS rescue request and take that request myself?" Elena smiled and replied, "Of course. That is, if you think that I will pay any amount of reward that you decide without resisting." Sarah and Carol just smiled lightly watching that short exchange between Shikarabe and Elena. Akira too was watching that short exchange filled with interest. In the back of that short exchange, there was a lot of underlying knowledge about how to handle an emergency situation and unspoken common senses among hunters, and Akira had almost no knowledge at all about both of those things. He simply did not have enough experience working as a hunter. Although he received a sudden power boost thanks to Alpha's support, it did not instantly turn him into an experienced hunter. Togami somehow looked unsatisfied with that plan since he actually also wanted to search the building. After all, there was a good chance that nothing would happen if he just stood there guarding the building from the outside. He believed that was the exact reason why Shikarabe did not protest at all when Elena proposed to use most of the team's firepower to search the building instead of guarding the building. Togami joined Shikarabe because he wanted to reconfirm his skill. Of course, there was no guarantee that something would happen if he joined the team searching the inside of the building. But he believed that he should be able to get more chances to reconfirm his skill by going inside instead of standing guard outside. Even if he did not get to find monsters, he could at least see how the other hunters explored a dangerous place and compare that to himself. After a bit of thinking, he then nervously asked Elena. If it's possible, I actually want to search the inside of the building too, is that okay? Elena looked a bit surprised. She then shifted his gaze to Shikarabe. Shikarabe then answered Togami's request in place of Elena. No. It was a short answer that did not show any willingness to negotiate. Togami looked at Shikarabe with a dissatisfied look, while Shikarabe looked back at Togami with an annoyed gaze. There was even a trace of mockery mixed in that gaze too. If you slow them down, I'll be the one in trouble. So like hell I would let a dead burden like you to go with them. Alright, I understand. Although Togami still looked like he could not accept it, he obediently gave that reply. Shikarabe looked obviously surprised. He thought that Togami would lash back at him. But since Togami unexpectedly obeyed him, Shikarabe awkwardly felt relieved. Well, it's all good as long as you get it. Seeing how Togami properly stood guard there, Shikarabe tilted his head in confusion. After finishing the preparation to go in, the rest of the team went inside the building. They were using a relatively powerful torchlight while exploring the building. The powerful light from the torchlight banished the darkness inside that building that the sunlight could not even reach. The light pierced deeper into the building through small openings and cracks. Elena told them to intentionally use powerful light so the rescue targets would easily find them if the rescue targets were still somewhere inside. There were traces of battles inside that building. There were bullet holes both in the walls and the floors. There were also wreckages of dead mechanical monsters. But there were no blood marks nor corpses of dead hunters. It seemed that the hunters were able to get away from the monsters uninjured. Akira moved carefully while searching the inside of the building as he asked Alpha a question. Alpha, do you find any monsters or the rescue targets? I don't detect anything inside my searching range. I see. This building is a rather small building, so if you don't find anything, the rescue targets might be really no longer in this place. Akira knew very well just how great Alpha's detection skill was. Moreover, Alpha also had a very wide detection range. So, after he knew that Alpha did not detect any monsters nor any rescue targets, Akira unconsciously lowered his guard. But the other hunters immediately noticed that Akira lowered his guard there. Normally, they would have scolded him for lowering his guard in the middle of a dangerous place. But since all of them knew just how unnaturally sensitive Akira was when it came to detecting enemies, they did not scold him at all. Sarah then asked Elena a question. Elena, do you find anything? Nope. Even my information gathering device doesn't detect anything. Even Elena's information gathering device also agreed with Akira. So there might be really no monsters nor their rescue targets inside that building. Both Elena and Sarah already realized that Akira was someone who can connect to the old world domain. But because of that, they always pinned the unnatural skill that Akira showed from time to time, like his astounding ability to detect monsters, as his ability as someone who could access the old world domain. They did not even guess the existence of Alpha at all. Sarah looked at Akira one more time and scanned his current equipment. Akira was using an augmented suit that was way outside the reach of fresh hunters, and he was carrying heavy weapons that normal humans could not carry unless with the help of an augmented suit. It showed just how powerful Akira was as a hunter. When we met for the first time, Akira was carrying nothing but AAH rifles and he was just using a cloth that was neither an armor nor an augmented suit. But in such a short time, he got all of that equipment. Not to mention that his detection ability is more or less as good as Elena, then to top it off, his fighting ability is nothing to scoff at. At this rate, it won't take long for him to surpass me and Elena. I wonder how long we can stay as his senior. Sarah smiled bitterly. She felt a bit lonely when she thought that she did not have much time left until Akira became stronger than her, and when that time came, Akira would stop relying on her and Elena as his senior. On the side, Carol confirmed how Elena and Sarah reacted when they noticed Akira lowered his guard. She then thought. They continue exploring the building without showing any reaction even when they notice Akira lowered his guard, as in matter of fact, it seems that they also lowered their guards too. Judging by the information-gathering device that Elena has, I don't think both of them are hunters who would lower their guard because of something like that. Does that mean they know why Akira is so good at detecting monsters? Or is it that because they know Akira for a long time and really trust him? Or is it that they're already used to it since they have worked together with Akira many times before? Carol knew that Akira had an unnaturally high ability to detect enemies, but she did not think that it was because he might be someone who could connect to the Old World domain. It was because she knew that being an Old World connector did not equal having a great ability to detect enemies. Of course, it was not completely unrelated, but that also did not give a definite proof either. Carol knew that very well. That was exactly why Carol credited Akira's skill to detect enemies as one of the rare talents that those great hunters had. She did not even consider the possibility that Akira might be able to connect to the Old World domain. Honestly speaking, I want to ask a lot of questions about it. But I guess I should do that later and not here. If Carol tried to poke about that information from Elena and Sarah here, of course, Akira would be able to hear her too, and it might cause trouble later down the line. If she wanted to gather information about Akira, she should at least do that somewhere where he could not hear her, and she should choose her words wisely as not to cause any suspicion. Moreover, she should be able to deduce whether it was something that she could ask Akira directly or not by seeing how Elena and Sarah would react to her questions. So for now, Carol tried to calm the curiosity that was welling up inside her heart as she tried to keep her poker face. After they looked around the inside of the building, they ended up with the conclusion that no one was there. Elena then told the rest of the team to stop searching and head back to Shikarabi. Chapter 120, Troublesome Stuff. After Elena, Sarah, Carol, and Akira returned to Shikarabi, Shikarabi listened to their explanation and understood the current situation. He then sighed and looked disappointed. Although the SOS request that they took was considered to be completed after searching the target area, the reward was far less compared to if they returned back with the rescue targets. With this, not only Shikarabi ended up coming all the way there while forced to bring along a burden with him due to the gang that he was in, but his first request of the day also ended up badly. He then let out all of his disappointment and psychical tiredness together with a sigh before continuing. So our first request for today is a dud, huh? I feel like today will be an unlucky day. So then, what's the plan next? Elena answered his question. We didn't use much ammo, so I'm thinking of heading to the next request target right from here. Although, I don't mind heading back too in case you guys used most of your ammo when we were not around. Shikarabi glanced at Togami. He thought that Togami would make a complaint. But unlike what Shikarabi was expecting, Togami was still standing there with a serious face while properly keeping his eyes peeled. Shikarabi was wondering the entire time while waiting for Elena to return, he was waiting for Togami to act out. In the end, nothing happened at all, which indicated Togami had changed. This questionable fact made Shikarabi feel a little bit disturbed as he continued. We're okay with that, after all, nothing happened at all when you were gone. Elena watched Shikarabi's face closely. Although it did not say that nothing had happened, it did not seem that it would affect his performance during the rescue request either. I see, in that case, let's hurry up and head to the next location. Wait for a sec, I just got a notification from the Hunter office, give me a few seconds to check it. Shikarabi noticed that a notification from the Hunter office had reached his information terminal. As he pulled out his information terminal and was about to check it, almost at the same time the same notification reached Togami, Elena, and Sarah too, albeit a little later. Sarah also pulled out her information terminal to check the details of that notification as she turned to Akira and said, It seems that we also got notification from the Hunter office too. Akira, wait for a bit while we check the details. Okay. The people who received those notifications started checking their own information terminals and they reacted differently when they read the details of that notification. Elena and Sarah looked obviously annoyed as if they just got roped into something troublesome. Togami on the other hand, seemed rather excited as if he just got something that he had been waiting for. While for Shikarabi, he seemed a bit panicked and extremely irritated. Elena and Sarah then started talking to each other. Shikarabi immediately used his information terminal to call for someone and he seemed to be negotiating with the person he was calling. He also sounded really displeased. While Togami just stood there waiting for Shikarabi to finish his negotiation. Suddenly, a call reached Elena's information terminal. Elena stopped discussing with Sarah and picked that call with a stern face. She then started talking with whoever on the other side of that call in a bad mood. Akira frowned and asked Alpha. Alpha, do you have any idea what's going on? Nope. But looking at this, one thing for sure, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Thought so. When Akira checked Elena, Elena sounded a bit angry, which was rather rare for her. Leave that aside for now. Yeah, that's right. You should at least know where we are right now, right? We're in the middle of the ruin, we're in a situation where we might get attacked by a swarm of monsters any second, you know? At least give us some time to relocate. Or are you actually trying to kill us or something? Elena then cut the call and immediately gave Shikarabi an order. Shikarabi, we'll head back now. Shikarabi was still talking in his information terminal as he glanced at Elena and nodded to convey his affirmation. He then signaled Togami to get into the APC with his hand and went to the APC himself while still on the call. Elena, who was not even trying to hide her displeasure, was taken aback when she noticed that Akira was looking at her. She then lightly sighed to calm herself down before she apologetically said to Akira. Akira, I'm sorry, but is it okay if I tell you the details later? We need to return back to the Hunter office for now. I'll tell you the details after that. Sure, I don't mind. Is it better if we hurry up then? No, it's fine. There's no need to hurry up. After all, we have no obligation to go that far. Elena was only mumbling in a small voice in the last half of her sentence before she returned back to her vehicle. Sarah smiled bitterly and followed behind Elena. Akira turned to Carol. Carol seemed so relaxed and calm there. Unlike Akira, who did not understand what was going on at all, it seemed that Carol had some inkling about the current situation. Akira then threw a question to Carol. Carol, do you have any guess about that notification that the others just received? Nope. But it's not like I have no idea at all though. I gathered some information regarding the Miyazono ruin yesterday, so I at least have some guesses. So, what is it? Rather than making poor guesses, it's faster if you hear it from someone who is directly connected to it. That aside, we need to hurry it up if you don't want to get left behind. Whoops. When Carol pointed that out, Akira immediately hurried up back to his vehicle. Carol followed suit behind him. Carol looked at Akira and thought. Normally speaking, for a hunter as strong as him, he should have the ability to gather that level of information. But it seems that Akira is basically an amateur in gathering information, huh? I wonder if I can make my move from that side. Seeing from how Akira was behaving yesterday and today, Carol was sure that Akira properly recognized Elena and Sarah as beautiful girls. Akira did say in the past that he had more interest in food than girls. But it was not like he had no interest in girls at all either. Being able to confirm that was already a huge success for Carol. So with that in mind, Carol compared herself to Sarah and Elena, the two girls that Akira properly recognized as the member of the opposite sex. Although both of them were indeed beautiful, she did not think that her beauty would lose to any of them. As in matter of fact, Carol had gathered and spent a lot of money to polish her body. As such, she actually thought that she had a better figure than Sarah and Elena. Of course, it depended on the personal taste whether someone was attractive or not. But Carol did not think that the difference between her and Sarah and Elena was that big as to make such a factor so important, unless Akira was only interested in a very limited type of girls. But according to her experience, she did not think that was the case at all. Carol thought that there might be some kind of particular requirement for Akira to properly recognize someone as a member of the opposite sex. After all, unless that was indeed the case, it was unnatural for him to be so disinterested in her at all. But the reason why she thought so might simply be because she had absolute confidence in her own body. But Carol had no idea at all what this particular requirement might be. Which meant that she either had to do something to investigate what this particular requirement was, or she should change the way she approached Akira. Akira was indeed a hunter who was very skilled at fighting, but in contrast to that, he was utterly lacking in knowledge as a hunter. She might be able to get closer to Akira by sharing that kind of knowledge with him. And the closer she got, the easier it would be for her to investigate the type of girl that he liked. Well, I guess there's no need to be in a rush here. Let's be patient about this. Carol was sitting next to Akira, who was driving his vehicle, while smiling and thinking about her next plan. Elena and her team were able to return back to the Hunter office without any incident at all. They did not even encounter a single monster on their way back. Although they detected some monsters, those monsters let them pass through without trying to attack them. Akira, who thought that those monsters called for reinforcements and were waiting to ambush them on their way back. So, that ending felt rather anticlimactic. When they stepped off from their vehicles, some Drankum hunters and Hunter office staff were already standing by near the Hunter office as if they were waiting for Elena's team. Elena was obviously annoyed and sighed when she saw them. Elena was going to negotiate with them from here. And judging by the fact that those people were already waiting for them there, it seemed that she would not have the chance to explain the current situation to Akira and Carol. Elena then glanced at Carol and remembered that she was rather skilled in negotiation too. She then suddenly asked Akira a question. Akira, is it okay if I borrow Carol for a bit? From here, I'll have to get into a really annoying and troublesome negotiation with those people. I don't mind though, but... Akira then checked on Carol. Although he hired her as a guide, she even helped during the battle too, and now Elena asked her to help to do some negotiation. Akira thought it would be way outside of the role that she was paid for, so it would not be strange if Carol refused. But Carol just casually said, "Sure, I'm okay with helping out." Akira was a bit surprised by that. "Are you sure?" "Yep, I'm here because you hired me. So I don't mind doing that much." Akira slightly bowed. "I see. Thank you. Don't mention it." Carol smiled at Akira as if it did not bother her at all while taking a note of that strange and sudden change of attitude from Akira. Elena then said to Sarah and Akira, "Well then. We'll be temporarily parting ways here. Sarah, can you explain to Akira what's going on for the time being?" "Sure, I'll leave the negotiation to you." Elena, Carol, and Shikarabi headed to the Hunter office's branch. But before Shikarabi left, he gave Togami an order. "Togami, take my APC back to Drankum temporary base. After that, just wait for the next order from Drankum there." Togami flusteredly replied. "Wait for a second there. What will happen to me after this? Like hell if I know." Shikarabi sounded annoyed when he shouted back and just left it at that. Togami seemed like he could not completely accept it, but he then dragged himself back to the APC and did what Shikarabi told him to do. Akira and Sarah were told to move their vehicles so as not to block the way, so they did. After Akira relocated his vehicle, he stepped off from the driver's seat and stretched out his body. That was when Sarah came to him. He then asked Sarah a question. "So then, what is going on?" It seems that both Shikarabi and Elena-san looked pretty annoyed though. Sarah seemed to be hesitating for a bit before she opened her mouth. "Well, there's just this troublesome thing. Although I said that, I'm not really sure what's going on in Shikarabi's side, but I think it's the same reason why we're also roped into this troublesome thing. It's that notification from the Hunter office, right? Yes, the content of that notification is a rather troublesome thing from the Hunter office that we usually receive from time to time. So about that though. Well, it's not that simple, but to explain it properly. If it's something that is hard for Sarah-san to talk about, then there's no need to do that. No, it's fine. The message itself doesn't contain secret information or anything like that, not to mention that Elena also told me to explain it to you. So I actually hope that you would listen to it. I understand then. So, about that, it's basically a request to join the efforts to investigate this strange change in Miyazono ruin. Sarah then started to explain the content of that message from the Hunter office to Akira. After listening to that explanation, Akira made a stern face. So they're sending a squad to Saranthal building, huh? Yep. They put up all kinds of excuses for sending that squad and I don't really know all the details. Some people said that it's for investigating the source of this recent change in Miyazono ruin, others said that it's for rescuing the people who are stranded inside that building, or it's for taking control of that whole building. It is not even clear whether that information is true or it's just someone's guess. But one thing for sure, it seems it has been decided that a squad will be dispatched to that building, and it seems that it's going to be a pretty big squad. Akira made a grim face as he remembered what he had gone through inside that Saranthal building. Is it possible to refuse it? Well, although it's not a compulsory request, I think it's pretty unlikely. In order to give a boost to the defense squad from Kagomayama City that the city management had dispatched, and to convince the people of the inner wall who paid them, the city management decided to issue that request to the hunters who had successfully hunted a bounty monster in the past. With that monster swarm incident the other day and the appearance of the bounty monsters not too long ago, it seemed that the people in the inner wall were starting to feel insecure. But it was not like they could just demand the city defense squad to dispatch soldiers to solve it. It was difficult to readjust the strength of the city defense squad in case anything bad happened while making sure that the people in the inner wall felt safe at the same time. Moreover, the hunt for bounty monsters also got pretty famous within the inner wall. And the story about the skilled hunters dispatched to take down those powerful monsters that even warrant a bounty must have calmed down the people inside the inner wall. Not to mention, it would also increase the available budget for the defense squad. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Because of that, although the request to join that squad was not a compulsory one, it was like half compulsory. If the hunters refused that request without a good excuse, it might cause them trouble later. After all, it might cause more unrest in the inner wall since they might think that even the hunters who defeated the bounty monsters refused to take that request. Thus those hunters were pretty much forced to take that request. If the city management had its eyes on a certain hunter, there was a good chance that hunter would have a hard time staying in that city. In the worst scenario, they would not be able to sell relics and buy ammo, thus eventually forcing them to go to another city. There were not that many hunters who were ready to face that consequence just to refuse such a request. At least, they would try to negotiate a suitable amount of reward for doing that request. In the first place, the city management would not have issued that request if they knew that the hunters would not take it. Moreover, losing skilled hunters was also not something that the city management wanted. Sarah explained everything regarding that subject plus some other related information that Akira might not know yet. Well, so basically, that's it. That's why Elena is trying to negotiate with the city management about that troublesome request. Akira listened closely and understood Sarah's explanation, but a question suddenly popped out in his mind. I see. But, I never thought that Elena-san would be that angry. Is it that the reward offered was really that bad? Sarah hesitated for a bit before answering. Well, that is. You know. The reward is not that bad and I'm sure Elena is trying to pull it up higher too. I have no problem with the reward and I don't think Elena has any problem with it either. It's just that, well, they basically just cut in while we were doing another request and they're bringing a request that is hard for us to refuse. Moreover, They even started trying to negotiate in the middle of the ruin where we might get attacked by monsters any second. So it's no surprise that it causes Elena to get mad. Now that you mention it, well, that's true. Elena was also a human. It was only to be expected that she might get angry from time to time. And in this case, a request was pushed to her while she was in the middle of doing another request. It might completely throw her schedule and preparation into disarray. Elena might have also gotten angry because of her sense of responsibility as the leader of the team. Things did make sense if Akira saw it from that point of view. Sarah was relieved when she saw that it seemed Akira accepted her explanation. She then immediately tried to change the subject before Akira brought it up again. By the way, Akira, you didn't get that notification? Didn't you also hunt the bounty monster in Shikarabe's team? This time, it was Akira's turn to hesitate before answering. Ah, well, you see, I'm basically not allowed to talk about it, so. I see, if that's the case, I won't pressure you. It just got me curious for a bit. I'm just wondering, how did you perform during the bounty hunt? I didn't do anything big, as in matter of fact, I'm not even sure if I deserve the reward that I received. Akira thought that it should be fine to tell Sarah that much when he said that. Sarah did not say anything for a while. It seemed that she was thinking about something. Her expression suddenly changed as if she just realized something. She then smiled and said to Akira. Ah, so basically you accepted a request from Shikarabe without going through the hunter office to help him as an extra personnel in order to hunt the bounty monster, and then you guys were able to successfully kill the bounty monster, huh? Akira gasped. Sarah was able to accurately guess what happened just like that. As he looked at Sarah with a surprised face, she looked back at him with a smile. He then asked Sarah a question. That was enough for Sarah-san to make that guess? Sarah smiled amusedly as she answered Akira's question. Since you said that you're not even sure the reward that you got matched your contribution, it meant that you properly received the reward, which meant that you took that request. At that time, the only request that Shikarabe offered you was only to help him hunt the bounty monster. Then, judging from the fact that you didn't get that notification from the hunter office, that means that request is only a request among hunters and the hunter office has nothing to do with it. Since Shikarabe hired you, it means that he knew you would at least pull your own weight. That's why he didn't hire you only to be a driver. When you said that you didn't do anything big, basically it's because the main firepower during that fight against the bounty monster was Shikarabe and his friends. Then as for you, in order to give support to Shikarabe and his friends, I bet you used expendable equipment that Shikarabe gave you to attack the bounty monster as well as trying to keep its attention off from Shikarabe. When you said that you're not sure you deserve the reward that you received, I can make a guess that it's at least not a small amount of money. Shikarabe himself would not pay that much money unless the bounty hunt was a success. That's why I can say for sure that you were able to successfully kill the bounty monster. You can't confirm whether I got it right or not, okay? It'll violate your duty of confidentiality, after all. Akira hung his head low. That I'll keep my mouth shut. That vehicle is not the same vehicle that you bought from Shizuka, right? Is it a reward from Shikarabe? Although I'm not that knowledgeable about vehicles, that one is pretty expensive, you know. Although you received that as a reward, you still said that you didn't know if it was worth it, huh? Akira, it must have been a hard fight. I can't say anything. Akira, you're an honest kid, aren't you? Sarah giggled seeing how Akira was pouting. She then changed the mood and said, I'm sorry, my apologies. By the way, just so you know, the ones who can't refuse that request are only Elena and me, so it's completely okay for you. After all, that request didn't get issued to you in the first place. I know that you've gone through something really bad in Saranthal, right? So if you don't want to come, you don't need to force yourself. After all, this wasn't in our plan at all when we invited you. Akira's expression returned back to normal. No, I'll come along too if it's okay with Sarah-san and Elena-san. Although it was true that the situation had changed greatly from their initial plan. But for Akira, that was not the case at all. After all, he originally came to Mihazono Ruin to help Elena and Sarah. Sarah then asked Akira one more time. "We're more than happy to have you, but are you really sure it's okay?" "Yes." Sarah's expression turned serious as she said to Akira, "Is it because you know you might be able to get some profit from it? Despite the danger, you are moving for profit?" Yes. Yes, something like that. I want to get better equipment after all, so I'm in need of money right now." Akira sounded a little surprised, but he immediately tried to match his excuse with what Sarah said. Sarah did not say anything back for a few seconds. She then smiled and said to Akira, "I see, got it. But, there's no need to be reckless, okay?" "I understand." Akira answered back firmly. As she listened to Akira's reply, Sarah then thought, "This boy is really bad at lying. Or more like, he's bad at trying to trick people in general, huh?" Sarah confirmed that Akira did not decide to come with her for money. Moreover, she guessed that he decided to come along in order to help her. Although it might be nothing but her wishful thinking, she had no proof that refuted it. As Sarah thought that Akira decided to set his foot again in a place where he almost got killed in order to help her and Elena, she felt both happy and pathetic at the same time. But even so, since she felt more happy than pathetic, she did not make a saddened face. Sarah decided to use that feeling as the motivation to grow stronger and smiled. Akira was talking with Sarah while waiting for Elena to return back from negotiating. Akira then asked Sarah a question. "I wonder how long will it take until Elena-san finishes? It depends on how hard the negotiation is, so, I don't really know myself. But I'm sure the city management doesn't want to spend too much time on negotiating just to get late in dispatching the squad either. So I think it would end before afternoon even if it means that the negotiation fails." "Fail? But it's not a request that you just can refuse, right?" "Basically, yes. Which also means that there are exceptions. If they can't agree on the conditions that we put on no matter what, then, we'll refuse to take the request even if it means that we need to change our base of operation to another city. If I'm to make an extreme example, they might only pay us a small amount of money just to be expendable pawns. Well, I'm sure Elena will properly do her job so that something like that would not happen unless something unexpected happens. The one that Elena was negotiating against must be someone who was used to having a hard negotiation. If it was him, Akira would have been swept by the flow of the negotiation and forced to accept a very bad deal. As he thought so, he made a conflicted face and mumbled, "That sounds rough. That's why most of the hunters hire other people to handle the negotiation for them. In my case, Elena would do that for me, that's why I don't have to do that." "Akira. You're bad with negotiation, right? In that case, it might be a good idea to hire someone to do that for you." I see, I'll think about it." Akira thought that he was not that great of a hunter yet, so he would not get roped into such a troublesome negotiation, and he did not need people to negotiate in his place yet. But one day, he might need one, so he just kept that in mind for now. In reality, Akira was already someone who could easily get roped into troublesome stuff. The reason why he did not realize it himself was simply because he had no misgivings in killing other people and he did not care about the trouble that killing other people might cause. In the worst-case scenario, it was okay to kill. That kind of thinking was a normal thing in the slum city. Normally, people would try to find a way to solve their problems peacefully, but Akira simply ignored that way of thinking. It had been etched into Akira's mind that the other person always guaranteed to look down on him and his life. There would not be any chance to negotiate, nor compromise. It might be also because of this that Akira was overly lax to certain people. Although Akira had escaped the slum city, his mind was still somewhere inside the slum city where he knew no other way to protect himself except to kill. That indeed had caused troubles for him in the past, but Akira always credited that to his bad luck, or at least, he understood that he reaped what he sowed when that happened. Sarah then turned her gaze to the hunter office. Elena was still negotiating there. Since there was still no call from Elena, it showed just how hard the negotiation that she was having over there. As I thought, I bet they're bickering there. For Sarah, who very well understood Elena might be having a hard time, she imagined the scene of Elena trying her best negotiating in the Hunter office's branch and sighed. Chapter 121, Troublesome Negotiation. As Sarah had guessed, Elena was having a difficult time negotiating. When Sarah explained the current situation to Akira, she deliberately hid some information, including the reason why Elena was so irritated to the point that she raised her voice. Although it had been decided that the squad sent to Saranthal building would consist of the hunters that successfully hunted a bounty monster in the past. And with that many hunters that would be sent to Saranthal building, they would need to have a clear chain of command so that they could work together effectively. But at the same time, this chain of command could be the source of another trouble. The city management was originally planning to use the same chain of command used during the bounty monster hunt. After all, it was to be expected that the hunters who led the group that successfully hunted the bounty monster should at least have a good commanding skill. Even the group that was able to successfully hunt the big walker actually had a sudden team reconstruction before they were dispatched, and yet, they were able to kill the big walker with that team. The city management thought that the hunters would sort out any problems regarding the chain of command by themselves. In order so that the hunters had the same chain of command in the field, they needed to take someone who was already a leader of a team or an officer from an organization or a gang. Thus, the city management let the team with the most contribution during the bounty hunt to pick the squad leader. Which in this case, meant the city management left that decision to Drankum, since Drankum bounty hunt team had contributed greatly during the bounty hunt. Most of the independent team from the Drankum were also able to successfully kill a bounty monster too. Moreover, the gang also contributed greatly in defeating the strongest bounty monster. Thus, it was no surprise that the city management left the details of the investigation squad to Drankum. So, the current plan was to let Drankum decide the strategy and the leader of the team, then the other hunters would work under Drankum's command. But in the end, an unexpectedly lot of hunters complained about that. When the situation in Mihazono ruins suddenly changed, Drankum issued the SOS rescue requests to the hunters around the ruin. This resulted in a lot of hunters getting trapped inside the ruin. Most of the rescue targets for the current SOS rescue request were actually the hunters who got trapped from the previous SOS rescue request. Although they ended up judging the situation only from the result, this basically meant that Drankum had sent a lot of hunters into the wasteland just to get them trapped there only for a small reward. There was not a small number of hunters who fortunately were able to return back alive while their companions got killed back in the ruin, and most of these hunters ended up holding a grudge against Drankum. Due to a lot of hunters getting trapped in the ruin because of that SOS rescue request from Drankum, the current public opinion of Drankum had already significantly fallen. While on the other hand, some people in Drankum were thinking of using this chance to increase Drankum's reputation in Kagamayama City. There were a lot of other hunter gangs in Kagamayama City beside Drankum. If Drankum was able to make the investigation a success with the strategy that Drankum itself decided, there was no mistaking that it would definitely make Drankum even more renowned. So, if someone not from Drankum took the command and participated in that investigation and made it a success, it would give a boost to the reputation of the gang that Hunter was affiliated with. Moreover, there were also hunters who were worried if Drankum took command of the squad, people from Drankum might push the dangerous jobs to the other gangs. Because of those reasons, a lot of hunters refused to have Drankum taking command of the squad. Then to top it off, there was also an infighting within Drankum itself. Drankum had already dispatched its hunters to Mihazono Ruin, and that particular squad was formerly commanded by Katsuya. So any reinforcement who joined that team would basically work under him. Inside Drankum, there was friction between the young hunters and veterans. There were also some young hunters in the gang who were members of the anti-Katsuya faction. Although they were not as bad as Shikarabi, a lot of hunters in Drankum refused to work under Katsuya, enough for the gang not to be able to just ignore those hunters. They demanded to shift the command from Katsuya to one of them or for the city management to accept the extra conditions that they imposed for that request, and in order to do that, they even dragged the upper echelons in Drankum to get involved in the negotiation. Then, to top it off, each hunter had different aims during the negotiation. Some of them demanded as much rewards as they could get, some of them deliberately picked a fight against the other gangs in order to be able to refuse that request while keeping their reputation, while some of them tried to get special favor in exchange for taking that request. With all kinds of people gathered there, each of them was aiming only to bring profits to themselves, or to the gangs that they belong in. It was only to be expected for the negotiation to turn complicated. At the moment, there were a lot of people gathered in the Hunter Office branch of Mihazono Ruin, including the negotiators from Drankum, leaders from various hunter teams, and people from the request brokers that some of the hunters were contracted with. Elena was one of them. They were trying their best to reach a consensus. All of them gathered in the cafeteria of the Hunter Office branch. Carol and Elena were also there. Carol was sitting next to Elena on one of the tables in the cafeteria. Sitting opposite to them was a negotiator from Drankum by the name of Maeda. Elena and Maeda were talking to each other with a stern face, while Carol was listening to them with a relaxed smile. After that, Maeda listened to a report from one of his co-workers. He then cut the call on his information terminal, sighed, and said to Elena, "I just checked with Drankum's side again, and as I said, the answer is still a no. We can't accept the conditions that you put up." "I see then. It means that we have no deal here, yes?" When Elena said that, Maeda's face twitched. "You do know that we can't have that here for the sake of both of us, right? It's a request from Kagamaima City Management, you know. You do know well how angry they'll be if we keep dragging this negotiation without any good reason, right?" Elena did not waver at all. Her expression did not change as she replied, "Of course. I bet the city management wants us to quickly finish this negotiation so that they can dispatch the squad to take control of Saranthal building as soon as possible. If you understand it, can you at least lower your demand? The longer we drag this negotiation, the more the city management would hate both of us. Just to let you know, in order to save us from that, we already lowered our demand as low as we can, you know, that you demand 5 times the original reward offered by the city management and for us to pay some of that reward in advance as the condition to join the squad under Drankum's command. Then you say that it's already as low as you can go. You know that we can't accept that demand no matter how you look at it, right? That's because we recognize this request is much more dangerous than Drankum is willing to admit. Like I said, it's the lowest we can go. If we had more time, I would have demanded even more reward, you know." Maeda was staring at Elena with a stern face. There was no trace of deception in Elena's expression and words. Maeda then sighed, "Seriously now, are you for real? This is a request from the city management, you know. If you keep insisting on making such impossible demand, we have no other choice but to tell the city management that the negotiation has failed because you keep making that demand. Are you sure you're okay with it if the city management thinks of you as a hunter who can't be reasoned with?" Hunters spent their days fighting dangerous monsters in the old world ruin, so in order to have a winning chance against those monsters, they had to bring along powerful weapons, and it would be an overkill using those weapons that were designed to kill monsters on humans. So, for the sake of maintaining order in the Eastern District, the city management had no other choice but to get those hunters armed with powerful weapons under their control. The cities of the Eastern District, the corporations that were in control of those cities, and the corporate government that controlled those corporations, all of them were doing all kinds of things to maintain order in the Eastern District. There were times when they made use of the Hunter Office to threaten the hunters so that they would not get ahead of themselves and go on a rampage in the Eastern District. They sometimes had to reason with the hunters and reminded them to keep their behaviors in check, or some other time, they had to convince some hunters to not wreak havoc. There were even cases where they had to act as arbitrator between two hunters in conflict or offer certain benefits to persuade certain hunters. Or if nothing worked, they sometimes blatantly threatened hunters to just stop. But the city management would only do these kinds of things if they saw that those hunters could be reasoned with. As for those hunters who could not be reasoned with, the city management saw them as equal to monsters. Those hunters were treated as threats against the public order in the Eastern District. Usually a bounty would be put for their heads and they would be killed by other hunters. Being recognized as someone that could be reasoned with was a very important thing in the Eastern District, where most of the people knew how to fight and powerful weapons were freely distributed around. Although no one could tell what kind of effect it would bring if Drankum informed the hunter office that Elena was a hunter who would only make one-sided demands and would not listen to other people, it was obvious that it would bring some level of harm toward her. Most of the hunters in Kagamayama City already knew that Drankum was deepening its relationship with Kagamayama City management. So of course, Elena also knew about that too. Thus Maeda lightly threatened Elena there, hoping that it would ease her demand. But then Elena stoically said, "You can go ahead and do whatever you want. But don't you forget that I'll also explain to the city management why the negotiation with Drankum's side ended up in failure. I'm pretty sure that they can understand my reason. That's why, if it's possible, I hope you can just let me negotiate directly with the city management." Elena did not waver at all. Maeda, who saw that, put both of his hands on his face in frustration. Elena herself knew that Maeda was also stuck in a difficult position, but that did not mean that she should lower her demand just because of that. "By the way, just to let you know, you're the one who suddenly butted in when I was negotiating with the city management in the first place, you know? So I have no reason to play nice with you. We've been giving you requests through Drankum. Although it doesn't mean that you have the duty to accept all of our demands, you can at least make some compromises, can't you?" Elena's face turned slightly irritated. "You've used that favor entirely in the last request that you gave us. To be more precise, although we've agreed on it in the contract, we did not make any complaint when you cut a big part of our reward money last time." Elena thought that she was keeping her poker face and that she was calmly assessing the situation, but in reality, her face was slightly changed and a part of her real feeling was starting to leak out. Maeda also noticed that. Maeda was using a glasses-type information terminal. That information terminal was connected to Drankum's server and was showing information about Elena on its transparent display. To be more precise, Maeda was looking at Elena's request history. Maeda picked the last request that Elena accepted and checked its detail. The record also contained the subject about the reward cut too. But it only said that both sides agreed on that reward cut and there was no problem with it at all. What the heck is with this "no problem at all"? This is one heck of a problem, isn't it? Who the fuck wrote this report? Mizuha? That new officer who just got promoted from the administration department, huh? She's an officer now though. Is she that stupid as to write "no problem at all" here? Or is it that someone from the other faction overwrote the report? Seriously though, I really hope they would stop roping me into this infighting problem between factions. It's really making my job difficult. Wrong information like this is really fatal during negotiation. Although Maeda was a member of Drankum, he did not belong to either faction. To be more precise, he was more of a neutral faction, and this faction chose to keep itself from getting involved in the infighting. With more infighting inside the gang, more negotiations are happening lately. Most of the negotiators are ending up arbitrating among hunters inside the gang, and so, fewer negotiators are available for negotiating with people outside the gang. Good grief, I really hope they would do something about this. Whoa. This is not the time to worry about that, I need to do something about this negotiation first. Maeda shook off his irritation while still lamenting how he got roped into such an annoying situation. Drankum's side could not afford to accept Elena's demand. After all, Elena was not the only hunter that Drankum had to negotiate with. If the other hunters discovered that Drankum accepted Elena's demand, they would use that information to demand more rewards too. But with that being said, Drankum could not afford to have the negotiation break down there and let Elena negotiate directly with the city management. Drankum was the one who used its connection with the city management to butt in when Elena was negotiating with the city management. As such, if he reported back to the city management that he failed, there was no mistaking it that the city management would lower its evaluation of Drankum. But the more time he spent trying to reach a deal there, the worse the evaluation from the city management would be. Maeda, who had no idea what to do there, shifted his gaze from Elena to Carol. Although he was sure that Elena had the last say there, since Carol was sitting next to her, Carol might be able to somehow affect the direction of the current negotiation. Thus, in order to change the mood, Maeda turned to Carol and spoke to her. Carol-san too, I'm sure you don't think it's a good idea to be stuck in this place forever, right? If we keep being stubborn here, no one would win, it'll only bring trouble to both of us, yes? Carol was still smiling as she asked Maeda a question. In that case, can you at least tell us how Drankum organizes its hunters and who will take the responsibility for making the plan? Will it even make any difference if we tell you? You won't then. Like I said, it won't make any difference, right? It's part of making compromises, no? If the one who will take command is a skilled and experienced hunter, then we, as the hunters who might be working under that hunter, would feel safer, right? I want you to understand that we ask that much rewards since we feel uneasy about that part. Are you saying that you can't trust the leader that Drankum picks? I won't go that far though, but a lot of hunters are trapped inside the Saranthal building because of the last request that Drankum issued, right? I heard that it was enough to cause panic among the insurance companies. So you're saying that it's Drankum's fault? No matter how you look at it, no one could have predicted something like this would happen, yes? It's not like I'm saying that Drankum is at fault here. But, I want you to understand when we say that Saranthal building is a really dangerous place. It's exactly because we know it's a dangerous place that we're forming a big hunter squad in order to save those hunters inside the Saranthal building. We're asking the other hunters to work under the same leader here to prevent them from moving independently and cause trouble during the operation. I'm sure you can understand that too from reading the detail of the request. We do understand that point. That's why I'm asking you who will take the lead of the squad. If we know that the one taking the lead is a competent hunter, we can feel safer following the orders from that hunter. And if it's someone that I know, I can also more or less predict that person's commanding skill. Which in that case, I can explain to Elena and I maybe can even convince her too. That way, Elena might be willing to lower her demand and we might be able to finally find a compromise that we both can accept. Do you understand why I asked you that question now? After she said that, Carol threw a smile at Maeda. Maeda understood well that he was in a disadvantageous position there as he was barely able to react to her reasoning. Yes. I'm glad to hear that, so, will you tell us now? After Carol said that, Maeda suddenly went silent. Carol understood the situation that Maeda was in as she smiled at him and said, If you won't tell me, I won't be able to say anything to Elena, you know? Maeda hesitated. We haven't decided yet. I don't mind if it's just a guess. If you can tell us of any particular person or any particular faction that might get chosen, it's at least better than nothing. We're still in the middle of discussing that. Maeda sounded as if he just forced himself to say that and he immediately hung his head low for a bit after he said that. Carol was really happy that she got the answer that she was hoping for, but she did not show that on her face. Instead, she made a rather troubled face and said to Maeda. I'm sure Drankum also understands the importance of this request since it came from the city management, right? And I'm sure Drankum also understands very well that it should decide on the leader as soon as possible, right? If you guys can't decide on the leader even in this situation, I can't help but feel worried about your commanding skill. If you think the reward Elena demanded is to compensate for the danger that this request might cause us, then unfortunately enough, I don't think that Elena's demand is unreasonable at all. After listening to what Carol said, Maeda let out a long sigh. A part of him actually agreed with Elena and Carol's reasoning. But, due to his position, he could not express it. Maeda then complained inside his heart. I can't take this. I don't have anything that I can use to convince them. To hell with this, I'll just let them negotiate directly with the city management. I'm sure the upper echelons would make some complaints later, but it's their fault in the first place for taking too long. It has nothing to do with me, it's not my fault. Honestly speaking, Maeda was actually a dutiful person. But there was a limit to how far he could keep going. The infighting between the people in the upper echelons caused trouble to his job, and he also agreed with some arguments that the other party was making, so he concluded that if he stubbornly tried to continue the negotiation there, it would be nigh impossible to achieve his original aim. It really lowered his motivation and caused him to start considering just letting Elena negotiate directly with the city management. From that sudden change in Maeda's behavior, Carol immediately noticed that Maeda had given up on the negotiation. She then smiled at Maeda and said, "This might be unrelated, but I think it's a bad idea not doing anything until the main squad is formed. At the very least, you guys could have sent some smaller squads ahead, yes?" Maeda looked confused there for a moment. He tried to think what was the meaning behind those words before he said anything back. "Are you telling me that we should use you as a reconnaissance team and send you ahead in order to prevent the city management from bothering us for the time being? Even if you said that to me, I have no right to say anything about the strategy used in this operation. And even if I have that right, that would be the decision that Drenkum should make as a whole, not me alone. I can't let your team go for something like that. After all, we need you to join the main squad since there are not that many hunters in Drenkum who are skilled enough to be dispatched to Saranthal building. Not to mention, I'm sure only those hunters who have something to complain about this chain of command would want to join that reconnaissance squad. In the first place, we don't have hunters to spare for that squad, or at least, I can't spare you any hunters to form such a squad." Carol smiled mischievously. "So basically, we can do that if we have someone who has a say on the strategy used by Drenkum, or at least someone who has some connections with the upper echelons in Drenkum, right? Well, that would be true, but..." Maeda looked a bit confused. Carol then pulled out her information terminal and called someone. The person that she was calling almost immediately picked up her call. "Carol, what now? You should know well that I'm really busy, right?" It was Shikarabi. He sounded like he was in a really bad mood, but in contrast to him, Carol replied in a good mood. "Oh my, I called you thinking that I might be able to help you, you know. Are you sure you're okay treating me like this?" "What do you mean?" "I'm actually looking for more hunters so that we can take that request from the city management as an individual team though. I'm sure you're also having a hard negotiation over there, right? I bet that you're in a panic right now since at this rate you'll get assigned to work under that Kitsuya guy, right?" After Carol said that, there was a few seconds of silence. From that silence, she confirmed that her guess was correct. Shikarabi's calm voice then could be heard from Carol's information terminal. "Why do you think so?" "It's because you're talking to me right now." "Ha!" Shikarabi could not help but to leak out his real feeling there with that reaction. Hearing that, Carol then giggled and continued. "The request from the Kagamayama city management is basically issued to the hunters who successfully hunted the bounty monsters not too long ago. But then I bet that because of some reason, those hunters who were in your team when you hunted the bounty monster could not come to the Mihazono ruin at the moment. After all, if that was not the case, you would have picked those hunters and already formed a team with them instead. I bet you're trying to find replacements for those hunters, but you still can't find enough people at the moment, right? After all, if you did, you would have been dispatched to Saranthal building by now. And if you're already heading to the Saranthal building, it would mean that the operation is already underway and you would not be roped into the infighting inside the Drenkum about who should take the lead of the squad, which would mean that you would not have picked my call, right? But you did not ignore my call. Since you can't go with the same team that you were together with during the bounty hunt, Drenkum must be trying to get you into another team, for example, another team that also has successfully hunted a bounty monster too. And then, that exact team that's also already in Mihazono ruin right now is the team that Kitsuya leads. Since Drenkum cannot afford to keep dragging out the request from the city management, I bet that the officers from Drenkum are pressuring you to join Kitsuya's team, right?" Shikarabi went silent again after Carol said that. Carol's guess was completely correct. The upper echelons in Drankum were pressuring Shikarabi to join Katsuya's team. The only thing that Carol got wrong was Shikarabi's actual plan. Carol thought that as this situation continued, Shikarabi would eventually break under the pressure from Drankum and join Katsuya's team. But in reality, Shikarabi had no plans to join Katsuya's team no matter what. If his only option was to join Katsuya's team, he would rather accept that request from the city management and head to Saranthal building alone. But of course, he wanted to avoid that if it could be helped. That was why Shikarabi was looking for more personnel for his team. Shikarabi then sighed as if he just gave up there. He then annoyedly asked a question to Carol. Yeah, you got that right. I'm more or less in that situation right now. So then, how are you going to help me out? I'm super busy right now, so I won't take any stupid ideas, okay? So then, tell me, what do you have in mind? It was not like Carol brought that subject to Shikarabi because she wanted to help him out. Shikarabi himself knew that very well. He also knew how dangerous it was to get indebted to Carol. But he thought that it was way better than working under Katsuya, thus he decided to take Carol's offer. Carol then explained her idea to him. Shikarabi registered that plan inside his head and analyzed it. He was not pondering whether to take her suggestion or not, he was pondering if it was possible or not. He then finally reached a conclusion. Alright. I'll convey that to one of the officers in Drankum who might agree with your plan. Tell whoever negotiator that you're talking with right now to let you talk with an officer from Drankum by the name of Arabe. Okay, later then. Carol then ended the call and asked Elena. I ended up pushing the negotiation without your permission though, is that okay? Elena at least did not show any displeasure as she said. It's alright. I have nothing to complain about with your suggestion. Elena's main goal was actually to avoid working under Drankum since it might get her in the same situation as the previous time when she accepted that request to hunt the bounty monster. Back then, not only did Elena and Sarah have to cover for the rest of the team, they were even insulted for being useless and got their reward cut. Moreover, if things were to happen again this time, it would not only affect her and Sarah, but it would also affect Akira and Carol too. That was why Elena refused to step back. Of course, Drankum had its own indicators that it used to evaluate Sarah and Elena, and it seemed that Elena and Sarah's performance during that request was far below what Drankum was expecting from them. So from Drankum's point of view, it was simply that they had no other choice but to do what they did. But if that difference was a fatal one, it would have been better if both of them stopped working with each other. It would have been better if Drankum hired other hunters who could accept the evaluation that Drankum gave. While at the same time, although it was not like Elena did not feel anything when Carol just pushed the negotiation without her permission, thanks to that, Elena was able to fulfill her main goal. So she had no complaints about it. Carol smiled a bit smugly to Elena and said, Is it okay if I take it that it was worth it taking me with you here? Although Elena was a bit bothered by the way Carol was acting, she then said, Well, you're right, you're a big help. Thanks to you, it seems that we can avoid getting roped into a troublesome situation. Can you please tell that to Akira too? Sure, but can you tell me why you want me to do that? It's to increase my value in his eyes since he's the one hiring me at the moment. Since I've been useful, it's normal for me to want to let my employer know that I did well, right? After all, if Akira knows that I'm useful, he might pay me a lot of money later. So, will you do that for me? Although there was something that was still bothering Elena, she also understood that Carol had a good point there. In the first place, it was exactly because Elena did not agree with the evaluation that Drankum had about her that she did not want to negotiate with Drankum this time. Sure. I'll properly convey that to Akira. Carol smiled as she thought that it would leave a better impression on Akira if he heard it from Elena instead of hearing that from Carol herself. Chapter 122, Worthless Life. As Akira was waiting for Elena and Carol together with Sarah, he suddenly received a call from Carol. The same also happened to Sarah, except that it was from Elena. Akira opened his information terminal and accepted the call. When he did that, Carol's happy voice could be heard coming out from his terminal. Akira, just want to let you know that we did pretty well over here. I'll tell you the details of the request later. I did my best to get a deal that you might like, you know. I see. Since Akira only reacted rather flatly, Carol once again gave her report again, but this time she put more pressure to make sure that Akira was listening to her. I properly did my job during the negotiation and got a deal that Elena is also satisfied with. If you think that I'm lying, you should ask Elena once we group up. To be honest, Akira was actually not doubting Carol. He was a bit weirded out by the reaction from Carol as he thanked Carol. It's not like I'm doubting you though. Thank you, you're a big help. You're welcome. We'll be waiting in the parking lot near the Hunter office. Can you pick us up together with Sarah? Alright, we'll head there soon. Akira closed the call and returned back to his vehicle. Sarah also got more or less the same report from Elena. Both of them then headed to the Hunter office to pick up Elena and Carol. Carol made a conflicted expression as she closed her call with Akira and stared at her information terminal. Judging from that short exchange, she was able to confirm that she scored some points to get closer to Akira. That in itself was well under her expectation and she was happy that she was finally able to make some progress. But, during that conversation, Akira's reaction was completely different when Carol brought up Elena too. To be more precise, Akira showed more interest in Elena's situation rather than his own situation. Or at least, that was what Carol could catch from that short exchange. It seems that Akira really cares for Elena. From what I can gather from Shikarabi, it doesn't sound like Akira has any reason to like Elena that much though. As I thought, I won't be able to know the reason unless I directly ask either Akira or Elena, huh? But I feel like Akira would just try to play innocent if I ask him either that, or I feel like Akira himself actually has no idea why he's that invested either. Which means... Carol glanced at Elena. Personally speaking, she was better at extracting information from guys, but she had no other options in this case. The real problem was whether she had enough time to do that or not. Akira and Sarah would arrive there soon and it would be better if she did not bring that up during the operation. And she did not know if she would have the time to ask Elena and Sarah after the operation was done. I guess I need to be more useful so that he would invite me again next time, huh? We're going to head to the Saranthal building after this. It's a dangerous building that the city management even decided to gather hunters who successfully hunted the bounty monster to send to that building. Although this is not out of our own volition, we're going to head to such a dangerous place together. I'm sure that it would at least get us close even if it's only for a bit. As Carol thought so, she remembered that she almost got killed the last time she was in that building. Well, let's focus on returning back alive for now. Being a hunter meant risking one's life for money. But even so, it was not like those hunters expected themselves to get killed. If it was possible, they wanted to at least have the right to decide when and where to die. Carol reminded herself of the dangerous place that she was going to head to from now on and pulled herself together. After they grouped up, they then went to the city district of the Mihazono ruin. Since the Hunter office had secured the area, they did not get to meet any monsters. Elena already gave a detailed explanation about the current request right after they grouped up. Their main job this time was to scout the Saranthal building and check the inside of the building before the main squad that still had not fully established yet was dispatched there. The composition of the team was the same as this morning. Akira, Carol, Elena, Sarah, Shikarabi, and Togami. The only difference was that the leader of the team changed from Elena to Shikarabi. But that was only for formality since it was a request that came from Drankum. On the paper, Shikarabi could not bring Varga and Yamanobe who were also present when they defeated the tank Tarantula, thus, he was given other personnel to replace Varga and Yamanobe. So in reality, the leader of that team was still Elena. Shikarabi used his connection with Arabe, an officer in Drankum, to convince Drankum's side so that he was allowed to do that. With this, Elena had the highest say on what the team would do inside Saranthal building. But that did not mean they could not just leave Saranthal building without her consent. As in matter of fact, the other hunters could freely explore the building and decide to retreat any time they felt that they were in danger. Akira looked around his surroundings while driving his vehicle. The road leading to Saranthal building was cleaned of rubbles and wreckages so the main squad that would be sent later could quickly reach Saranthal building. He could see humanoid robots moving heavy rubbles and wreckages off the road. It was a scene that would make people who had an interest in robots to watch them cleaning the road for a while. But Akira had no interest in such a thing at all. Akira made a rather stern face when he suddenly said, "So, this is why we didn't encounter any monsters this morning when we went to that empty building, huh?" The main road heading to Saranthal building was protected by walls so that monsters would not block the road. Those walls were tall and looked pretty durable. There were also some tanks and humanoid soldiers stationed around those walls as well as armed soldiers. Carol, who was sitting next to Akira, expressed his agreement with what he just said. It seems that since most of the monsters in Mihazono Ruin gathered around the Saranthal building, there are not that many monsters roaming in the other locations, huh? And it seems that a fierce battle is also still in progress around that building even now. I can understand why the city management decided to dispatch hunters who had the experience of hunting bounty monster. Most of the tanks present were shooting at monsters. The warheads released by those tanks accurately hit the monsters, exploded, and turned those monsters into a new pile of wreckage. While the humanoid weapons were pushing the medium-sized monsters back using their huge weapons that they were carrying, countless bullets rained down on those monsters and shredded them to pieces. As for the armed soldiers, they were using the wall to shield themselves from the monsters while shooting back at those monsters, focusing more on the small monsters that were hiding behind the wreckages and rubbles. Akira looked at the ongoing battle around him and frowned. He then mumbled, "Are we really going to be okay?" Akira skipped most of the details in his question there, but Carol immediately answered that question while looking relaxed. "I think that it'll be all right. Looking at the current situation, I'm sure that the defense line will still hold while we're scouting the inside of Saranthal building, and I'm sure that this road won't be filled with monsters on our way back from that building." Although the squad dispatched by the city management was hard-pressed to secure the road to the Saranthal building, once the supply route is also secured, they should be able to hold out just fine for the time being. The equipment used by the squad securing the road to Saranthal building were mostly transported from the Hunter office parking lot through the road leading to Saranthal building that they just secured. As long as this route was secured, the Hunter office should be able to sustain its upper hand for the time being. Not to mention, they're also planning to send the main squad later, so I'm sure they'll keep this road secured. So as long as nothing really bad happens, I'm sure they'll be able to secure this road while we scout the Saranthal building. As Akira looked at the squad guarding the main road, he thought that they indeed looked exceptionally powerful. He then mumbled, "Isn't it faster if they just send in these people rather than waiting for a squad of hunters?" Carol smiled bitterly as she looked at Akira, who found such a thing to be weird. "Well, I'm sure that one of the reasons is because they can't bring along their tanks and humanoid weapons inside that building. But more than that, I'm sure that it's a matter of cost." "Cost?" "Yep. The real problem would be the cost. It's basically cheaper to just hire us, hunters. It's only my guess, but I think that squad is a part of the city defense squad. So I'm sure some of them are from the inner wall. Those people from the inner wall should have gone through a certain level of education before they went through extra training and were sent to the outside of the inner wall. Basically, they already spent a lot of money from the day they were born. So if the city management sends them to somewhere as dangerous as Saranthal building and gets them killed, it would inflict a huge economic loss for the city. Not to mention, if they have families, then the city management needs to pay for the annuity. And if they have insurance, the city should pay for that too. I can't even imagine how much money the city would lose if the city opts to send those people." Seeing how Carol said that while lightly smiling, Akira sighed and said, So basically that's because it's way cheaper to send us, huh? And the rewards that they have to pay for us, which is a pretty big sum of money from our point of view, is relatively small compared to the amount of money that the city management might lose if they send the city defense squad. Yep, basically that's the gist of it. If I have to add anything, that might be also the reason why they don't pay that much attention to Saranthal building until now. There are many ghost stories in Mihazono ruin that are related to Saranthal building, then there are many hunters who lost their lives in this ruin, which I bet is also because of Saranthal building. This ruin might turn safer if they just destroy that building, but they don't do that since it means that they'll lose all the old world relics inside that building. It's understandable that they have no plans to kill the goose that might give them golden egg, and even if that goose becomes a monster that kills everyone around it, as long as it keeps producing golden eggs, it's highly unlikely that they would kill it. Akira was making a conflicted face as he sighed. Well, it's true that hunters only risk their lives going to wasteland if only they know that it's worth it. Akira understood that reasoning and even agreed with a part of it. If the corporate government decided to destroy that building, there would be opposition coming from the people who were getting profits from that place. But even so, there was also a part of it that Akira could not help but to feel bothered with, and that showed in his face. Carol giggled and said, "If you don't like how they treat you as if your life is worthless, you should work hard to increase the value of your life. To be more precise, what do you think I should do? You can just keep on making more money. This is the Eastern District, and we are hunters. If you are alive, you can make so much money, to the point that the corporate government would not want to lose someone like you, and if you become strong enough to be able to make that much money, the corporate government would be more careful dealing with you, both for the better or for the worse." Akira smiled bitterly. "I still have a long way to go, huh? That's just how it goes, especially for us, hunters. Since we work by risking our life, so risking our lives alone is not enough to make others respect us. We need to keep showing results and obtain enough money worth risking our lives. And of course, the more money that we gather, the higher the value of our lives." Akira understood what Carol was saying. He also agreed with what she said. But he could not just laugh it off like Carol. "Seriously, that sounds really rough." Alpha smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. You have my support, and around the time you complete my request, you'll be strong enough that the corporate government won't be able to treat your life as worthless. Basically, you just need to get strong enough and everything will be solved. So just leave it to me." "You're right about that, I'll be counting on you." Although Akira felt that what Alpha said there was not exactly about the same subject that he was talking about, he still calmly replied with that. The squad around the Saranthal building formed an encirclement with the Saranthal building in the center. They erected some kind of line of defense to make sure that no monsters would be able to get inside that encirclement, as well as to make sure that the monsters coming out from the inside of that building would not escape the encirclement. As Elena and her team approached one of those squads, a soldier waved at them and signaled them to stop. And when they did, that soldier approached the frontmost vehicle. The frontmost vehicle was Shikarabe's. This time Shikarabe did not come with his APC, instead, he was driving another wasteland vehicle just like Akira and Sarah. A huge Dranka mark was painted on the side of Shikarabe's vehicle. Shikarabe then said to that soldier, "We're the reconnaissance team sent to Saranthal building, let us pass. They already told us about your team. I'm sorry, but can you proceed by legs? This defensive wall takes a lot of time to set up, close, and open. You can park your vehicles over there." After listening to that soldier's explanation, Shikarabe made a stern face. The defensive wall installed in that place was not the same as the defensive wall that his team went through this morning. It was a stronger defensive wall that did not even have an opening for a vehicle to go through. "Is this area that dangerous that you guys have no other choice but to use this defensive wall?" "No idea. But after the Saranthal building is secured, we were told to use that building as the second base in this ruin. So you guys can think of this defensive wall as the defensive wall for that second base. With so many of you guys around, isn't it faster if you guys go ahead and at least secure the first floor of that building? That soldier obviously looked slightly annoyed as he said. Give us a break, will you? Even if it's an order from the people from above, I have no plans to go to a place where the city management even opted to dispatch hunters who successfully killed a bounty monster in the past, you know. That's your job in the first place, isn't it? So don't just throw that on us. Those soldiers were actually dispatched by private military contractors in Kagomayama City. They were not a part of the city's defense squad, and they were not hunters like Akira and Shikarabe, who regularly hunted for relics in the wasteland. They were basically people who specialize only in guarding bases and similar facilities. And those people looked at hunters with fear and awe. Their impression of the hunters was not wrong. But in order to attain such an impression on the hunters, they had to get enough education, which meant that they must have lived their lives in safety up until now and had spent a lot of money for that education. Some people who could not afford such a luxury would turn into hunters, then slowly get used to the dangers that they faced every day and distorted their sense of danger, which in turn would give them an excuse to face even more danger. From another point of view, it was not wrong to say that the hunters were the gathering of those people with a broken sense of danger. Moreover, from those soldiers' point of view, the hunters who went to hunt the bounty monsters out of their own volitions were the craziest among the crazy. So, from their point of view, Akira, Shikarabe, Elena, Sarah, and the rest of the hunters they were basically the craziest among the crazy hunters. And strictly speaking, they were not wrong to think that way. Shikarabe explained the situation to the other hunters. They then decided to walk towards Saranthal building. After they finished their preparation and walked past through a small opening on the encirclement net, one of the soldiers who saw them off said to another soldier, "That they're bringing 2 boys with them though. But all of them are the hunters who successfully killed a bounty monster, right? I bet they're from Drankum. I'm sure you heard about it too, right? That there's a young boy who is exceptionally skilled in that gang. I heard that boy had successfully hunted a bounty monster. So one of them might be that boy." "Ah, now that you mention it, I did hear about that too. I guess that must be the one with that expensive-looking equipment, but then who is the other boy?" "No idea. It doesn't really matter anyway. That aside, I really want to go back to the city." Why in the world did we get dispatched to this place? I heard that some big shot from the city management is scheduled to visit the Saranthal building for negotiation or something. So we're here basically to make sure that it's safe, and that's why they're doing anything that they can to secure that building and to even make that building a second base if it's possible. Are they seriously thinking of doing something like that in this situation? Yep, they're thinking of doing something like that even in this situation. So in order to make sure that their plan would go smoothly and that big shot won't get killed, they send more soldiers than they normally would, and we're basically a part of that operation. I don't know how great that Mr. Big Shot is, but he's a real pain in the neck. The ruin is more dangerous than usual at the moment. That guy should have postponed his plan or something. If I'm not mistaken, he's the head of the long-term strategic department, Yanagisawa, was it again? Well, judging from our situation, he's basically that great of a guy, so the corporate government can't say no to him. Good grief, I really hope those people in the upper echelons can understand our suffering in the field. They then continued complaining about the guy who was the main reason why they were dispatched there while kept on the watch. After passing through the encirclement net, Elena's team carefully approached the Saranthal building. There were wreckages of dead monsters and corpses of the dead hunters scattered around the area that they had walked through. Once they reached the building's entrance and confirmed that no monsters were spawning out from the entrance, they finally stepped their feet inside of the Saranthal building. The first floor of the Saranthal building was basically a big atrium hall with some receptionist desks. Akira looked around the hall and tilted his head. The inside of the hall was unnaturally clean. Although there were some bullet holes in the ceilings and walls as well as some rubble scattered inside the hall, there were neither dead monsters nor dead hunters. While they were exploring the inside of the building, Alpha suddenly said to Akira. "Akira, I'm sorry, but I need to leave you for a bit." Don't worry, I'll be back right away." I don't detect any monsters around either, so there's nothing to worry about. After she said that, Alpha's image immediately vanished from Akira's views. Alpha? There was no response when Akira called for her. Akira could also feel that his augmented suit suddenly felt heavier and the reading coming from his information-gathering device also slightly worsened. Those two proved that he had lost Alpha's support. Akira could feel nervousness creeping up inside him. Calm down. She said that there are no monsters around and she'll be back soon. It'll be alright, just calm down. Akira tried to slowly take a deep breath to calm himself down. The current Akira had the ability to analyze his current situation in order to calm down his nerves. The other hunters noticed that slight change, but since they already heard that Akira almost got killed the last time he went to Saranthal Building, they thought that he got nervous since he had to visit Saranthal Building again. Elena then gave an order to her team. According to what I heard from Akira and Carol, the sensitivity of our information-gathering device might decrease down as we go deeper into the building. So make sure to keep your eyes on your information-gathering device, check if the reading starts getting worse, make sure that it's still connected to my information-gathering device. Since I also heard that even the local connection might also get affected, you might lose connection with the other information-gathering device if the signal gets pretty bad. And lastly, check that you can still see the map of Saranthal Building and the location of the other hunters in your information-gathering device. Akira could see the map of the Saranthal Building displayed on his goggles as well as the scan result of his surroundings. It was the data that he received from Elena. They already set their information-gathering device to be able to exchange information with each other before they left the Hunter Office branch. Akira then glanced at Carol. Carol was not using any equipment to display extra information. Akira found that weird. He then threw a question to Carol while pointing at his own goggle. Carol, are you sure you're okay with not using anything? Carol smiled full of confidence and replied. My body is actually an enhanced body, so basically both of my eyes are also modified eyes. That's why I don't need to use such a thing. Is that so? Akira stared deeply into one of Carol's eyes. Carol smiled proudly while staring back at Akira. It looks like normal eye though? Well, that's because it's made of a certain nanomaterial that imitates biological tissue. So, what do you think? It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Like I said, it looks like just normal eye. Don't you think that it has a different glisten or something? Now that you mention it, there might be some. No, I'm not really sure though. Akira made a long From the other point of view, it looked like Akira and Carol were staring deeply at each other. Akira, are you done with the checks? Ah, right, sorry. I'm not done yet. Akira flusteredly answered back. He then remembered that Sarah also had an enhanced body just like Carol. And he noticed that she was also not using goggles, just like Carol. Like with Carol, Akira also asked the same question to Sarah while pointing at his goggles. Sarah-san, do you also don't need to use goggles? It seems that Carol has both of her eyes modified. About that, huh? Elena and I are actually using this. As Sarah finally understood Akira's question, she then pointed at a hair ornament-like object that she was using. Akira, who saw that, tilted his head in confusion. Sarah then smiled and explained. This is basically a mini display device. It's projecting stereoscopic hologram images just a few millimeters in front of my eyes. Akira looked even more confused than before. Is it really okay to put that in Sarah-san's hair? It looks really unstable though. Won't it cause the image to move a lot and hard to see? It's fine. The image itself doesn't sway at all, so it's very easy to read the information projected in that image. And when it's blocking my view, I can just simply move it outside my view too. It's really convenient since I can control it with my sight. What kind of technology do they use to make such a thing? No idea. To be honest, I don't know anything at all about the technology. But the manual says that it's based on some kind of old world technology. So I'm sure the researchers are doing their best to answer that exact same question. I see. Akira's expression changed from confusion to confirmation. To be more precise, he actually gave up pursuing that question any further. The old world technology, that one sentence had the power to solve such a question in one go. There were also other people who asked the same question as Akira, and that was totally understandable. Even after the exceptionally talented people of the Eastern District were brought up to spend their time studying such a thing, they still did not have enough knowledge to fully understand the mechanism behind it. That was what it meant to be an old-world technology. The moment Akira heard the word hologram, it reminded him about the holographic girl that he saw the last time he came there. He once again scanned the whole hall, but he still did not spot that hologram. She's not here. Sarah tilted her head and asked Akira. What's wrong? It's just that I remembered something when you mentioned the word hologram. Carol immediately realized what Akira was talking about and scanned the area too. You're right, she's not here. Elena finally realized that Akira was looking for the AI that managed that building. From the information that she gathered, a certain hologram would welcome anyone who entered that building. But she did not see anything like that at the moment. Saranthal, the AI. I'm managing this building, huh? I was actually thinking that we might be able to gather some information from her about the current situation of the ruin. But it seems that we can't do that, huh? Akira, don't just stand there looking for that AI. Are you done with your checks yet? Jay, just a little bit more. Akira flusteredly returned his gaze back to this information terminal. Since Alpha was no longer around, he had no other choice but to do the adjustment manually. After testing a few settings, he understood well that it only worsened the reading, so he gave up and returned the setting back. Shikarabi was still adjusting his information-gathering device when he suddenly asked Elena a question. By the way, how did you get this map of the interior of Saranthal building? This isn't the data from Drankum, right? Did you get it yourself before coming here? Carol immediately interjected and answered Shikarabi's question. That map is actually from me. Shikarabi looked a bit surprised. Are you sure you're okay with that? If it's originally from you, it means that it's from one of that information protected with a named license, so that you can't share it freely, right? Don't tell me that you're planning to take everyone's share of reward for yourself using this. Carol replied with an expression saying that she was offended by that remark. Oh my, that's so rude of you to say that, although I gave that data for free for the sake of everyone's safety. Don't you think so too, Akira? Akira was surprised when Carol suddenly roped him into that conversation. Well, it's true that it's great to have this map. Thanks. Shikarabi was still looking at Carol with a distrusting gaze as he said. My bad. I didn't grow up in an environment where I can just trust free things given out of pure kindness. Moreover, I know just how precious the map of Saranthal building is, and it's not something that you can call cheap. Since when did you turn into a kind person? Akira also grew up in such an environment. So when Shikarabi pointed that out, he started to get suspicious too. Carol noticed that slight change, so she immediately tried to explain her reasons to Shikarabi. Geez, that's so rude of you. I'll do at least that much to help someone who helped me to get out from a deadly situation in the past, as well as his trusted friends too, you know. Well, if I really need to say something to convince you, it's basically a map from when the ruin was still in a normal state. Not to mention, the old world ruin often changes so suddenly in such a short time span. And even if the interior of the Saranthal building has not changed that much, it would not be strange that the interior of the building is changed after all the battles between the hunters and the monsters that happened inside this building, you know. That's why the price of that map from before the state in the ruin changed should have significantly lowered by now. Moreover, once the main squad that will come after us secures this building, I'm sure that they'll release the latest version of the map. And when that happens, the value of this map will be lowered even more. That's why I decided to just share it for free. Do you understand it now? Carol was not speaking to Shikarabi in order to convince him, even Shikarabi knew that much. While on the other hand, Shikarabi also understood from there that no matter what she was scheming, Carol would not cause any trouble during that request. Shikarabi basically had no interest as long as it would not cause any trouble for him. Thus, he signaled to Carol that he had no plans to pursue that question any further. I see, I get it now, sorry for suspecting you. It's fine as long as you get it now. Shikarabi and Carol then smiled at each other as if they were talking through telepathy with each other and ended their conversation there. The reason why Carol shared the map data was not only to make sure of her own safety, it was also for selling a favor to Elena and Sarah as well as to win Akira's trust. Thus, she could not afford to have Shikarabi messing up her scheme. That was why she said that to Shikarabi. Carol then glanced at Akira, and as she planned, Akira did not seem to be suspicious of her any longer. Elena then said to everyone, especially to Shikarabi, "If you guys are done with the preparation, should we go now? And also, hold yourself from causing any unnecessary fight." "Sorry about that. I'm ready here, let's go." Elena then looked at the other hunters. Akira lightly nodded and signaled that he was ready too. Akira renewed his resolve and tensed up his whole body. With Alpha still not around, he had no other choice but to rely on his own skill to follow Elena and the other veteran hunters. He reminded himself to do his best as not to slow down the other hunters. "I'm back, were you missing me?" Akira's resolve was immediately wasted. Alpha appeared back in his view as she smiled mischievously at him. If Akira had to be honest, he would have to answer Alpha's question with a yes. So in order to avoid that, he instead asked Alpha a question. "Where were you gone?" "It's nothing big, just a small thing that I needed to do." "It's nothing to worry about. If it's really not that important, don't do that again." "Where do you think I'm right now?" "That's not what I meant when I said that. It was at least something that demanded me to leave you for a while just to do it. I don't mind telling you the detail, but in order to do that, I need to tell you all the applied conditions which will take about 30 hours of oral explanations, then I need to make sure that you understand it, then I'll still need your permission after that. So, do you still want to know?" "No thanks." "Thought so." Alpha smiled amusedly after getting the reaction that she already predicted from Akira. Chapter 123, Shikarabi's Request. Elena's team started exploring the interior of the Saranthal building. They started from the first floor and slowly climbed up relying on the map data they got from Carol. Inside the rooms and hallways, there were metal wreckages that might have been what was left of mechanical monsters. There were also bloodstains that might have been left by hunters. The bullet holes and scorch marks scattered around the area seemed to be recent. All of these showed just how fierce was the battle that happened in the building. But even so, Elena and her team did not encounter any enemies at all. When they reached the 5th floor, they found a room with a half-destroyed door. There were scorch marks from bullets around that door and there were traces of monsters trying to get into that door, chasing for the hunters who must have run inside that room. When Akira nodded without saying anything, they immediately got themselves ready to break into that room. They readied their rifles and matched their timings to make sure that there would not be any trouble if there were still monsters inside that room. They quickly broke into that room, scanned for enemies, and once they confirmed that there were no monsters inside, Akira sighed and lowered his rifle. They actually had scanned the inside of the room using their information-gathering device before they went in. Although they did not detect any monsters, it might be simply because their information-gathering device could not detect them. Thus, it did not guarantee that there were no monsters inside that room. If they lowered their guards just because their information-gathering device did not detect anything, they would eventually have to pay with their lives for doing something as foolish as that, even more so at the moment when the sensitivity of their information-gathering device was considerably lowered. It was not like Akira had training on how to work in a team, but even so, as a hunter with enough experience and skill, he should be able to judge what he should do by observing the other hunters. And if he knew that, he should be able to judge how good the other hunters were from how they reacted to the situation when they broke inside that room with no monsters inside. So, judging from how they broke into that room, it was obvious that Akira had the least cooperative skill in that group. After all, he did not have enough training nor real-life experience to learn that skill. Due to Alpha's training, Akira's ability to fight was indeed superior, but he was not skilled enough to work in sync with other skilled hunters as skilled as Shikarabe and the others. The only reason why Akira was not slowing the other hunters down was simply because of his training and the support from Alpha. Before they broke into that room, Akira could see the image of himself breaking into that room, where to position himself, where to aim his rifle the moment he broke in, and which direction he should check first. Even if he was not able to follow that guiding image, Alpha would forcefully move his body through his augmented suit. But in reality, before he broke into that room, before he searched the hallways of the Saranthal building, even before he even stepped inside the Saranthal building, Akira actually had always been in the middle of his training. Because of that, from Elena and the others' point of view, Akira seemed to be at least skilled enough to not slow them down. It was not impossible to see through Akira's real ability from the small deviation when he moved his aim or the small lag in his movements. But that would be nigh impossible except for those top hunters from the front line in the easternmost part of the Eastern District. And of course, Togami, who was there in order to reconfirm his own skill, was not an exception. After all, Togami, Shikarabe, Elena, Sarah, and Carol were better hunters than him. They indeed had higher hunter ranks than him, and Togami, who had his confidence shattered last time, confirmed that they were indeed above him when he saw how they moved during the search. Akira's hunter rank was lower than Togami. But from his experience working with Akira during the bounty hunt and from observing his movements up until now, Togami also thought that Akira was definitely someone above him. Togami looked at the other 5 hunters with a conflicted expression. Although he was together with hunters who were above him, rather than feeling safe, he was instead worried that this time he would not be able to get any conclusions again. Elena checked the inside of that room, she then frowned and mumbled. "This is going pretty well. Really well." Akira then asked Elena. "What's wrong?" "Well, it's nothing big. But, Akira, since we entered this building, did you see any dead hunter or monster? I'm not talking about the small traces, I'm talking about whole wreckage or body." Akira did not remember seeing one. But he thought that it might be just because he missed them, so he decided to ask Alpha. "Alpha, was there anything like that?" "Nope. No, I didn't see them at all." Akira actually did not know what had been bothering Elena. But, if answering her question could clear that worry, he thought that he should at least answer it honestly. When Akira thought so, he chose to rely on Alpha rather than his vague memory. Since Akira answered back so straightforwardly, Elena found that a bit amusing as she giggled. Sarah was smiling too as she said to Elena. "I didn't see any too, is there anything wrong with that? Since the outside of the building is riddled with monsters and dead hunters, I just thought that it's rather disturbing that we don't find anything like that inside the building. We did not even encounter any monsters either. But according to Akira and Carol, each floor of this building should have been filled with monsters. There were also a lot of hunters who got killed after arriving here, including the hunters who received that SOS rescue request from Drankum. But even so, we didn't see any corpses from those hunters nor any dead monsters. It's not like I have no guess at all, but it's not a good idea to just accept that guess without confirming it first." Shikarabe then asked Elena a question. "In that case, let's hear your guesses. Let's start with why do you think we didn't find any monsters?" "Basically, I think that after the monsters killed all the hunters inside this building, they went outside and fought the squads surrounding this building, then they got killed by those squads instead. And since the encirclement also prevents the monsters from the outside to get into the building, so the current Saranthal building is left with no monsters inside." This time it was Sarah who asked Elena a question. "Then why didn't we find any dead hunters?" The current Saranthal building is actually still active, thus the cleaning drones must have dumped them outside the building. Some of the dead monsters and hunters outside the building might have come originally from here. Akira then said. I see, then why don't we find any of those cleaning drones? And if they did clean the building, why did they leave some leftover wreckages and bloodstains? They might have a fixed time to do the cleaning and they're on standby right now. Or it might be because they're actively avoiding us since they don't have much fighting power. That also means that they somehow can ascertain our positions too. As for the leftover wreckages and bloodstains, it's either because the cleaning drones haven't cleaned them or it's just because they need more time to clean all the small things since they prioritized cleaning the bigger ones first. Elena answered the other hunters' questions one by one. Akira and Togami were actually just simply asking questions that came up in their minds as they unconsciously lowered their guards. Their expressions were slightly relaxed. On the contrary, after Elena answered questions from Sarah, Shikarabi, and Carol, the three of them did not lower their guard at all. Shikarabi then asked another question. I see. That does make sense. If that's the case, we should be able to continue the search without much trouble, but what's your bad take of this situation? Elena's expression turned slightly stern. They're in the middle of doing their best to kill us. The reason why we didn't meet any enemies is because the AI manager of this building has taken control of those monsters and that AI is telling them to hold back for now to reserve their strength as they're planning to attack us when they're sure they can trap us and we have no chance to survive their attack. While the reason why we don't see any dead hunters is because they're trying to lower our guard. After all, if we spot some dead hunters, it'll definitely get us to be more careful, which in turn might cause us to hesitate from going deeper. Moreover, if the cleaning drones made the building speckless, we might find that strange and instead makes us more vigilant too. That's why they left the building not fully cleaned. Of course, leaving the building half cleaned like this is indeed strange, but it at least won't make us retreat right away. Instead, it might even lure us in to investigate the reason behind that strangeness. I guess that's the gist of it if I'm being pessimistic here. After listening to Elena's answer, all the feeling of relief inside Akira's heart was blown away. Carol somehow managed to smile and said, well, that does make sense too. So then, leader, what are we going to do from here? I know that you might don't want to do it, but I hope you can bring something to bring us relief after telling us something that's scary. There are 2 people here who faced death in this building yesterday, you know. Carol glanced at Akira. Although she was smiling like usual, there was a slight trace of seductiveness in her smile. Elena looked at Carol without saying anything for a few seconds as if she was trying to read something out of her. You're right, let's look at the map first. Elena renewed the map that the others were looking at. Small points appeared on that map, those points traced their location starting from when they were on the first floor. These are the information coming from the mini information gathering devices that I installed. These devices can communicate with each other and the end result is actively sent to me. Since the sensitivity of the information gathering devices and the range of the short-range connection are lowered inside this building, I put quite a lot of these devices on our way here. Lines came out from each point and connected them to the other points near to them, showing that they were actively connected to each other. While at the same time, it also showed that their communication and scan range was significantly lowered. To be honest, I want to install them all over the interior of this building, but I didn't bring enough supply since we didn't plan to come here in the first place and I didn't have the time to resupply either. That's why I only installed enough so that we can quickly secure our escape route. More points appeared on the map that the other hunters were looking at, as if it was trying to cover the whole building with those points. It then showed the number of extra devices that they would need if they wanted to do that in red. After that, those extra points vanished. If these devices pick up anything that threatens our escape route, we will retreat. If not, we will continue to search the building until I run out of these small information gathering devices. Of course, we'll also adapt to the situation and retreat if it gets too dangerous. The human-like images that indicated everyone's position in that map then moved up the building while leaving dots on their way up. After that, those images immediately returned back to the first floor when one of the dots turned red. Even if the monsters really gathered somewhere upstairs, these information-gathering devices will quickly detect them if they go down to the lower floors and try to ambush us. And with how wide the hallways are in this building, we should be able to limit the number of monsters trying to pass through them, and I believe that we should have enough firepower to force a way out from this building. Extra images appeared on the map that represented monsters, then the indicators that represented the hunters there started retreating back while using the layout of the hallways inside that building to reduce the number of monsters that they were fighting at the same time. Elena then finished her explanation with that map as that map immediately returned back to its original state. Akira looked at that map while closely listening to Elena's explanation. As I thought, having someone who specializes in analyzing information really makes things easy to understand. That might be true, but honestly speaking, I think it should have been enough to use only words for that level of explanation. I bet Elena deliberately used that map to help you understand. After listening to Alpha's reaction, Akira tried to sound strong as he said, "That it's not like I wouldn't understand if she didn't do that, though I just meant that it really makes such an explanation easy to understand." Is that so? Well, I'm sure there will be many occasions where Elena would explain her plan only with words in the future, so I believe that you would understand them with no problem, right? That I'm sorry, I hope that you would help me when that happens. Of course. Alpha giggled when Akira just easily gave up trying to look strong. Elena then threw a smile at Carol and said, "This is basically the gist of my plan though, so, how is it? If you have anything you want to say, there's no need to hold back. After all, I have no plans to ignore the opinion of someone who had experienced fighting inside this Saranthal building." Carol once again glanced at Akira to check on him. After she confirmed that Akira did not seem to have anything to complain about, she then smiled at Elena and expressed her appreciation. "I'm good with that plan. I'm glad to hear that it seems there's no need to worry too much as we continue exploring this ruin. As expected of someone that Akira trusts so much, it seems that you're pretty skilled in leading an indoor battle too. It's just that I only saw your skill in leading battle outside yesterday, so I was a bit worried. I'm sorry if I offended you." "It's fine, don't worry. That's normal since we are basically trusting our lives to each other in this situation, and I do think that confirming stuff like that is indeed important. I'm glad that you're happy with my plan." Elena and Carol were smiling at each other while trying to hide the strange impression that they were actually talking about two different things there. Sarah smiled bitterly, Shikarabi just ignored it thinking that it had nothing to do with him, Togami was too nervous that he did not notice it, and Akira there just tilted his head, it seemed that he did not understand what was going on. They then continued searching the building. Just like Elena predicted, they did not encounter any monsters as they continued exploring further into the building. There was no monster at all. The wall of Saranthal building blocked all kinds of information including sound. It might be to reduce the effectiveness of information-gathering devices inside that building, but thanks to that, the situation inside that building was completely quiet. It was as if the silence confirmed that there was no one else there except Elena and her team. Akira continued searching the ruin following Alpha's instruction. It also doubled as training for Akira on how to explore a building. "Say, Alpha. There's no monster at all though. Which of Elena's guesses that you think is the correct one?" "Which one do you think, Akira?" "To be honest, I have no idea at all. That answer is actually the correct answer. If there's no need to make the choice, it's better not to make any when you don't have enough evidence. If you do, you will be more susceptible to information that supports your guess and you will be more likely to reject information that disproves it. Is that so? Moreover, whichever the case, it would not change the things that you need to do. If the optimistic guess is correct, then this would be a good training for you. But if the pessimistic guess is correct, then you at least won't get ambushed. So don't lower your guard just because there are no monsters detected, and even if there's really no monsters around, let's continue carefully and take this training seriously. You're right about that. I actually didn't mean to lower my guard though. So did I actually lower my guard there? According to what I can see, you're at least not that tense for someone who is exploring an unknown dangerous old world ruin. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Alright then, I'll be more careful. Since he did not encounter any monsters, it seemed that Akira had lowered his guard enough for Alpha to warn him. So he collected himself together and continued the exploration. Not too long after they reached the 15th floor, Elena suddenly told them to hold. Wait. Akira sharpened his sense and aimed his rifle at the hallway. The other hunters also did the same almost immediately. Elena kept her eyes on his information terminal as if she was trying to confirm something. Her expression then returned to normal as she drew a conclusion and said, "It's not a signal from the mechanical monster, it should be okay." The other hunters lowered their guard after hearing Elena's answer. Sarah then asked Elena, "So, what was it?" "Wait for a sec." After she said that, Elena checked the signal that was coming from a place not too far away from them. She then found a small mechanical device and picked it up. If that small device was mixed with the wreckages of the monsters, no one would be able to tell if that was not a part of the dead mechanical monster, but once it was picked up, it was easy to notice that it was not a part of a mechanical monster. This one, huh? Elena mumbled as she looked at the small object that stopped them. Akira looked at the object that Elena picked up with interest. It looked just like the small information-gathering device that Elena was using. But that was as far as his knowledge went, he did not know anything more than that. Elena noticed Akira, she then showed the device in her hand and said, "This seems to be a mini relay device. This one specializes in relaying information between hunters around this device. When a team of hunters explores an old world ruin, they need to communicate and exchange information with the other hunters of the same team who would be moving separately at that point, right? So this device is mostly used for something like that. It might also be used as signs so that they could retrace back their steps when they explore a dangerous ruin. It's also useful for the rescue team to track their location if they get stuck inside the ruin. And of course, some hunters just leave it as a proof that he or she was able to reach such a dangerous location." After listening to Elena's explanation, Akira nodded deeply. Elena lightly smiled when she saw how Akira reacted to her explanation. She then ordered her team. "I'm sure it's left behind by the hunters who came here before us. I'll analyze it for the time being, so wait for a bit." Elena then started checking that mini information relay device. When she connected her information terminal to that device, the information from analyzing that device was immediately displayed through the same stereoscopic hologram display device that she and Sarah were using. Elena then continued analyzing the information that was displayed to her. Since she was the only one who could see that display, from the other point of view, it seemed as if she was only standing there while staring at the mini information relay device without doing or saying anything. Looking at that, Akira asked Alpha. "Alpha, it seems to me like Elena-san is only standing there without doing anything though, but she's actually analyzing that device, right?" "Yep, that's why you should not interrupt her. You don't even need to tell me that." "By the way, it's not that different to when you talk to me, you know. Thanks to the fact that a lot of other hunters are also using similar devices, people don't get suspicious of you when you do that though. And even if you suddenly turn your head to look at me, I'm sure that the other hunters will only think that you're trying to see a similar type of display like the one that Sarah and Elena are using." "Is that so?" No one else could see Alpha other than Akira. Because of that, if he tried to talk normally to Alpha, it would look as if he was a suspicious person talking to air. Although Akira tried his best to hide it since he knew that himself, it seemed that as he expected, he was not able to completely hide it. So in short, he sometimes made a weird and suspicious move. Akira seemed a bit dejected after he got reminded about that. After Elena finished analyzing some part of the information from that mini information relay device, she then said, "Shikarabi, this information relay device is owned by someone from Drankum. It seems that it's sending a signal in non-standard format too. Shikarabi, did you get anything in your information terminal? It might be some kind of coded signal only recognized by people from Drankum. Wait for a sec, let me check. Shikarabi then pulled out his information terminal and checked it. Nope, nothing. I bet it's either because that signal is too weak or it's simply because my information terminal can't recognize that signal. What's the information broadcasted through the normal format? It's simply a message asking for help since the monsters are chasing them. Although it's written that it's an SOS rescue request, it doesn't say anything about who is the issuer, how much is the reward offer, or the duration of the request. It doesn't even contain the hunter code of the sender. Although it's still one of those SOS rescue requests, I bet no one would take this request after reading this message. It's unclear how many of them or where they are. It basically won't change our plan. We might help them if they're still alive and we find them by chance, but we won't go out of our way to look for them. Can you send the encrypted signal to me? Sure. There. I just sent it. Elena just sent the encrypted message broadcasted by the mini information gathering device to Shikarabi's information terminal. Shikarabi then used the decryption software installed inside his information terminal to decrypt that encrypted message. The output from the decryption software was basically another encrypted message and a short message saying for anyone who received that message to send it to Drankum's officers. Since Shikarabi had some connections with the officers in Drankum, he was able to decrypt that encrypted message further. After he checked the content of that message, his face twitched. Ah! God damn it! Shikarabi shouted out his frustration. Somewhere inside his angry expression, it seemed that Shikarabi thought of something else. Elena was actually interested as to why Shikarabi made that face, but she thought that it must be some kind of Drankum's business, so it would be better if she did not try to make any unnecessary guess. Judging from Shikarabi's expression, it was clear that it must have something to do with the infighting within Drankum. Moreover, that message was an encrypted message. Elena thought that it would give nothing but trouble if an outsider like her needlessly stuck her head in whatever that message was about. Seeing Shikarabi was still deep in his thoughts, Elena then asked him. I don't know the content of that message, but, is it okay if we continue the search now? Shikarabi glanced at Elena, he then shifted his gaze to the floor and thought for a bit before looking straight into Elena's eyes again. In that case, I have a suggestion, no, a request. I want to change our main aim from simply exploring this building to rescuing the owner of that information relay device. It's as you said, that hunter is from Drankum. I still have my reputation to hold among hunters in Drankum, so I just can't ignore this message. Elena then asked Shikarabi a question, trying to probe what might be behind Shikarabi's sudden request. I know it's rather cruel to say this, but that hunter might be already dead, you know. If you want to retrieve their corpse, I'm sure the main squad that will come here later will retrieve all the corpses in this building after securing it, so you can save that for later. There's also a chance that they have escaped the building on their own. We didn't get to meet any monsters up until now. If they barricaded themselves somewhere to escape the danger, I'm sure it's an easy thing for them to escape this building right now when there are no monsters at all. After Shikarabi listened to both pessimistic and relatively normal guesses from Elena, he then replied back with a grim face. No, I bet they're still alive and still inside this building. There's a chance that they might have barricaded themselves somewhere so tightly to the point that they even can't confirm the situation outside the room that they barricaded in, or they might be injured so that they can't travel too far. Saving hunters are also one of the contents of our current request. Not to mention, if they're survivors from when the situation in the ruin changed, they might have some important key information to understand the reason for that change. I'm sure it's more profitable than just simply exploring this building, so, what do you think? If you save a hunter from Drankum, I'm sure Drankum will give you an extra reward on top of the reward that you get from the city management. I can even negotiate with the Drankum side for you. Shikarabi was not lying, but he had another reason as to why he made that request. Elena knew that very well as she asked Shikarabi a question. I'll at least ask you this, what if I say no? Then I won't ask again, I have no plans to convince you to take it. You act as the leader, and I work under you, that was the deal. As a mere hunter, I have no plans to break that agreement. Elena then thought it must be something that Shikarabi himself did not want to do, but because of his position in Drankum, he could not just ignore it without putting any effort first. And right now, he was trying to make an excuse out of Elena that he could not rescue the sender of that SOS message. There was no mistaking it, Shikarabi's request was definitely because of that encrypted message. Elena then asked Shikarabi. One more thing then, what's exactly the content of that message? I can't say since it's secret information only for Drankum people. If you want to know no matter what, you would need to join Drankum. If you're okay with that, I don't mind using my right to tell you the content of that message here. Drankum always welcomes new hunters who want to join its rank. Thanks but no. I see, then, will you take the request? Elena then thought again, the content of that encrypted message must be something related to the people inside Drankum, something that could not be shared with people outside Drankum. Or at least, it was something that Shikarabi would not willingly tell to people outside Drankum. Elena calculated all the risks and the profits that the team could gain there since she was the team leader. Togami suddenly nervously asked Elena. As someone from Drankum, honestly speaking, if it's possible I want to take that request too. Drankum also recommended us to rescue any hunters that we can. But of course, it's okay if it's not possible. Togami was not lying there, but besides that, he was actually aiming for a chance to reconfirm his skill when said that. After Elena looked at Togami, her gaze then shifted to Akira. Akira then said. I don't mind either way, I'll follow whatever Elena-san decides. Carol then followed. I don't mind too, after all, Akira also said that. Next was Sarah. Well, we came to this ruin in the first place because of that SOS rescue request after all, isn't it fine taking in that request thinking that it's just an extension from our original plan coming here? Not to mention, we can get an extra reward from it too. Sarah sent a meaningful gaze toward Shikarabi when she said that. Shikarabi immediately responded. I can guarantee that I'll negotiate with Drankum about the reward, but I'll only go that far. Well, Drankum also has its face to save, so I'm sure they'll give you quite a lot of money for the reward. After taking all the opinions from her team members, Elena then realized that among all of them, the only hunters who had experience fighting inside the Saranthal building were only Akira and Carol. She was originally planning to reject Shikarabi's request if either Akira or Carol showed even the slightest sign that they did not want to do it. But they did not show anything like that. So Elena finally made a decision. Elena's expression changed to a rather serious look as she said to her team. Alright, our main aim from here and on will change to rescuing those hunters. Judging from that mini information relay device, we can assume that they left similar devices to mark the places that they went through. So, we'll use them to help us find their location. Then on top of that, we'll prioritize searching only rooms where they might have barricaded themselves in. We'll immediately pull back once we retrieve the targets regardless if they're dead or alive. Carol, I'll leave picking the rooms to you. Once you're done with that, decide on a route, and we'll go from there. Carol seemed a bit confused as she tilted her head and said. I've given you that map though, so you should be able to do that yourself, right? Elena changed her expression and replied. I want you to decide based on the information that is not included in that data. I know that you did not give all the information that you have when you gave me that map, right? Or at least, that data map didn't include anything that explains how you escaped from this building yesterday with Akira. Carol's smile immediately vanished. Her gaze turned really sharp and she slightly lowered her voice. Did you hear that from Akira? Akira and Togami were surprised by that sudden change from Carol. But the other hunters were not surprised at all. It showed the difference in their experience. Elena did not show any change in both her expression and tone of her voice as she answered Carol's question. I did ask him, but he did not tell me anything. He did at least tell me that he got trapped with you in this building, surrounded by monsters. Chapter 124, Continuing the Exploration. Elena and her team changed their main goal to rescuing the hunters left trapped inside the Saranthal building. They also adjusted their exploration method to fit their new goal. Up until now, they explored all the hallways and rooms from the first floor using their information-gathering devices to map out the inner layout of the building before. But this time, they only searched the rooms that Carol indicated and immediately went to the next floor once they were done. Their travel speed changed, so much that it surprised Akira. Since they restarted their exploration, Akira always searched the rooms following the instructions from Alpha. The level of the difficulty of the exploration suddenly went up compared to before. Since they increased their exploration rate, they did not have much time to check their surroundings and make decisions. And if they were late in doing so, it would cause the next action to get delayed, thus, increasing the accumulated stress, lowering their concentration, slowing them down, and eventually affected how careful they were in doing their searches. It was only a matter of time before Akira could not endure the accumulating stress. Seeing how Akira was accumulating stress pretty fast, Alpha decided to stop the training. Akira, you should take a break. I'll do the search, so you should calm down and take a rest. All right. Akira let out a light sigh. Although it was not like he completely lowered his guard, he fully relied on Alpha for detecting enemies now, thus, he could relax a bit as he followed Elena and the rest of the hunters. Akira also started to move more sluggishly than before, but since Alpha also mended that through his augmented suit, it was not that apparent. Therefore, the other hunters did not reprimand him. Now that Akira got some leeway, he then asked a question that had been bothering him for a while to Alpha. Alpha, there's something that I want to ask, though. Oh my, if you have so much leeway as to make a pointless chit-chat now, it might be a good idea to restart your training again. Akira went silent. Well, it was true that Akira was talking with Alpha through telepathy, so he did not make any sounds nor he did move his mouth, but even so, he suddenly went silent. Anyone who could notice that would think that conveying silence through telepathy was indeed a meaningless action. And the only thing there who could notice it was Alpha alone. Alpha smiled mischievously and said, I'm just kidding, so, what is your question? Akira then frowned while still in silence as Alpha was smiling amusedly at him. If it was a competition of being obstinate, Akira had zero chance of winning. Akira knew that well, his face turned displeased as he sighed before his expression returned to normal and said, that I just thought that we're moving faster than before since we changed our main goal. I'm just wondering if that's really alright. Ah, that's not right, I actually think that it should be okay, but... Akira was trying to gather his thoughts as he was speaking with Alpha. Alpha quickly guessed what he was trying to ask even before he could finish his sentence. She then immediately answered. You basically don't doubt Elena's order. That's why you have no complaint about it. But that would be your subjective opinion. It's not like you, yourself, fully understand the effect of that order, evaluate it, and finally conclude by yourself that it should be fine. If I have to word it differently, if Shikarabi or Togami make the same decision, you would have questioned it. So you want to know if I also think that it's not a bad decision, and if I do, you want to know the reason why. You're basically wondering if the increased searching speed affects the quality of our searches. You're also wondering that if you only look in the places where you might find one of those mini information relay devices, you might be missing some devices on your way. It's not like you can ask about that to Elena right now, you can actually just ask her later, but since it's bothering you and you have the chance to ask me, you decided to ask me now, right? Akira frowned and was a bit weirded out by Alpha's words. He then said, well, yeah, something like that. Although Akira was trying to hide it, Sarah was able to accurately guess what happened when he joined the bounty hunt with Shikarabi only with the limited information that Akira shared with her. And this time, Alpha was able to quickly guess what he was thinking even before he finished gathering his thoughts. Akira was actually feeling a bit scared that it was only a matter of time before they could completely read his thoughts even without him saying anything. Alpha then started evaluating Elena's decision. I do also think that Elena's decision is the right decision. Although it ultimately depends on how you are going to evaluate that decision, and I'm sure that even you are not expecting Elena to have a godlike level of commanding skill to successfully lead a team of hunters filled with amateurs through a deathly battlefield, right? Well, yes. Then, there should be no problems. Elena is doing a good job analyzing the current situation and adapting to the new information. I can at least say that much. So, if I have to start from the searching speed. Alpha suddenly stopped there and forcefully moved Akira's body through his augmented suit. Akira was putting too much attention on Alpha's explanation that he significantly slowed down. Akira, who realized that, flusteredly pulled himself together and aimed his rifle at the intersection that the team just passed through. Alpha then smiled at Akira and said, "As I thought, isn't it better if we talk about it later? You're right. Let's save that for later." "Alright then. But if talking with you slows you down that much, then I won't be able to talk to you when you're exploring an old world ruin, huh? I'm sure you'll feel lonely too because of that. Do you think I need to train you to do that?" Alpha said that while still smiling, while on the other hand, Akira pouted when she said that. Elena and her team continued deeper into the building. They did not encounter any monsters as they explored the building, but unfortunately enough, they also did not get to encounter any of their rescue targets. They searched only the rooms where there was a good chance the hunters who they were looking for might be barricading themselves. But all of them were empty rooms. Although they did find some traces of battles and bloodstains that might be from the hunters and some other traces showing that someone was once there, they did not find any hunters at all, not even their corpses. A change happened when they reached the 20th floor. As they were about to explore the 20th floor, Elena suddenly told them to stop. They immediately put their guards up and scanned their surroundings. They noticed that the 20th floor looked completely different from all the other floors below it. There were hunters' corpses, wreckages, rubbles, and still moving monsters. Judging from their outer looks, they should be the A24 monsters that they fought in the Miyazono Ruin City district, but they were badly damaged, their torsos were dented and some of their limbs were blasted to pieces. Some of them lost their legs, while some others lost their wheels. But that did not hinder them from moving around as they were able to nimbly avoid the corpses and the wreckages that were scattered on the floor. Shikarabi looked around and mumbled. So, they only finished cleaning the lower floors, huh? Well, I guess it's better than having them waiting to welcome us here. Looking at what those monsters were doing there, it did not seem like they were waiting for Akira and the other hunters. But judging at the dead hunters on the floor, it did not seem like they would peacefully let them pass either. Elena immediately tried to think of a plan to clear up those monsters. I bet they're patrol drones. And judging from how they are moving around, it doesn't seem like they've noticed us yet. Is it because their sensors are broken or something? Are they not exchanging information with Saranthal's security facilities? Or is it because the very thing that is lowering the sensitivity of our information-gathering devices is also affecting them? Are they autonomous drones? Are they here for reconnaissance? Or is that they're simply roaming aimlessly after their control devices got destroyed or something? Elena thought of so many possibilities, then after going through all of those options, she then said to Sarah. Sarah, kill them. Roger that. Sarah aimed her anti-material rifle at those monsters. Just like the information-gathering device, the aiming device of her rifle was also affected by the Saranthal building, thus, its accuracy was worsened. But, it did not cause much trouble for Sarah's ability. She aimed her rifle at the torsos of those monsters and pulled the trigger once she was sure that her shots would hit. The bullet that flew out of her rifle's muzzle hit its target accurately. That bullet was designed for firepower rather than piercing power, as such, it easily blasted A24's torso. The impact threw its body and scattered its inside around as it rolled over on the ground. It did not take that long before the next A-24 also got blown away. Elena told her team to stay on guard while she was observing the A-24 that had turned into wreckages on the floor. Akira suddenly realized something weird. Alpha. It's about the monsters that Sarah-san just killed. From the outside, they look like mechanical monsters. It's not like they're actually biological monsters, right? Alpha found that question rather strange, but even so, she decided to recheck the dead monsters that were scattered on the ground. They were made of metals and some kind of nanomaterials. They did not seem to be biological monsters. Well, from what I can see, I believe they're mechanical monsters. What's wrong? Nah, I'm just wondering about what's the meaning of killing mechanical monsters. Judging from what Sarah-san did back there, does that mean to break them and render them unable to move? That still doesn't sound right, though. Oh, I see. From how Elena worded it, Akira was wondering if they were actually biological monsters that looked like mechanical monsters. It was a subject that could easily cause a debate. Alpha then thought, Akira just encountered a monster. So, it might be better to let him focus more on watching his surroundings instead of thinking about something else. So she was wondering if she should scold Akira instead. But it was not clear yet whether it was really unnecessary or not. Being critical and extra cautious made people more careful, and sometimes, it might even be the trump card to escape a hopeless situation. An ability to think outside the box and come up with an unthinkable solution was an invaluable skill. In order to polish that skill, there was no other way but to keep being critical and always ask difficult questions. If Alpha scolded Akira, there was a good chance that Akira would obediently do that, thus, reducing his chance to polish his skill in thinking outside the box. If it was about the ability to detect enemies, Akira would not be able to get better than Alpha. Thus, Alpha decided that she should encourage him to polish other kinds of skills, although it was unlikely. Alpha then answered Akira's question. It could be interpreted as putting a short gap in between executing the actions that would kill and when the target could be assumed dead. So applying that to mechanical monsters, I would say that Elena told Sarah to leave a small time gap, from the moment she started shooting at those monsters until when those monsters fully stopped moving anymore. Or, maybe even put no time gap at all if it was possible. That was what Elena asked from Sarah. Although it's nothing but a guess, I believe that's the gist of it. Is it not enough to just destroy them? Let's say if those monsters are a part of the building's security. They might immediately call for reinforcement when they're attacked, or maybe they won't. They might only call for reinforcements once they judge that they can't win only with their firepower. This condition might also include the damage done to its own body. Some of them might have a self-repairing system, then they would repair themselves, check the damage on their bodies, and if it's above the threshold, they would call for reinforcements. So in order to stop them from doing something like that, there's a need to completely stop their functions with one shot. That's why Elena used that word. I think you can interpret her like that. If they're really a part of the building's security, won't they already know our location and would call for reinforcement the moment we destroyed them? We don't know how much these monsters are exchanging information with each other. Maybe Elena wanted to check that too, that's why she gave that order, or maybe, she wanted to know how many monsters would come here just from the sound of the gunshot. It should be hard to ascertain our position only from that gunshot inside this building, you know. After all, something is reducing the sensitivity of your information-gathering device inside this building, but we don't know for sure if that also affects the monsters. Moreover, if they're really a part of the building's security, even if their sensors are also affected, they should have already known our location from the sensors scattered all over the interior of this building. So these monsters might as well know our location from that shared information. I think Elena is trying to check that too. Akira looked a bit surprised, he did not even consider that at all. It might be because he always relied on Alpha to decide on what to do during a fight. After listening to Alpha's explanation, it reminded him of his lack of skill in that department. I can make other guesses too, but let's just stop here. Now that we just encountered some monsters, you need to be more careful from here and on. Just tell me one more thing then. About that thing that you just explained to me, is that a normal thing for hunters to know that? Am I the only one who doesn't know that far? It might be just simply because Elena thought you would understand what she wanted to convey only with those words. Elena and Sarah seem to have been working together for a long time, so I bet they can tell what each other is trying to say without actually saying it. I bet she would add an extra explanation if she was to give the same order to you. But judging from the content of that order, I think it's as you said. If you're bothered by that, you should put more effort into studying from now on. I'll help you too, you know. Alpha smiled mischievously. Akira returned that with a bitter smile. I guess I still have a long way to go before I can be a proper hunter, huh? When Alpha said that she would help him, she was actually saying that she was willing to increase the difficulty of the training and the study. Akira at least knew that much. Togami confirmed the change of the situation as he continued watching his surroundings. The monsters were now scattered on the ground while Elena was scanning the area with a serious look. That was all the changes there for now. Togami, who was seriously watching his surroundings, suddenly made a confused expression. He then looked slightly troubled. In the back of his head, he was thinking that there were no longer any monsters in that area and there did not seem to be any reinforcement coming either, which in that case, should it not be better to continue the search? After all, in order to reach their rescue target as soon as possible, it might be better to hurry up. Togami then asked Elena. Aren't we going to continue the search? Elena did not even turn or change her expression as she replied. Sorry, I don't have the time to explain it. If you have any questions, just ask Shikarabi. But, we've been doing this for a while now and... Since Togami did not seem likely to step back anytime soon, Shikarabi said with an irritated voice. Just shut up. Togami flinched and immediately turned to Shikarabi. Shikarabi was exuding a level of antagonism toward him. Shikarabi had this serious expression. He did not even try to hide his irritation as he said to Togami. Listen here, Elena is busy, so don't interrupt her, all right. Togami just backed out obediently. Shikarabi was rather surprised by it. It was true that Shikarabi put a little bit of extra intimidation there to make sure that Togami would not get ahead of himself and worsened the situation there. But with that being said, it was still a bit weird for Togami to be so obedient like that. Or at least, to Shikarabi, it did not seem that there was any sign of grudge when Togami backed out. What the heck is with this boy? Since when he becomes this obedient, it's true that it's a good thing though, but still. Although Shikarabi was really surprised, he immediately decided to just forget about it for now. They encountered some monsters just now, so as long as it did not hinder them, there was no need to think too much about it. Togami then reassessed the current situation. From his point of view, including that level of caution against the first group of monsters they encountered inside that building, he thought that they were wasting time and were just delaying rescuing their targets. This team was formed on such a short notice, so it would be normal for some of the team members to complain if they found the order given to them by their leader was just a waste of time or meaningless. But other than Togami, no one there was complaining. So basically she's doing something important, and Shikarabi also thinks so too. But then, how about the other hunters? Do they also understand why she's doing that and understand its importance too? Is it only me who doesn't understand it? Actually, there's one more person there who did not understand why Elena had not given her orders to continue the search yet. It was Akira. But Alpha gave him an explanation that answered his question. Togami thought that he was the only person there who did not understand something that everyone should already understand. So he used all of his brainpower to keep thinking about the reason why Elena gave that order to stand by there. Elena then pointed her finger toward a hallway leading to another opening on the right. Sarah. If it's possible, let it pass. If it gets dangerous, just destroy it. There's no need to wait for my order. Roger that. Sarah aimed her rifle toward the entrance of that hallway. She then lightly smiled and said, "We don't really know what's going on here, so isn't it safer to just destroy it? I leave that decision to you." Sarah looked at Elena. She was making a serious face when she said that. Sarah then got herself ready while still looking pretty relaxed. The map of the 20th floor was displayed in Akira's goggles. It was showing the hallway that Sarah was pointing her rifle at. After Elena gave the order to Sarah, a red dot suddenly appeared on that map located somewhere deeper in that hallway. It was the indicator for enemies. Alpha then enhanced Akira's vision. Thanks to that, he was able to see through the walls. Akira was able to see the monster indicated with the red dot on the map. That monster was also painted red in his vision. Although he was not able to see the shape of the monster, he was at least able to see that there was a monster there. Alpha then said to Akira, "They're enemies, I'm sure Sarah can take care of them. But just to be safe, get yourself ready too." "Alright. But still, the display looks rather blurry. Is it because of that thing that affects the information-gathering devices?" "Yep, that's correct. Don't drop your guard just because you see the same information as from the map." Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle toward the hallway. He was aiming at the monster way deep inside the hallway and behind the walls. Shikarabi and Carol were also aiming their rifles and ready, but they were aiming toward different hallways. It was because they believed Akira and Sarah would be enough to handle the monster shown on the map. Moreover, they also understood that just because the map did not show any monsters in the other hallways, it did not mean that there definitely were no monsters there. Togami also readied his rifle while looking at Akira. He was surprised when he realized Akira was aiming his rifle toward a wall. Where the hell is he aiming at? Togami shifted his gaze from Akira to the wall that Akira was aiming at. But it was just a plain wall without anything that might garner attention. Togami then looked at Akira again with a weirded-out face. The red dot in the map started to approach Elena and her team. It would not be long before they encounter each other. As the red dot, the enemy, kept getting closer and closer, Akira started to be able to see the shape of the monster through his enhanced vision. The image of the enemy started getting better and better. It was because the closer they got to each other, the better his information-gathering device was reading that monster. Akira followed the enemy with his eyes. As they got closer, the image of the monster on the other side of the wall was also getting clearer. It was the same type of monster as the ones that Sarah just killed, the A24 type monster. But this one was only slightly damaged. It nimbly moved over the wreckages on the floor as it traveled through the hallway and eventually showed up in front of Akira right when he was aiming at the entrance of the hallway. Togami, who was watching Akira's movement, was taken aback. He realized Akira was looking straight at the monster in front of him. That guy is following a monster with his eyes, huh? How did he do that? Togami was so surprised that he focused more on Akira rather than on the A24 monster that just appeared. If that monster had already known their location beforehand and immediately released a shot there, it would have been a fatal opening. Fortunately enough, or more like, as Elena had predicted, the A24 monster just continued walking through the hallway without paying any attention to Akira. Sarah confirmed that the gun growing out of its back was not aiming at anyone there. She was still aiming at that monster's gun while letting it pass, just like Elena told her to. That monster continued walking past through the wreckages of the other A24 monsters that Sarah just killed and left that place. That was when Elena told Sarah. "Sarah, destroy it." Sarah did not hesitate at all as he immediately shot a bullet at the monster. The first shot hit its machine gun and tore it off from the monster's body. The impact also threw it off balance. The second shot hit the monster's torso and threw its body as it rolled on the ground. As it was tumbling over, Sarah released her third and fourth shots. The third shot hit its legs, pierced through its armor and went through its torso, while the fourth shot pierced its body and slammed its body to the wall behind it. That monster was rendered harmless in just a few seconds. It then tumbled over to the ground, twitched as if it was squeezing the very last drop of life that it had, and finally completely stopped moving. Sarah confirmed that she killed it as she lowered her rifle. Elena looked at the monster that Sarah just defeated and hummed. Akira looked at that monster that still mostly retained its original shape and asked Alpha. That was a little bit different compared to when Sarah-san took out the first group. That's because the order from Elena was different too. If my guess is correct, after she disarmed that monster with the first shot, she released the rest of the shots with the goal of checking how durable it is. I see. Monsters of the same type or species usually have the same structures. Since Sarah just showed you how much damage you can cause by shooting at which part, you should properly use it as a reference the next time you shoot at them, okay? Alpha was smiling as usual when she said that. But in contrast to her, Akira was making a stern face. It was true that Sarah just showed how effective it would be if he shot at a particular part of the monster. But even so, he had no idea where he should aim his shot at. In that short display, he needed to discern which one was the monster's control device among all the small pieces of the monster that were scattered. Then, he should guess from there the location of the control device before it got destroyed, then finally guess the weak part of its armor where he could snipe that control device. But of course, Akira could not do that. So, should I first prioritize destroying the monster's gun just like what Sarah-san did? That's a good idea, which in that case then, you just need to be able to accurately aim at the monster's gun while it's still moving and without my support. So, what's the right answer? The right answer would be that your aim depends on how good you are at shooting. With your current skill, I think it's better if you aim at its torso to break its balance and lower its accuracy. You need to at least be able to hit it to do that though. You're right about that, the first step would be to hit my shots. He might still need a lot of time before he could shoot as accurately as Sarah, Akira then sighed. Togami suddenly asked Akira a question, how did you know its location? Akira frowned. It's shown on the map, right? Or is it that it didn't show up on your map? Togami seemed obviously confused as he said. That's not what I'm asking about, I'm talking about how you followed that monster when it was still behind that wall. When Togami asked that question again, Akira finally realized what Togami was talking about. Normally, people would not be able to see through a wall, it was thanks to Alpha's support that he could do that. Although he was a bit surprised inside, he made effort to not show it on his face. The location of the enemies on the 20th floor is shown as red dots in the map, right? If you look at that, you can more or less guess the real location of the enemies. They're basically nothing but a rough approximation. But back there you were accurately tracking that monster when it was still behind the wall. How did you do that? Togami was not convinced by Akira's explanation as he pressed for more answers. That was when Shikarabe suddenly interjected. Akira, there's no need for you to answer all of his stupid questions. Just ignore him. I bet this guy thinks that everything that he can't do or understand are all strange things. There's no need to listen to him. Although it was unclear why Shikarabe said that, it was not a bad suggestion for Akira. So Akira just nodded and said. Got it. Togami looked at Shikarabe with a bit of hostility, but when he saw Shikarabe's face that was mixed with a bit of mockery, he immediately looked down and hung his head low. And then he returned to monitoring his surroundings. Shikarabe looked at Togami with a slightly surprised look. It was true that Shikarabe interjected to stop Togami from picking a fight with Akira, but he also expected Togami to pick a fight with him when he did that. But just like last time, Togami just meekly obeyed his order. He really has toned down, huh? Honestly though, what happened to this boy? Although Shikarabe still had no idea why Togami turned so obedient, seeing how Togami stopped being selfish, he no longer thought of Togami as a spoiled brat for now. Chapter 125, The Hunters Who Barricaded Themselves. Even after Sarah destroyed the second monster, Elena still ordered the team to stay on watch in that hall. There were corpses of dead hunters, wreckages of destroyed monsters, monsters that had been rendered harmless with their bodies almost fully intact. They were looking at these while still on standby in that room. The time that they spent there was crucial to gather and analyze all the data that they could get there. But it was only a matter of time before it turned into simply a waste of time. Judging from how the monsters reacted, it seems that they don't know our location. It might be because their ability to share information and contact each other is also lowered, just like how the sensitivity of our information-gathering devices are also lowered. If it's blocking them from calling reinforcements, it might also be the case for their ability to contact each other. No, maybe they can, but only for the monsters on the same floor. Then, even if it's true that the manager of this building has turned hostile to us, then why is their ability to contact each other affected the same way as how the sensitivity of our information-gathering device is affected? Is the manager of this building not sharing information with these monsters? Is it because they're under different management? Or is it because these monsters are broken or something? Or is it simply because they're not working under the management of this building? Or is it that they're trying to trick us here? When Elena's display showed that her information-gathering device had finished gathering and analyzing all the information that it could get there, Elena decided to finally move on. I've finished analyzing the monsters here. We should be able to detect the same type of monster better now. It'll at least increase the sensitivity of our information-gathering device. There doesn't seem to be any reinforcement, but I don't think it's a good idea to stay here any longer. It would be a waste of time if we keep staying here longer. I guess it's time to go then. Elena then said to the rest of the team. We'll keep up our method and speed just like before. Although you can see the result for the radar on your map, don't drop your guard just because there are no monsters detected. Just fight the monsters that block our way. There's no need to kill all the monsters, prioritize more on searching the area. But of course, safety is still number one. That's all, let's go. They immediately started moving again, and as Elena ordered, they kept the same speed and method, although the situation on the 20th floor was completely different compared to the 19th floor. There were puddles of blood mixed with wreckages of monsters on the floor as they continued their search on that floor. There were traces of destroyed barricades and the hunters who must have frantically fought those monsters. The hunters' hands that were poking out from a pile of wreckages of dead monsters were still holding their rifles even now. Rubbles and wreckages blocked the hallways, and the corpses of the hunters who created those piles scattered inside the hallways. The monsters there already turned the hunters on that floor to corpses, and the still-moving monsters now quickly turned their attention to the new enemies that just stepped into that floor. Alpha gave Akira an order while they were in the middle of moving. Akira, to your right. Roger that. Akira, who was running, immediately stopped at the intersection in front of him and aimed his rifle to the right. He gathered his concentration and compressed his time perception as he fixed his aim at the target that he could not even see. He then tracked the A-24 monsters that passed through the next intersection and pulled the trigger the moment they showed themselves. Akira was able to see the location of the control device inside the monster's body due to Alpha's support. Alpha also indicated the location where Akira's bullet would easily pierce its armor and destroy its control device. As Akira tried to align his aim, a trajectory prediction line extended from his CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle. The bullet that flew out from the CWH anti-material rifle hit the weak point of the monster. It destroyed the monster's outer armor and pierced through its innards. It went straight for the monster's control device and destroyed it in one shot. The monster that had lost its brain immediately stopped functioning and just crashed into the ground with the momentum that it had when it flew out from the intersection due to inertia. All right. Akira nodded and immediately started running again. When he had a chance, he quickly turned to Alpha and asked her a question while still running. How was that? Alpha smiled and warned him. If I didn't fix your aim, it would have missed the monster about 1 meter to the left. You need to try to keep calm while fixing your aim as fast as possible. I see. Akira felt slightly depressed. He felt pretty good with himself after that shot, but it turned out that it was all thanks to Alpha's support. But Akira quickly pulled himself together. He knew that he had no time to lament. He then commented about the other factor that increased the difficulty of sniping monsters there. But still, this place is pretty bad. It would have been much easier if they cleaned this place just like what they did on the lower floors. Because of the fierce battle that happened beforehand there, the leftover of that battle blocked the way and made it more difficult for Akira to move around. Wreckages of dead monsters scattered on the ground, they were leaking out oils which then mixed together with the blood from the dead hunters. These were preventing Akira from moving too fast. They did not have a stable footing and the floor was slippery from the oil and the blood. Sniping alone was already hard enough, but the environment there increased the difficulty even more. Alpha then answered Akira's question. The cleaning drones might have been destroyed by the other mechanical monsters. Wait, they're not friends? We don't know for sure if those monsters are working under the command of the manager of this building. They might be a completely separate swarm that somehow entered the Saranthal building. Of course, this is nothing but a guess though. Akira made a troubled look, but he immediately returned his face to normal. This has really turned into something super complicated. It might have something to do with the current abnormality in Mihazono ruin, but well, I guess it has nothing to do with me, huh? Well, it's true that I might be able to get 10 billion Aurum if I know the reason behind it, but it's not the time to be thinking about that right now. Alpha smiled at Akira and said. That's true. You came here in order to help Elena and Sarah out of your own volition after all. So you need to concentrate more on that. But if you've had enough of it, you can tell me anytime. I'll immediately readjust your course of action for moving separately from the team. Akira sulked for a bit, but Alpha just ignored it and kept smiling at him. It was true that he actually just ignored Alpha's opinion and dragged her for his own selfishness to help out Elena and Sarah. That was why he thought that it was understandable for Alpha to poke at him like that, so he just ignored it and decided to move on. Shikarabe aimed his rifle at the monster that was located behind a pile of wreckage and pulled the trigger. The piercing bullet that he was using was able to pierce through the pile of wreckage and hit the monster behind it. He was able to destroy the monster's vital component in one shot and killed that monster. Shikarabe was able to ascertain the enemy's location from the data that he was receiving from Elena. It's amazing how accurate this information that she's sending to me is when the sensitivity of my own information gathering device is this bad. It's great that I can take it easy. I can see now why Arabe is always trying so hard to get Elena and Sarah to join the gang, though it always ended up with a failure. Shikarabe was honestly impressed by Elena's ability and smiled bitterly remembering how his friend worked so hard for it although it ended up with failures. While Carol had a large gun with her that could blast the monsters in one shot. It was also thanks to Elena that she was able to quickly detect the monsters that hid in difficult-to-spot places. Elena's ability to process information is really nothing to scoff at. Sarah is also moving accordingly to keep Elena protected. It's understandable that Akira looks up to them. I guess it won't be easy to impress Akira with my hunter skill, huh? Well, let's just do my best. Carol was also impressed with Elena and Sarah's skill. So using that as a reference, it seemed that it would not be easy to try to show off her hunter's skill to Akira. Togami was desperately trying to catch up with the moving speed of the rest of the team. He did not complain at all as he used all he got to use that chance to show his skills to other hunters. His powerful equipment supported him to push his way through difficult situations. But that was not enough for him to match the current speed. He was barely able to follow the rest of the team. Togami checked at the other hunters while fighting the monsters. Just like Akira who was able to track a monster that was invisible to him, Shikarabe and the other hunters could also predict accurately where and when the enemy would appear or shoot accurately through wreckages or rubbles. Togami was also receiving the same information from Elena just like the rest of the hunters, but even so, he could not use it to perform as well as the other hunters. His expression turned stern. So it's normal for them to be able to do that, huh? While on the other hand, I can't do that at all. At least for now though, I'll definitely learn how to do that too as soon as possible. In the past, excessive praises pushed him to grow, but this time, frustration and the feeling of patheticness pushed him to grow. Togami recognized his own skill and his pathetic performance here. He was scolding himself as if to tell him to fight back while pushing himself to the limit. Elena kept scanning the surroundings while going deeper and deeper into the building. And of course, he was also keeping his eyes for any signals from their rescue targets while scanning her surroundings. At the same time, she was also marking the route that the team would take on the map. Sarah was fighting the monsters they encountered while making sure that Elena, the leader of the team, was properly protected. Sarah's display was showing the information that Elena had analyzed and sent to her. Thanks to that information, Sarah was able to effectively remove the monsters that were blocking their way forward and any monsters that approached the team. Elena and Sarah basically worked together as a team of two when they did hunter jobs. Depending on the request that they took, they sometimes had to work under a different team, or sometimes, as the leader of the team, but that was not enough to break their habit of working as a team of two. It was simply because they understood and trusted each other, they knew that it was the best option and they trusted that fact. Sarah then contacted Elena through the transceiver. Elena, who is this rescue target that we're trying to rescue this time? Or more like, is there really any survivors in this situation? This is only my guess, but I think it's very likely that they're still alive. Or at least, it seems that Shikarabe thinks so. If Shikarabe's aim this time is to retrieve the borrowed equipment or the corpses, I'm sure he would have chosen another option. That's why he asked us to do this even though he doesn't want to. That answer did not fully convince Sarah. She looked around at the wreckages of dead monsters that were scattered on the ground and said, "The people who fought these monsters might be the hunters who accepted that SOS rescue request, right? So basically, they must be the hunters who were in this ruin yesterday. I'm sure most of them only had enough supplies thinking that they would return back during the day, right? And even if they brought with them extra supplies, I'm sure they had used most of them to fight all of these monsters. And if they are strong enough to handle all of these monsters in that situation, I bet they've already escaped the building by themselves though. Judging from the average strength of the hunters in the Miyazono ruin, the state of the hunters who accepted the SOS rescue request, and the leftover of the battles in that place, Sarah's experience as a hunter was telling her that there was zero chance their rescue targets were still alive. Elena actually had the same thought as Sarah. But even so, she believed there was a good chance that their rescue targets were still alive, and that reason might lie in the secret information that Shikarabe would not tell her. I actually agree with you. But even so, Shikarabe still believes that they are still alive. They might have some team members who specialize in close-quarter combat, or they might bring with themselves way more supplies than most hunters would, or they might be way stronger than most of the hunters in this ruin, or they made sure to barricade themselves somewhere to make sure that they would be able to return alive. So judging from that, they might still be alive even now. Don't you think that's plausible too? Well, that does make sense. A lot of hunters went to this building after Drankum issued that SOS rescue request after all. So it won't be strange if some of them are actually that skilled. Sarah was convinced by that answer, but even so, Elena who answered Sarah's question felt that something was still bothering her. It was the reason why Shikarabe made that expression back then. Judging from there was no mistaking it that it must be something troublesome, something that forced Shikarabe to adjust his action assuming that their rescue targets were still alive. There was no telling how much that something might affect the other hunters later. Elena then carefully asked Shikarabe. Shikarabe, I didn't ask you this since I thought it must be information that you can't share, but at least I'll ask you this now. Can you at least tell us the name of our rescue targets? Shikarabe's expression turned clouded. It's not secret information. But, in case if that person is already dead or if we fail to rescue that person, it's way better if you don't know that person. Not telling you here is actually an act of kindness. But if you want to know no matter what, I don't mind telling you. I won't ask any further then. And also, if that's really the case, if we have to negotiate with them afterwards, I'll have to ask you to lead the negotiation for us, yes? Roger that. It might include inside information about Drankum, so it might be better if I'm the one to do that anyway. Elena understood a few things after listening to Shikarabi's answer. One thing for sure, it was not someone that Shikarabi did not know. He knew about this person that they were trying to rescue. And it was someone that might bring trouble later, to the point that Shikarabi made that annoyed look the moment he decrypted the message from that person. Elena thought that it was better to just get this request done with and move on. Which meant that they had to find their rescue targets and escort them back to safety as soon as possible. Reina, Shiori, and Kane were barricading themselves inside a room on the 30th floor. The entrance to that room was heavily barricaded. They used wreckages from the dead monsters, portable barriers, and furniture found inside the room to barricade the entrance. They abandoned their chance to get out from that building and prioritized more on making sure that no monsters could get inside the room. Shiori was taking care of her weapons while using the wreckage of monsters as her chair and table. The cut surface of that wreckage was clean. Shiori cut that wreckage with a single swing of the blade dangling on her hip. Her blade was housed in a black sheath. Both the sheath and the blade were made using old-world technology. The blade was so sharp that it cut through the monster like a hot knife cutting through butter. The sheath itself was equipped with a feature that automatically repaired the nicks and any other damages on the blade. Among all the equipment that Shiori had, it was her most prized equipment. Kane was also using the wreckage of a dead monster as a chair. She was sitting next to Shiori. There was a huge dent on the body of the destroyed monsters. It was created when Kane punched those monsters. Thanks to her powerful augmented suit and trained body, she was able to make a huge dent on the monsters' armors that could easily ricochet bullets and crush the innards of those monsters. The monsters that Shiori and Kane were sitting on were the monsters that they defeated when they secured that room. Of course, it was not comfortable sitting on them, but thanks to their augmented suit, they had no problem sitting on those wreckages for a long time. Although there were other soft things in that place, they gave them all to Reina. Kane smiled at Shiori and said, "Well, what can I say? I'm glad that we made sure we're ready for anything, right? Thanks to that, we're able to survive this far. We still have quite a lot of ammunition and food. We should still be able to stay here for some time, yep." Shiori stopped her hands and glanced coldly at Kane, who was still smiling widely at her. That aside, it's pretty amazing how everything that young boy Akira said is true. Our information terminal quickly lost any connections and we can't use it to contact anyone. Then, the sensitivity of our information gathering device also significantly worsened. Then to top it off, we got surrounded by swarms of monsters. The facilities inside this building are still working well though. It might be just because we didn't check it, but I wonder what actually caused it. Shiori was looking at Kane with a colder gaze than usual, but Kane just ignored it as she kept smiling at Shiori. But again, if Ain-san didn't ask Akira to escort Milady, we wouldn't know about that and we might be dead by now. Our destiny might have changed for the better the moment Ain-san did that. After all, it's because Akira told us all of that we decided to buy the map of the Saranthal building. Thanks to that, we were able to quickly find this room that looks strong enough and easy to defend. Although it was a bit more expensive than usual, I'm glad we bought that map. Shiori looked even colder toward Kane. She then sighed and looked mildly annoyed as she said, "So then, how many more times do you need to say that before you stop talking about it?" Kane had been talking about that multiple times until now. That was the reason why Shiori's gaze turned colder and colder towards Kane. But then Kane casually replied, "If you don't like talking about that, how about you come up with something else to talk about? I don't mind listening to your story about Milady here, you know. After all, I have nothing else to do right now." Shiori obviously looked irritated as she said, "No thanks. After all, every time I do that, you always try to refute it and we always end up debating each other. I was just pointing out that Ain-san is too overprotective and spoiling Milady too much, you know? You're 100 years too soon to say anything about my relationship with Milady. No, 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 it's a good idea to listen to a third party's opinion sometime, right? It might be because they had been stuck inside that room for such a long time that their decision-making skill was affected. Shiori replied with something that she would have never said normally. Then right when Kane started getting bored making small talks to kill time, she suddenly said to Shiori with a serious face, "So then, Ain-san, are we still going to stay here?" Shiori replied with a serious expression and a rather heavy voice, "Yes. I see. I'm fully leaving that decision to you though." Which meant that it was up to her when to try to escape that building while Reina was still able to move. In the worst-case scenario, she might even need to kill Shiori to do that. But if she was lucky, they would be able to get out alive just fine. But she had no idea how much luck she would need to be able to do that. Shiori herself also should have known that very well. That was why she might make her decision before it reached that situation. Kane did trust in Shiori's skill, but just to be safe, she then decided to remind Shiori. "I know that it's my job to protect Milady even if it kills me, but it's not like I'm going to just easily throw my life away, you know?" "I know." Shiori's voice sounded somewhat heartless, but it at least showed that she understood what Kane wanted to convey. Reina opened her eyes. Although, in reality, it was not like she was sleeping, she was actually only in a half-asleep state all this time as she had given up forcing herself to sleep. She tried to pull herself up and she could clearly feel that her body was growing weak. She understood that she was being a useless burden. The only thing that she could do right now, the only thing that she could barely do at the moment for the sake of the other hunters there, was to preserve her strength as much as possible so that she would be able to quickly move her body if the chance to escape that building finally showed up, or if they had to run away again if the situation suddenly worsened. Reina herself understood that she was barely able to even do something like that. She was completely crestfallen. The shadow in her expression was even mixed with self-depreciation to the point that was close to depression. Reina took a deep breath and let out a big sigh. She was trying to expel her feeling of hopelessness and fear inside her heart with that big sigh. She then tried to make a smile. If she kept making a depressed face, it would only make Shiori and Kane worry even more for her. "All right then, it'll be fine." Reina told that to herself as she smiled. She then went to Shiori. Kane noticed her. "Milady, good morning, it's still too soon for the shift change though." "It's okay, I just can't get a good sleep so I ended up waking up sooner. I got bored just lying down all the time." "I see, well, although it might be sooner than scheduled, I guess we can change shift now." Kane stood up and headed to the bed. When she turned her back to Reina and Shiori, her expression turned grim. "She's already reached the point where she can't even get good sleep, huh? This is getting pretty bad." Kane, Reina, and Shiori. It was only a matter of time before they had to make their own decision. Kane thought so as she laid her body on the bed. Chapter 126, Forcing the Way Forward. Reina, who just exchanged shifts with Kane, asked Shiori. "Shiori, did anything happen when I was resting?" Shiori smiled gently to calm Reina. "No. Nothing happened in particular. Or at least, I don't see anything that might worsen our current situation. So please be at ease." "I see." Reina was a bit weirded out since Shiori answered back so firmly. She then forced a smile. Reina understood very well that she was the very reason why the situation was getting worse from here and on out. Her dejection was slightly leaked out of her forced smile. Shiori then made a suggestion to help Reina take off her mind from the current problem. "Milady, since you've woken up, let's get a bite. I'll prepare the meal right away, so please wait for a bit. All right." Reina was still a bit overwhelmed by Shiori's reaction as she was barely able to reply back. Shiori immediately made the preparation for the meal. She somehow magically transformed a part of that room into a luxury restaurant. It made a rather awkward scene against the backdrop of the old world ruins room. She put a clean white tablecloth on top of a portable table, then she placed warm food on top of it. Although all of them were foods designed for hunters, they were from expensive products that might even be much more delicious than most of the self-proclaimed high-class restaurants out there. The portable foods were designed to reheat themselves when opened, and their containers were designed to keep the foods from going cold. The soup there was even steaming. If a hunter who did not know what was going on suddenly saw this scene, there was no mistaking it that he or she would be completely dumbfounded. Shiori and Reina were sitting facing each other while they were having the meal. Shiori decided that it was better to take the meal together with Reina rather than standing next to her and serving her. Consuming food is important even when they were barricading themselves. Reina's face relaxed as she took a spoon of the delicious meal. Shiori, who saw that, smiled. Reina, who could feel Shiori smiling at her, blushed and tried to throw a conversation to change the mood. I know it's a bit too late for me to be saying this, but this reminds me that these portable meals are really something. The usual portable meals from Drankum are cheap portable meals after all. The portable meals that we're having right now are from a different supplier that I've selected. Although they're pretty expensive, I believe that their quality to price ratio is pretty good compared to the other foods usually sold in the wasteland. Some people don't care much about the food that they eat while some others do, and I'm sure it's impossible for Drankum to distribute this level of portable meals to all its hunters. Indeed, it's better to eat the usual portable meals if we're together with the other hunters, but since there are no other hunters at the moment, I believe it should be alright to take these portable meals. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. I feel like it'll cause trouble if we eat this kind of portable meals while the other hunters are getting the usual ones. Reina imagined a situation where she was eating a luxurious-looking meal while the other hunters around her had to nibble on their hunter ration. She then lightly smiled. Reina and Shiori continued chatting while having their meal when Reina suddenly asked Shiori something that just came up in her mind. Say, Shiori, do you think that our current situation has something to do with the Miyazono Ruins ghost story? Reina heard about 3 ghost stories of Miyazono Ruin from Shiori. The Ghoul Building. From time to time, a lot of hunters and monsters in the Miyazono Ruin would suddenly vanish. According to that ghost story, the real cause of that was because the Saranthal building grew hungry and ate them. The second story was about a door that would suddenly appear out of nowhere inside the Miyazono Ruin. It would bait the hunters to enter that door with relics, but when they entered, the door would shut and the hunters were never seen the outside ever again. The third story was about the lonely ghost. It was said that the dead corpses of the hunters left in the ruin sometimes suddenly started moving on their own and attacking the other hunters. They must have been longing for more friends. Shiori thought for a bit before answering. I can't say for sure. If I have to make a connection, it might be related to the story of the Ghoul Building. But it's also not normal to find this many monsters in this place, not to mention, they're abnormally strong, even stronger than the hunters who took that SOS request. I'm sure the hunter office already knows about that fierce battle too. The level of abnormality is too big to blame everything on a ghost story. So I believe that it's not related to that. I see. I just thought that if it's related, it might give us some hints on how to get out of this building. It's common for weird things to happen around old world ruins, which might develop into ghost stories later. That's why let's not drop our guard and keep being careful. I understand that in the past you loved to explore the mansion, milady. But please don't do that here. If you get inside that vanishing door from the ghost story, it would be hard for me to find you, you know? Shiori smiled teasingly when she said that. While on the other hand, Reina remembered her past self and could not help but to make a bitter smile. I know. After that, they continued having a silly talk while taking the meal. Once she was done and got her stomach filled, Reina regained some of her energy. Nutritious food was the main fuel for fighting, that was why they were worth their price. As Shiori was cleaning after the meal, Reina suddenly apologetically said to her. Shiori, I'm sorry. Shiori tried to think of the reason why Reina was apologizing. Although she could come up with several guesses, it did not change what she would reply with. Milady, there's nothing for you to apologize for. But if I had properly listened to you and decided not to come here, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. Neither I nor Milady could have seen this coming. I also only thought that this Saranthal building would only be a little bit more dangerous than what Drankum thought it was. I also did not expect it to be this bad. Although it might be an exaggeration, I believe that being able to see this coming at that time would be close to predicting the future. Kane looked amused as her rare talent was telling her that a presence that she liked was somewhere close. Ain-san, we need to get ready to break out of this room, this might be our only chance. Kane was beaming when she said that. Elena's team just reached the 30th floor. To be more precise, they were climbing the stairs from the 29th floor to the 30th floor and were checking out the situation on the 30th floor. Akira's face twitched when he saw the situation on the 30th floor. The same also happened for Carol, Elena, Sarah, Shikarabe, and Togami, although at different levels. The reason why Akira and Carol looked far more concerned than the other hunters was because of their experience. They could see countless monsters filling the hallways in front of them. Fortunately, there were no monsters at all near the stairs. Thanks to that, they were able to check out the situation on the 30th floor from a relatively safe place. Sarah frowned. Elena, what should we do about this? Or more like, are we still going to push forward? If it could be helped, she actually did not want to proceed forward. After all, that would mean that they had to fight all of those monsters for the sake of the hunters who might already be dead by now. Elena easily caught what Sarah was trying to say. Sarah evaluated that this was as far as they could go safely. But Elena was still unsure. She was still facing forward, looking at the monsters in front of her. She then said with a stern expression. If we have no extra information, the right choice, in this case, would be to pull back, but... Shikarabe immediately intervened. So in short, you have a piece of information that warrants us to push forward, right? Elena then answered Shikarabe's question. On our way here, I found similar information relay devices like the one we found back on the 15th floor. The content of those relay devices is also the same, so I thought that there's no need to tell anyone. But then, basically, I also found similar devices here but with different content. Look at your map. Elena updated the map data that the others were receiving from her to show an indicator that was pointing at a particular room on the 30th floor. If we are to trust the data from that relay device, the people who own those relay devices should be in that room. Carol sounded slightly impressed as she said. So basically they ran all the way from the below up to this floor and barricaded themselves inside that room, huh? Well, it's true that room should be able to hold for a long time against all the monsters outside as long as they properly barricaded the entrance. And it won't be strange for them to find that room if they bought a map of Saranthal building before they came in here. Shikarabe, you know all of this, that's why you guessed that they're still alive, right? Shikarabe's expression did not change as he replied. Possibility-wise, yes. I see. Carol knew that she should not pursue any further as she said that. Akira made a rather stern face as he looked at the indicated room in the display map. They're in a rather troublesome place, huh? Yeah, you can say that again. Elena also agreed with Akira's opinion. It was obvious that from the way she said it that things would get complicated from here. If the location was too far away, Elena would have not hesitated and immediately decide to pull back there. She then could just convey that information to the main squad that would come to that building later and hope that they would rescue those hunters. But if they were close enough, they could just break through the monster's encirclement, secure the hallway to that room, and check the inside of that room. Then from there, they could escort their rescue targets out if it was possible, but if there were too many hunters, or there were badly wounded hunters, they would have no other choice but to ask those hunters to keep barricading themselves inside that room and convey the information to the main rescue squad. But the problem was that the room was not that far but not that close either. That was why Elena was hesitating. They already spent most of their energy to come all the way here. Elena tried to calculate all the factors before finally made her decision, the dangers that they had to face if they pushed forward and the possibility of rescuing their targets now. Elena then ordered the rest of the team. I'll break the team into two, my team, and Shikarabe's team. My team will secure the hallway while Shikarabe's team will go and try to reach the rescue targets. Everyone will try to open a path for Shikarabe's team to go through while reducing the number of monsters. I'll leave the timing to Shikarabe when he'll try to make the run. Once we group up again, we'll immediately retreat no matter what the condition of the rescue targets. And also, if the encirclement is too hard to break through, we'll just give up on rescuing the targets and immediately retreat. The moment either I or Shikarabe decides that it's impossible to rescue the targets, we'll immediately pull back, okay? Shikarabe then asked Elena a question. Well, I was the one who asked you to rescue them, so I can understand leaving the job to break through the encirclement to me, but who will be in my team? If it's possible, I want you to go alone. No, that would be impossible. I do understand that you want to stay in a safe situation, but we don't have enough manpower to spare here, so just pull back if you think that it's impossible. If you think that it's difficult to break through the encirclement unless you take too many people from my team, I'll stop this plan here and call a retreat now. And also, Sarah will be on my team, so you can't pick her. Shikarabe frowned and made a stern look as he pondered. Elena basically told Shikarabe to take the least firepower needed just to barely be able to secure the rescue targets. If they took everyone to reach the room where their rescue targets were, it was indeed pretty much guaranteed that they would be able to reach that room, but in the worst-case scenario, they might get surrounded and have no other choice but to barricade themselves inside that room too. Shikarabe understood that Elena wanted to avoid that. After all, there was no guarantee that the main squad would come for them later. After thinking for a few seconds, Shikarabe finally made his decision. Akira, come with me. Shikarabe believed that Akira was the second strongest person on the team. Moreover, he believed that he had not seen Akira's full power yet, and he knew sometimes, Akira had an abnormal ability to detect or react to enemies. Although there was no guarantee that bringing Akira along would give him a better result, Shikarabe was sure that he at least would not slow him down, and Elena should at least be okay with bringing Akira along. Thus, he decided to put his bet on Akira's unknown real ability and proposed to take him into his team. Sure. Akira answered back casually. Togami suddenly raised his voice and requested to go together with Shikarabe's team. That I'll go too. Everyone there turned to Togami, whose expression there was saying that he was resolute to go too. Shikarabe looked at Togami and was honestly at loss on what to do. He glanced at Elena to see her reaction if he took Togami from her team too and thought for a bit before replying back. All right then, the men will break through the encirclement while the girls will secure the hallway. Elena, you're okay with that, right? Elena looked at everyone present before replying. Okay. Everyone nodded back to Elena. Carol lightly smiled and said to Akira. If only I'm in your team too, I would be able to show you how good I'm at fighting but... Well, it is just too bad. Akira smiled confidently. Didn't you already show me enough when we returned back to this ruin and found it in this state? Is that so? In that case, make sure to come back here alive and see how good my skills are again. So I can expect a good reward from you, okay? Well, in that case, I just need to secure the rescue targets and balance out your contribution with mine this time. Akira and Carol were smiling at each other while lightly poking fun. Shikarabe then turned to Akira and Togami. I'll say this beforehand. I won't give you detailed orders, just observe and adapt to the situation. Roger that, all right. Akira replied casually while Togami took a small pause to gather himself together before replying back. Sarah smiled at Akira and said, Akira, be careful and don't get too reckless, try not to make a mistake when to pull back, okay? Of course, Sarah-san too, be careful. Akira nodded firmly and said that. Sarah too replied with a firm nod. The monsters that filled up the hallway were from the B-18 type. They were the upgraded version of the A-24 type. Although they were relatively weak, they were equipped with force field armor and extra guns. Their ability to fly around was also better than most of the other monsters. Compared to the legged monsters that had a problem moving around inside that floor that was filled with rubbles, wreckages, and corpses scattered on the ground, they were able to move around much more freely. They were semi-autonomous monsters usually stationed to guard different facilities. The B-18 type had enough firepower to easily defeat common hunters, but they did not show any sign of hostility toward Akira and the other hunters. It might be just simply because they were outside the monster's patrol range. Or maybe, it was simply because the lowered sensor sensitivity also affected the B-18 type monsters. Whichever case, the hunters had the first initiative there. The hunters readied themselves to start the rescue operation. They warmed up their bodies, sharpened their senses and perception. They prepared themselves to head into a fight against the monsters that would not hesitate to kill them and to reach their hand for the victory that lay behind it. Elena then started the countdown. I'll start the countdown, 5, 4, 3. Akira readied his rifle and waited for the countdown. The hunters' equipment were specially made to give the hunters some chance to fight against the monsters that were way stronger than a normal human and to even give the hunters the upper hand against them. To give the hunters the ability to kill before killed, to destroy before destroyed, to defeat the monsters before getting overwhelmed by them, no matter what kind of monsters that they were facing. 210. They immediately jumped into the 30th floor and spread out into the hall room. They aimed their rifles at the B-18 in front of them, fixed their aim, and pulled the trigger without a trace of hesitation. The place was filled with flying bullets in an instant as bullets rained down on the B-18 monsters, tore off their outside armor, pierced through their metallic wiring, crushed the inside of their bodies, and ultimately destroying them. The hunters who had the first shots quickly turned the B-18 monsters into scraps. Akira kept his finger on the trigger of the DVTS minigun on his right hand as he aimed to the hallway. Countless bullets flew out through its muzzle against the B-18 monsters in that hallway. Although most of the monsters there had already turned into scraps, Akira kept on shooting bullets in that direction. Although the B-18 type monsters were equipped with force field armor that could easily hold out against the multiple bullets that were flying out of DVTS minigun, with the energy output of the B-18 monster, it was not enough to keep the force field armor active except for only for a short time. Once the force field armor ran out of energy, the bullets easily passed through and dented the monsters' bodies. It eventually opened a hole in their bodies and destroyed the inside of the monsters as the impact threw them further back into the hallway. After they secured the hall entrance, Elena's team immediately reinforced their position while Shikarabe's team immediately went to their rescue target. Shikarabe did not completely destroy most of the B-18 monsters that he fought, he only stripped most of them from their weapons to render them harmless or destroyed their means to move around and turned them into useless flying devices with nothing but a robust defense. He then kicked them right to the entrance of the hallway. He kicked only the monsters with still active force field armor deeper into the hallway. The kicked monsters flew and broke through the rubbles blocking the hallway as it flew further in and crashed against the other monsters while blocking the bullets coming from deep inside the hallway. Shikarabe did that again and again to block the bullets coming from the hallway while forcing a way through the encirclement. "Let's go." Shikarabe only said that and immediately went into the hallway. Akira and Togami were a bit surprised how Shikarabe forced his way into the hallway, but they quickly followed him from behind. Akira thought about Shikarabe's powerful kicks while running behind him and mumbled. "Those were pretty powerful kicks, is that the power of his augmented suit? His augmented suit is on a different level compared to yours after all." "Well, I guess it's normal for powerful hunters to have powerful equipment, huh?" I bet they're super expensive though. Alpha smiled teasingly and said. You'll be able to buy that kind of expensive equipment sooner or later. After all, you'll need those to accomplish my request. I know, well, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Akira smiled bitterly as he imagined how much money he would need to buy that kind of equipment and how much he would need to work to get that money. Alpha smiled full of confidence and replied. Oh my, it's actually sooner than you might think, you know. It'll be fine with my support. For some reason, Akira felt that mention of the time gap being shorter than what he knew, also meant that his suffering would be doubled. Shikarabe led the way into the hallway. Akira imitated Shikarabe and used the destroyed B-18 to hide from the incoming bullets while creating obstacles to prevent the monsters from entering that hallway as he followed behind Shikarabe. Akira kicked the dead monster in front of him. Thanks to Alpha's support, the monster that he kicked flew straight to another monster with very high accuracy as if he had kicked a lot of monsters in his life. The powerful kick released from his augmented suit transmitted the full impact of the kick into that monster and sent it flying into the hallway with a high speed. Shikarabe saw that and thought. The augmented suit that Akira is using, it is the PWD Silence from Nijima R&D Corp., right? But I don't remember it being that strong and I don't think Akira is that strong either. Did he get some kind of upgraded version or something? There were many hunters in the Eastern District who used augmented suits, and of course, in response to that, there were many types of augmented suit distributed in the Eastern District. But compared to the number of augmented suits distributed in the Eastern District, the number of the modified augmented suits in the Eastern District was extremely low. One of the reasons was because the technology used in those augmented suits was secret information, thus, it would be extremely difficult to modify them without the help of a specialist. Of course, there were many hunters who tried messing with their augmented suit, but they only did that to the spare augmented suits that they had. To top it off, most of them tend to leave the control device alone. Since even if they tried, the best that they could do was usually just to readjust some options that were not shown in the usual display. If they tried to go even further than that, most of the time, it normally ends up in a disaster. If they tried to mess with the ventilation, they might lock the suit and get themselves killed from suffocation. If they tried to mess with the force field armor, it might cause the force field armor to be projected inside and get themselves crushed inside the suit. There were many unfortunate stories like that going around. And of course, the guarantee for those augmented suits was annulled the moment they tried to modify their augmented suits. It was common sense among the hunters to not mess with their augmented suit or not to try to modify them if they did not want to get killed. But of course, there were exceptions. There were cases where a modified augmented suit with upgraded output power and guaranteed safety appeared. They were usually made by people with high technical skills in order to show off their ability, or by a newly found corporation to show off its capability, or by some corporation in order to gain extra capital. Because of that, these kinds of augmented suits would appear in the black market from time to time. If Akira's augmented suit was really one of those modified augmented suits, it would not be strange for it to be stronger than the public catalog spec. If that was the case, Shikarabe could easily understand that power. But even so, he still found something bothering him. It's rare to find a hunter who has the connection to get that kind of equipment. But again, I really can't say for sure. Akira was actually using an augmented suit with a control device that was already fully under Alpha's control. So looking from that point of view, it was not a mistake to say that he was using a modified augmented suit. Shikarabe could guess that Akira was probably using a modified augmented suit, but that was as far as he could go, and all the guesses that could come up from that fact made it more difficult to estimate Akira's real ability. It would be really troublesome if he got on Akira's bad side. Shikarabe was really glad that he was able to peacefully resolve the problem about the reward for the bounty hunting request from last time. As Shikarabe thought so, he decided to be more careful around Akira, the boy that threw off his intuition. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.